was not a combatant in the wars of the gods. His selection was meant to signal to people everywhere, even in the rebel lands, that under his leadership, an era of peace and prosperity.
Welcome back, I think. For a
He and
minute,
his spouse, Ningo,
I guess. We'll
were
see what
greatly
happens.
loved by the people of Sumer,
Fuck.
and Ur itself
Just
spelled
try number
prosperity and
4.
well-being in its very name, which meant urban, domesticated place.
Need I say
It
YouTube
was not this
sucks?
city, but the
Fuck
city,
me, man.
the urban jewel of the ancient lands. Nanar's temple there, a skyscraping ziggurat,
Listen
rose in stages
to such
within
a
a walled
rest of
sacred
the
precinct where a variety
end
of
of days.
Get
Get a good picture of the mood rock. Keep Glenn under control. My internet seems pretty strong today. Not very fast, but the connection's good. So, I don't know what's up with YouTube. They keep kicking me off of here.
Another thing we can thank these unlucky motherfuckers for, right? Yeah. They're the ones that brought about the income tax first.
Motherfucking internet. Thanks, Glenn.
They seed us with life and culture and all this.
Still waiting on the kiln. It is sitting at 700. Still climbing.
Dwellings, workshops, schools, merchants, warehouses, and stalls, all in a wide street where, at many intersections, prayer shrines open to all travelers were built. The majestic ziggurat with its monumental stairways, though long in ruin, still dominates the landscape even after more than 4,000 years. But there was another compelling reason. Unlike contending Ninurta and Marduk, who were both immigrants to Earth from the Viru, Nanar was born on Earth. He was not only Enlil's firstborn on Earth, he was the first of the first generation of gods to be born on Earth. His children, the twins Utu, Shamash, and Inanna Ishtar, and their sister Ereshkigal, who belonged to the god's third generation, were all born on Earth. They were gods, but they were also Earth's natives. All that was without doubt taken into consideration in the coming struggle for the loyalties of the people.
Hi, Glenn.
The choice of a new king to restart a fresh kingship in from Sumer was also carefully made.
Fuck me.
Dawn was the free hand.
I'm going to stove my bike. I'll be right back. I just want to hear it.
The Akkadians to start a new dynasty because she liked his lovemaking. Man, this shit just sounds like fucking Dune. Fucking Dune and Klingons from Star Trek all wrapped into one. Sargon, the Akkadian. I mean, come on. It sounds pretty close to, Paul Atreides of the 80s, The sleeper has awakened. She wanted to start a new dynasty all because she liked this woman's lovemaking. Unbelievable. So you see, it's not just Enki that was going around pouring beer pitchers of his sperm into any woman that was at the moment. No, even the chicks couldn't keep her legs closed. She started a new dynasty because she liked the way this fool fucked her. I think I like the way you fuck. Let's start a new civilization, shall we? Jesus Christ, can we go on a second date, please? From first base to the fucking grand slam the first night, man. I mean, I know my dick's good, but goddamn. Already starting to want to start a new dynasty? You like the dick that much? Slow down, girl. Shit, let's go out to fucking Olive Garden or something first before you start talking about let's start a dynasty. Shit, that's strong words. The new king named Namu was carefully selected by Enlil and approved by Anu, and he was no mere earthling. He was a son, the beloved son of the goddess Ninsa. She had been the reader, recall, the mother of Gilgamesh. Since this divine genealogy was restated in numerous inscriptions during Namu's reign, in the presence of Nanar and other gods, one must assume that the claim was factual. This made Ur-Nammu not only a demigod, but, as was the case of Gilgamesh, 2/3 divine. Indeed, the claim that the king's mother was the goddess Ninsun placed Ur-Nammu in the very same status as that of Gilgamesh, whose exploits were well remembered and whose name remained revered. The choice was thus a signal to friends and foes alike that the glorious days under the unchallenged authority of Enlil and his clan are back. All that was important, perhaps even crucial, because Marduk had his own attributes of appeal to the masses of mankind. That special appeal to the earthlings was the fact that Marduk's deputy and chief campaigner was his son Nabu, who not only was
God, it sounds so good.
Yeah, he wanted yeah, I don't know why he hasn't been through yet. He was supposed to be back this last weekend.
Not that I've seen
Yeah. He wanted to get food with you, so yeah, probably he comes through, but he takes it.
Earthling females of life should not come as a shocking surprise, but it's included even in the Bible. What is little known even to scholars, because the information is found in ignored texts and has to be verified from complex god lists, is the fact that it was Marduk who set the example that the sons of God followed. And it came to pass when the earthlings began to increase in number upon the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of the Elohim saw the daughters of the Adam, that they were compatible. And they took unto themselves these wives of whichever they chose. Genesis 6:1-2. The biblical explanation of the reason for the great flood in the first 8 enigmatic verses of chapter 6 of Genesis clearly points to the intermarriage and its resulting offspring as the cause of the divine wrath. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and thereafter too, when the sons of the Elohim came unto the daughters of the Adam and had children by them. My readers may recall that it was my question as a schoolboy of why Nephilim, which literally means those who have come down, who descended from heaven to earth, was usually translated as giants. It was much later that I realized and suggested that the Hebrew word for giants, Anakim, was actually a rendering of the Sumerian Anunnaki. The Bible clearly cites such intermarriage, the taking as wives between young sons of the gods, sons of the Elohim, the Nephilim, and female earthlings, daughters of the Adam, as God's reason for seeking mankind's end by the deluge. My spirit shall no longer dwell in man, for in his flesh they erred. And God repented that he had fashioned the Adam on earth and was distraught. And he said, let me wipe the Adam that I have created off the face of the earth. The Sumerian and Akkadian texts telling the story of the deluge explained that two gods were involved in that drama. It was Enlil who sought mankind's destruction by the deluge, while it was Enki who connived to prevent it by instructing, quote-unquote, Noah to build the salvaging ark. When we delve into the details, we find that Enlil's I've had enough to hear anger on one hand, and Enki's counter efforts on the other hand, were not just a matter of...
God, that motherfucker's such a nice bike. I really like that bike.
I got plenty of weed ground up on the tray if you want to take a
Cool.
picture or something.
I got some of the best deals of weed I ever had in my life. I ever tell you about that?
What's that?
Me and my buddy Glenn come up from Texas.
He was known as the those who observe and see. So those are the watchers. So there we have a very clear declination of, because you see the Nephilim referred to, and obviously the Watchers referred to. But the Watchers are actually these Agigi, and that's their job. They don't do anything else but just observe and watch and document what's going on. Those are the ones that are referred to as the Watchers. They had planned a planetary way station on Mars and the spacecraft shuttling between the two planets. We know that Nimrod, the Anunnaki's chief medical officer, came to Earth at the head of a group of female nurses. It's not stated how many they were, or whether there were other females among the Anunnaki, but it's clear that in any event, females were few among them. Well, that's okay. The Enki just went in his lab and whipped up some badge. He's like, fuck, there's hardly any women here. I mean, this is a total sausage fest. We gotta do something about this. Now let's go in here and get the lab with a little female there. Yeah, that's good. Yes, let's pour some seed into that real quick. The situation required strict sexual rules and supervision by the elders, so much so that according to one text, Enki and Nimrod had to act as matchmakers to agree who should marry whom. And Will, the strict disciplinarian himself, fell victim to the shortage of females and date raped a young nurse. Really, Zechariah? Really? You really got that much information? Did it really say that in the text? Did it really say that he date raped her? I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that translation. And Enki did slip his young victim a roofie, and he did slip her something else after that. Hot beef injection. But that even he, the commander-in-chief on Earth, was punished with exile. The punishment was commuted when he agreed to marry Sud and make her his official consort. And well, she remained his sole spouse to the very end. Enki, on the other hand, is described in numerous texts as a philanderer, with female goddesses of all ages managing to get away with it. Moreover, once daughters of the Atom proliferated, he was not adverse to having sexual flings with them. I mean, anything to get his dick wet, dude. Didn't matter. Animal, mineral, vegetable, he'd take it all. Sumerian texts extolled Adapo, the wisest of men who grew up in Enki's household, was taught writing and mathematics by Enki, and was the first earthling to be taken aloft to visit Anu on Nibiru. The text also revealed that Adapo was a secret son of Enki, mothered by an earthling female. Apocryphal texts inform us that when Noah, the biblical hero of the deluge, was born, much about the baby and the birth caused his father Lamech to wonder whether the real father had been one of the Nephilim. The Bible just states that Noah was a genealogically perfect man who walked with the Elohim. That's great. Sumerian texts, where the flood's hero is named Zisidra, suggest that he was a demigod son of Enki. It was thus that one day Marduk complained to his mother that while his companions were assigned wives, he was not. I have no wife, I have no children. And he went on to tell her that he had taken a liking to the daughter of a high priest, an accomplished musician. There is no reason to believe that he was the chosen man in Mesoamerican of Sumerian text, the parallel of the biblical Enoch. Oh, there is reason to believe that he was. Okay. Verifying with the young earthling female, her name was Tisarpanet, agreed, Marduk's parents gave him the go-ahead. The marriage produced a son. He was named Imsak, lofty lord, but unlike Adapo, who was an earthling demigod, Marduk's son was included in the Sumerian god lists, where he was also called the divine Mesh, a term used as in Gilgamesh to denote a demigod. He was thus the first demigod who was a god, and later on, when he led the masses of humans in his father's behalf, he was given the epithet name Nabu, the spokesman, the prophet. For that is what the literal meaning of the word is, as is the meaning of the parallel biblical Hebrew word Nabi, translated prophet. Nabu was thus the godson and an Adam son of ancient scriptures, the one whose very name meant prophet, as in the Egyptian prophecies earlier quoted. His name and role became linked to the Messianic expectations. Nabu was thus the godson and an Adam son of ancient scriptures, the one whose very name meant prophet, as in the Egyptian prophecies earlier quoted. His name and role became linked to the Messianic expectations. And so it was in the days before the deluge that Marduk set an example to the other young unespoused gods. Find and marry an earthling female. The breach of the taboo appealed in particular to the Agigi gods, who were away on Mars most of the time, with their principal station on Earth being the landing place in the Cedar Mountains. Finding an opportunity, perhaps an invitation to come and celebrate Marduk's wedding, they seized earthling females and carried them off as wives. Several extra-biblical books designated the Apocrypha, such as the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Enoch, and the Book of Noah, record the incident of the intermarriage by the Nephilim and fill in the details. Some 200 watchers, those who observe and see, organized themselves in 20 groups. Each had a named leader. One called Shamyaza was in overall command. The instigator of the transgression, the one who led astray the sons of God and brought them down to earth and led them astray to the daughters of man, was named Yaquam. It happened, these sources confirmed, during the time of Enoch. In spite of their efforts to fill the
8:21. God damn. Motherfucker ain't hot yet. What's up, Lily? How you doing? Oh, I can't read your name. Good God. Red? Hey there, honey. How you doing? How's your bees? Oh, Redhead. How you doing? Miss Dreddy. Sorry, it's a little bit bright coming from the door, killing my screen. I'm like, who the fuck is here? I'm surprised it's still on. It was like a test run. This is my fourth fucking attempt to go live today. Damn thing keeps kicking me off of here. Clearly state that when kingship began in Uruk, which was an Israelite domain, the one chosen for kingship. A little windy. It's nice. It's a beautiful day here in Denver, Colorado. If you happen to be in the area, blowing live, and fucking selling by. Hopefully today. I might drive it out front. Put a sign on that shit. 2/3 of him divine son of the Israelite goddess Ninsun, and fathered by the high priest of Uruk. Yeah, I don't even see any trails in the sky today. How you doing, Abby? In Egypt too, some pharaohs claimed divine heritage. Yeah, this internet's been fucked up early this morning. It's my fourth time. So yesterday was bad too. What can I say? Is a little bit of back pressure. Messing with the satellites, I think. Definitely messing with the Wi-Fi. The famed Queen Hatshepsut, who, though a female, sees the title and privileges of a pharaoh, claim that right by virtue of being a Gentile. Yes, continual solar flares every day, big quakes picking up magnitude exponentially, it seems. His Majesty the King, the husband of her queen, mother, had intercourse with her and caused Hatshepsut to be born as his semi-divine daughter. Canaanite texts include the tale of Koret, a king who was son. Yeah, it seems like a little while since yesterday, though. A couple weeks. Now we're looking at 6s and 7s almost every day. The case of Inanna. How do you say it? Inanna. I said it was coming. It seems like they're here. Yeah, it might be here to stay. Cheers. Fucking beautiful day. Fucking getting high. Stella of the vultures attributes his demigod status to artificial insemination by Ninurta, the lord of the Gershon, the sacred precinct that helped form Inanna. We got the beautiful color changing cube. Give salt going on, keep Glenn calm. in the womb of blank. It tells him to put it in the womb. That's interesting. And accompanied him with his birth.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've realized that for a little while now. People are just fucking crazy. I know I sound crazy when I open my mouth sometimes, but I was told by a senator you're fixing to get nuked. I was told by a senator we're fixing to get fucking overrun by the UN, and they want to fucking get everybody here fighting each other, trying to bring in the control. They want us all locked down for this event. That's just all there is to it. And I'm trying to warn folks. I know I sounded crazy when I said your government's going to poison you with it. Hoopy. Everybody's on their fourth. And they're losing their minds, finding out their immune systems are compromised. I wasn't guessing. I wasn't prophesizing. I was told by a sitting senator that we're going to do this. And that's why I'm talking to you. And I'm telling you now, China, Russia, and North Korea are going to launch on us. Don't get involved in the civil war coming up. They're having house meetings on the fact that Trump pushed this thing through in 9 months and it's killing people. They're going to fully disclose this, and it's going to get ugly. There's going to be sacrificial lambs, but when you see this happening, don't think Babylon is falling. That's just a script. It's the way they want it. That's what they want you to think.
According to which, after Seth killed and dismembered Osiris, the god Thoth extracted semen from the bowels of Osiris.
You ain't going to look for something that ain't there, right?
And impregnated with it the wife of Osiris, Isis, bringing about the birth of the god Horus. A depiction of the feet shows Thoth and birth goddess.
We're being rolled over to a population that's going to be really, really pissed at us. No, I'm not crazy. I just sound crazy. I know how crazy it sounds. Your government's engineered your destruction, and this is how it's going to be. Resist, defend, but don't take part. Try to inform everybody what's coming. They're moving troops all over the country, near military bases and all over the place. I mean, they ain't running out of places to rent in a lot of places because of it. This isn't just moms and dads and kids. I'm glad. I cherish the information too. It's helped me an awful lot. I'm glad it's been disclosed. As crazy as I sound, you got to know I've investigated and documented all of these amazing things that we knew. That I wasn't told by a senator. But yeah, I wish I was, because I would have known sooner. It's amazing the information we run into. It's been a lot of us in here investigating, a lot of people checking my work, finding even further confirmations, things I hadn't even looked at. I just made a video about it.
To its old days of glory, prosperity, and rallying in peace, the times that preceded the latest confrontation with Marduk.
Well, I'm living in my home. My home's parked across the street. That's I don't think that's coincidence. I gotta think creators got a plan.
Greater trade and commerce followed. There was a surge in arts, crafts, schools, and other improvements.
I felt compelled to get out of the house. I've been in for 6 years.
Treaties with neighboring rulers to the east and northeast
to help make it happen. So I know the timeline ain't mine. So patience definitely helps in this. And knowing what's going on helps you get that patience, I'll tell you. I know what's coming. Not real excited about it. Not real. I'm kind of indifferent. It needs to be done. It's ugly. It's going to get motherfucking ugly. What's up, coffee? It's the ugly and the pain and the suffering and all that shit that's coming. I don't really want to watch.
The war panel, depicted a military column of armed and helmeted soldiers marched on chariots into war. A close examination of the records from that time reveals that indeed, while under the leadership of Ur-Nammu, Samir itself flourished.
Well, I know this much. For the next week or two, we're sitting here, and where the hell did I go? Where am I going? Well, first, we're heading towards Four Corners. We've got a bunch of tribes over there that told me to come and see them. I got something to show them. I know at that point, once I get a hold of some of these wisdom holders and give them back some knowledge, they're going to have to be giving that to their tribe, which is a lot more than my YouTube channel, each and every tribe. So I think that's the best way to get a mass attention to this, is to get the fuck out there and do it. We need a couple of things to button up on the RV and shit, and we'll be gone. Maybe today, B. It's sitting here. Anna told me to list it today. I was like, but then she called me back and said, "Oh, I got a hold of Brian." So I was like, "Okay, cool. We'll wait." But I want to put it out front, put a sign on the damn thing if he ain't coming around, because I need to sell that damn thing, and it'll sell. The squirrel spinning on the stream. It's not a surprise. I've got a good strong signal here, just FYI. Yeah, the internet's probably slow. YouTube's a piece of shit, and we all knew that, though.
Why did the Lord and Ar not hold him by the hand, they asked. Why did Inanna, Lady of Heaven, not put her little arm around his head?
888.
The Sumerians who believed that all that happens had been fated wondered, why did these gods step aside?
Yeah, the for sale sign would help. I'm gonna see if Brian comes in and he wants the bike. I tell you what, you want to hear it start?
There could be only one plausible explanation. The people of Ur and Sumir concluded as they cried out and lamented, the great gods must have come back from the world.
Motherfucking jamming. I want to take it for a ride.
The gods and the humans. And this is where
Further than the fucking pavement. I want to rip it up. That motherfucker rides so nice. How do I really feel? I kind of wish I had the funds where I could just keep the bike. That ain't good for nobody. Who's gonna drive the RV?
They're going to come back.
Yeah, Polly can't do that. She has seizures. So I can sell this sucker.
I agree with that because, well, I mean, as we've been reading here, I mean, the stuff we've read here tonight.
Yeah, and somebody walking by, I'd definitely get more money from it. Yeah, I'm giving Brian a steal deal if he wants it today. It's definitely worth twice what I'm offering.
I really don't see how it would be any different. Well, they're going to come down here. It sounds to me like they're running the show. I mean, there's the bloodlines, right? They're running the show the same way the people that run the show are now. They're just their underlings. Management hasn't been in the building for several thousand years, and I guess they're saying that eventually management's going to return and take over the show themselves. But you know, I don't believe that. Who knows? I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. I could be completely wrong, but
you're completely wrong, Josh. Trust me.
You know, I don't know. They land on the floor with the blood of the unbelievers.
They're coming back.
These are strong words accusing the great Israelite gods of deceit and double crossing. The ancient words convey the extent of the people's disappointment. If that was so in Sumer and Akkad, one can imagine the reaction of the rebellious Western lands. In the struggle for the hearts and minds of mankind, the Israelites were faltering. Yahu, the spokesman, intensified the campaign on behalf of his father martyr.
We got laundry done today. That was a good thing.
Was now glorified by a variety of venerating epitaphs. Inspired by Nabu, the Nabi,
you know,
prophecies of the future of what is about
I can't Twitch. I broke my computer. I'm on my stupid fucking
know what they said because
Chromebook. It doesn't run the studio, so I can't run Twitch.
Written in old Babylonian cuneiform,
I gotta get my computer fixed. I gotta sell my bike. God damn it. If I could sell my bike, I'd have a fucking generator and a fucking refrigerator working. We'd be jamming. We'll get that soon.
That within a preordained destiny, there is some room for free will and
I'm
thus
sure.
a variated fate.
Brian's back in
For
town.
mankind, both were decreed.
I don't think he's gonna stand me up on the bike. He's been wanting it for a while. I got clear title today. It just he ain't been in town.
The text sometimes anchored the prediction of future events and known past history.
I mean, somebody want a bike? That's a bike to get. I'll tell you that. It's fucking vintage and low mileage, fucking beautiful machine. Just heard it start. I pushed a little button and said, blah. I tell you, it's way different than driving a 750. At 1100, just fucking, you sit there and you vibrate. You just fucking hit that gas. It's like, ain't no holding you back. How you doing, Nick? Good to see you. I got the water fixed. It doesn't leak anymore.
Bad things, Apocalypse shall precede the final event. There will be calamitous rains, huge devastating waves of droughts.
You didn't get a notification? That's the fourth time I tried to go live today. Good to see you. But yeah, that's the fourth time they kept kicking me off of here. I even went into my community page just to make sure I didn't have any fucking strikes or something I didn't know about.
Right, well, that's what their official historical record says happened on their planet.
Go out for a dog break. Is that what we call it now? A little dog break?
That's nice of them. They don't want to be the only sods in the universe.
But yeah, I probably ate up my notifications the first 3 fucking attempts at going live. Funny enough. Glad to see you. Hey, John, how are you? You didn't get one either. Well, welcome to the corner. Glad y'all made it. We're sitting at 9:14, climbing to 11:11, and we're going to get busy. This kiln's heating up pretty good today. I finally think I got it dialed in yesterday after 2 days of fucking, like, what the fuck am I doing wrong?
and also their allies along Howland and
They're working all right. It's looking good.
And named the Honorary Western
Dinner was excellent.
to the language revolution.
Way more food than
The Israelite
what we needed. I got the ribs, and the motherfuckers fall off the fucking rib. Good.
The Israelite gods are described as confused.
Seamus had the shrimp and fried pickles. Polly got her steak and taters. We had an onion thing we split. I wasn't a big fan of the onion thing. It was all right. I like the sauce better than the onion. Most of the middle of the onion was mushy still. I was like, well, that's kind of good. Yes, there were leftovers. Polly's already ate lunch. I ain't had none yet. I'll probably eat my ribs later. I want to get the shop going, make some. I'm anxious to make stuff. You know, they might have wanted to fry it a little bit longer or something. I don't fucking know. The center of it was all mushy.
He will remove the protective goddess.
It was a huge onion.
From Iraq and will make her dwell in Babylon. He will establish the right.
And the outer layers were great. They were like perfect. But yeah, that center, I don't know. They need to design it better. It was just mushy. Yeah. I was like, ew. Fried mushy onion rings. That's not good. It just seems like they didn't cut it deep enough or something in the center. I don't know.
After the predicted events, as we have remarked in regards to the Egyptian text, to say that the events were not prophesied because they already happened.
Oh shit! Careful, lens here again.
Whether or not they were predicted, and that is what matters most to us. That the events of the prophecies did come true. And if so,
not Rebecca.
Is the prediction in a text known as Prophecy B, the awesome weapon of error upon the lands of the people will come in judgment.
Why do you like mushy fried onions? It's like the center of it. The center was just like still dough, pretty much. It had a little bit of a crispy shell, but everything in it was like watery dough. That's nasty. We threw half of that shit away. Fried mushy onions yet?
And here we go, chapter 5, countdown to doomsday.
Look, the wind is up.
The disastrous 21st century BCE began with the tragic and untimely death of Ur-Nammu in 2096.
Maybe I should put a handle in here and start thinking about it.
Unparalleled calamity.
Sizer is coming up pretty quick.
By the hand of the gods themselves. In 2024 BCE, the interval was 72 years, exactly the precessional shift of 1 degree. And it was just a coincidence that it was one of a series of coincidental occurrences that were somehow well coordinated. Following Ur-Nammu's tragic death, the throne of Ur was taken over by his son Shugli.
It's like one's on my head don't work.
Shulgi, unable to claim the status of a demigod.
Those are no good for blown glass.
His inscriptions that he was nevertheless born divine auspices. The god Ninar himself arranged for the child to be conceived in Enlil's temple in Nippur through a union between Ur-Nammu and Enlil's high priestess. So that a little Enlil, a child soul of the shall be conceived. That was a claim not to be sneezed at. Ur-Nammu himself, as earlier stated, was too.
You'll probably be able to see there.
Since his mother was a goddess. The high priestess, who was Shulgi's mother, is not named. Her very status suggests that she too was of some.
Hey TK, how you doing?
There was a king's daughter who was chosen to be in too.
Doing stuff while listening. Welcome to Corner. We're fixing to do stuff, and we're listening to the last days. It's about half through from yesterday.
For the first time, the priesthood of Nippur was combined with the priesthood of another city. In this case, with the one in Ur. Much of
Abraham's city
at the time has been gleaned from the date formulas There were records in which each year of the king's reign was noted by the major event that year.
That's
In the
Abraham.
case of Shulgi, much more is known, for he left behind other short and long inscriptions, including poetry and love songs.
Oh, yeah,
These records indicate that soon after he had ascended
Turn the
the
bottles
throne,
on.
Shulgi, perhaps hoping to avert his father's fate on the battlefield, reversed his father's militant policies. He launched an expedition to the outlying provinces, including the rebel lands, but his weapons were often made of trade, peace, and his daughters in marriage. Deeming himself to be a successor to Gilgamesh, his route embraced the two nations of that famed hero, the Sinai Peninsula, or the spaceport in the south, and the landing place in the north. Observing the sanctity of the fourth region, Shulgi skirted the peninsula and paid homage to the god, its boundaries, at a place described as the great fortified place of the gods. Moving north or west of the Dead Sea, he paused to worship at the place of bright oracles, the place we know as Jerusalem, and built there an altar to the god who judges, usually an epitaph of Utu or Shamash. At a snow-covered place in the north, he built an altar and offered sacrifices. Having thus touched base with the reachable space-related sites, he followed the Fertile Crescent, the arching trade and migration east-west route dictated by geography and water sources, then continued southward in the Tigris-Euphrates plain back to the southern Samir. When Shulgi returned to Ur, he had every reason to think he had brought to gods and people alike peace in our time. To use a modern analogy, he was granted by the gods the title High Priest of Anu, Priest of Nannar. He was befriended by Utu, Shamash, and was given the personal attention of Ishtar, boasting in his love songs that she granted him her vulva in her temple. This fool wrote a love song about Ishtar granting him her vulva. I'm going to start using that. Excuse me, miss. Yes, I was just wondering if you would mind granting me your vulva. That'd be fantastic. Thank you very much. Just be really polite about this. Instead of all come, give me some ass, bitch. Well, but yes, I was just wondering if you would grant me your vulva. Thank you. And you know what grant means? That means you don't have to give it back. But while Shulgi turned from affairs of state to personal pleasures, the unrest in rebel hands was continuing. For military action, Shulgi asked his Elamite ally for troops, offering its king as a reward for one of his daughters in marriage, and the Sumerian city Larsa as a dowry. A major military expedition employing those Elamite troops was launched against the sinning cities in the west. The troops reached the fortified place of the gods of the fourth region's boundary. Shulgi and his inscriptions boasted of victory, but in fact, soon thereafter, he started to build a fortified wall to protect Samir against foreign incursions from the west and from the northwest. The Saint Formulus called it the Great West Wall, and scholars believe that it ran from the Euphrates to the Tigris River north of where Baghdad is situated now. The Saint Formulus called it the Great West Wall. Scholars believe that it ran from the Euphrates to the Tigris River north of where Baghdad is situated nowadays, blocking to invaders the way down the fertile plain between the two rivers. It was a defensive measure that preceded the Great Wall of China, which was built for similar reasons almost 2,000 years ago. So now that's very interesting. The idea of building these fortified walls is, there will be within these structures like a rock wall. In 148 BC, my God, they found giant skeletons around these things in Ukraine. In 148 BCE, the gods led by Enlil had enough of Shulgi's state failures and personal dolce vita, determining the divine regulations he did not carry out. They decreed for him the death of a sinner. We do not know what kind of death it was, but it is a historic fact that in that year he was replaced on the throne of Ur by his son Amar Sin, of whom we know from the inscriptions that he launched one military expedition after another. to quell a revolt in the north, to fight an alliance of 5 kings in the west. As in so much else, what was happening had root causes going back, sometimes way back to earlier times and events. The rebel lands, though in Asia and thus domains in the Israelite lands of Noah's son Shem, were inhabited by varied Canaanites, offspring of the biblical Canaan, who, though descended of Ham and thus belonging to Africa, occupied a stretch of Shem's lands, that the lands of the west along the Mediterranean coast were somehow disputed territory, and also indicated by its ancient Egyptian texts regarding the bitter contest between Horus and Seth that ended in aerial battles between them over the Sinai and the same contested lands.
9:50.
It is noteworthy that in their military expeditions to subdue and punish the rebel lands of the west, Namur and Shulgi reached the Sinai Peninsula and turned away from that fourth region without Italy. The prize there was a place called Tilman, the place of the missiles, the site of the new spaceport of the Anunnaki. When the Pyramid Wars ended, the sacred fourth region was entrusted to the neutral hands of Ninmah, who was then renamed Ninarshah.
Hey, thank Creator for that one, Henry.
Actual command of the spaceport was in the hands of Utu Shamash, here shown in the wing dress uniform, commanding the spaceport's eagle. That, however, appeared to change as the struggle for supremacy.
It's crazy that it's been held from us.
Inexplicably, various Sumerian texts and god lists started to associate Tilman with Marduk's son, the god inside Nabu. Enki was apparently involved in that for a text dealing with the affair between Enki and the Narchic states. But the two of them decided to allocate the place to Marduk's son. Let Insag be the lord of Tilman, they said.
Every single human being on the planet.
The ancient sources indicate that from the safety of the sacred region, Nabu ventured to the lands of cities along the Mediterranean coast, even to some Mediterranean islands, spreading everywhere the message of Marduk's coming supremacy. He was thus the enigmatic son of the Egyptian that entered the Akkadian prophecies. Divine son who was also a son man, the son of a god and of an earthly woman. The Israelites understanding could not accept such a situation, and so it was that when the Lord stand ascended to the throne of Ur after Shulgi, the targets and strategy of the Ur Third military expeditions were changed in order to reassert Israelite control over Taman. To sever the sacred region from the rebel lands and pry loose the land from the influence of Nabu and Marduk by force of law. Starting in 447 BCE, the sacred fourth region became a target and a pawn in the Israelite struggle of Marduk and Nabu. The first biblical and Mesopotamian text revealed the conflict directly the greatest international war of antiquity, involving the Hebrew Abraham. That war became placed in center stage of international events. In 2400 BCE, the destiny of the founder of all fields, Abraham, the faith and the Anunnaki god Marduk,
The capital city of Ur.
Haran, the Cavanary, was an important trading center from time immemorial in Haiti, the land of the Hittites. It was located after the crossroads of major international trade and military land routes. Situated at the headwaters of the Euphrates River, it was also a hub of river transportation all the way downstream to Ur itself. Surrounded by fertile meadows watered by the river's tributaries, the Balak and Kabul rivers, it was a center of shepherding. The famed merchants of Ur came there for Haran's wool and brought in exchange to distribute from their Ur's famed woolen garments. Commerce in metals, skins, leather, woods, earthenware products, and spices. The prophet Ezekiel, who was exiled from Jerusalem to the Palmar area in Babylonian times, mentioned Haran's merchants in choice fabrics and embroidered coats of blue and many-colored carpets. Haran, the town by that very name, still exists in Turkey at the border of Syria. It was visited by the Apocalyptic in 1997. It was also known in ancient times as Ur or Ur. At its center stood great people, the Messianic skin. In 2095 BCE, the year when children took over the throne of Ur, a priest named Haran sent the Ur to Haran to serve at the temple. He took along his family, including his son Abram. We know about Terah, his family, and the move from Ur to Haran from the Bible. It was with these verses from the Hebrew Bible begins the pivotal tale of Abraham. Called at the beginning by his Sumerian name Abram, his father, we are told earlier, stemmed from a patriarchal line that went all the way back to Shem, the oldest son of Noah, the hero of the deluge.
Yep.
All those patriarchs enjoyed long lives, Shem to the age of 600, his son Apocalyptic to 438, and subsequent male offspring to 433, 460 years, 239 years, and 230 years. Nahor, the father of Terah, lived to age 148. And Terah himself, who fathered Abram when he was 70 years old, lived to age 205. Chapter 11 of Genesis explains that Apocalyptic and his descendants lived in the lands later known as Sinir and Elam and their surroundings. So Abraham, as Abram, was a true Sumerian. Imagine that. That's where you think the God of the people comes from, folks. The genealogical information alone indicates that Abraham was of a special ancestry. His Sumerian name, Abram, meant father's beloved. An appropriate name for a son finally born to a 70-year-old father. The father's name, Terah, stemmed from the Sumerian epithet name, Tiri. It designated an oracle priest, a priest who observed celestial signs and received oracle messages from a god, and explained or conveyed them to the king. The name of Abram's wife, Sarai, like Sarah in Hebrew, meant princess. The name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, meant queen-like. Both suggest a royal genealogy. Since it was later revealed that Abraham's wife was his half-sister, the daughter of my father but not of my mother, he explained, it follows that Sarah's mother was of royal descent. The family thus belonged to Sumer's highest echelons, combining royal and priestly ancestries. See, that's a key thing to understand about these bloodlines a lot of important. We hear that, the combining of royal and priestly ancestries. So you have the priest class over here, the keepers of the lineage and knowledge. And then the royals over here, the blue bloods, and then you put those together, and boom, that's where you set up this hereditary dictatorship, the divine right to rule. Another significant clue identifying the family's history is the repeated reference by Abraham to himself when he met rulers in Canaan and Egypt. As being a Hebrew, the word stems from the root abor, to come across or to cross, so it has been assumed by biblical scholars that meant that he had come across on the other side of the Euphrates River from Mesopotamia. But I believe that the term was more specific. The name used for Sumer's version of Vatican City, Nippur, is the Akkadian rendering of the original Sumerian name, Nibiru, splendid place of the crossing. Well, that's interesting. Abram and his descendants, who are called in Bible Hebrews, belong to a family that identified themselves as the Hebrews, the Nippurians. That would suggest that Terah was first a priest in Nippur, then moved to and finally to Haran, taking his family along. By synchronizing biblical, Sumerian, and Egyptian chronologies, we arrived at the year 2123 BCE as the day of Abraham's birth. The gods continued to make men our sins cultus in the capital of Sumer to the throne Ur-Nammu took place in 2113 BCE. Soon thereafter, the priesthoods of Nippur and Ur were combined for the first time. It's very likely that it was then that the Nippurian priest Tiru moved with his family, including the 10-year-old boy Abram, to serve as temple in Ur. In 2095 BCE, when Abraham was 28 and already married, Terah was transferred to Haran, taking the family with him. It could not have been just a coincidence that it was the very same year which Shogi succeeded Ur-Nammu. This emerging scenario is that the movements of this family were somehow linked to the geopolitical events of that era, just like it is now. Indeed, when Abraham himself was chosen to carry out divine orders, to leave Haran and rush to Canaan, the great god Marduk took the crucial step of moving to Haran. It was in 2048 BCE that the two moves occurred. Marduk coming to sojourn in Haran, and Abraham leaving Haran for faraway Canaan. We know from Genesis that Abraham was 75 years old, and thus it was 2048 BCE that he was told by God, "Get me out of thy country and out of thy birthplace and from thy father's house. Leave behind Samir and pull in Haran and go. Go to the land in which I will show thee." As for Marduk, a long text known as the Marduk prophecy that he addressed to the people of Haran provides the clue concerning the fact and the time of his move to Haran as 2048 BCE. There is no way those two moves could have been unrelated. But 2048 BC was also the very year in which the Israelite God decided to get rid of Shobi, ordering for him the death of a sinner. A move that signaled the end of the once peaceful meeting and a return to a wrestling conflict. And there is no way that this too was just a coincidence. There were the three moves: Marduk to Haran, Abraham leaving Haran for Canaan, and the removal of the decadent Shobi had to be interconnected. Three simultaneous and interrelated moves in the divine chessboard. All right. The ensuing 24 years from 1048 to 2024 BCE were a time of religious fervor, ferments, of international diplomacy, and intrigue, of military alliances and clashing armies, of struggle for strategic superiority, of spaceport in the Sinai Peninsula and other space-related sites were constantly at the sword of the hands. Amazingly, various written records from antiquity have survived along with not just with an outline of events, but with great details about the battles, the strategies, the discussions, the arguments, the participants, and the moves, and the crucial decisions that resulted in the most profound upheaval on Earth since the deluge. Augmented by the date formulas and various other references, the principal sources for reconstructing those dramatic events are the relevant chapters in Genesis, Marduk's autobiography known as the Marduk Prophecy, a group of tablets in the Spartoli collection in the British Museum known as the Kedola Omar text, and a long historical autobiographical text dictated by the god Nergal to a trusted scribe in a text known as the Era Epos. As in a movie, usually a crime thriller in which the various eyewitnesses and principals describe the same event, not exactly the same way, but from which the real story emerges, so we're able to reach the same result in this case. Marduk's main chess move in 2048 BCE was to establish his command post in Haran. By that, he took away from Menar Sin his vital northern crossroads and severed Samir from the northern lands to the Hittites. Besides the military significance, the move deprived Samir of its economically vital commercial ties. The move also enabled Nabu to marshal his cities toward the Great Sea to set his course. Place names in these texts suggest that the principal cities west of the Euphrates River were coming under full or partial control of the father-son team, including the all-important landing place. It was into the most populated part of the lands of the west, Canaan, that Abraham was commanded to go. He left Haran, taking his wife and nephew Lot with him. He was traveling swiftly southward, stopping only to pay homage to his god at selected sacred sites. His destination was the Negev, the dry region bordering the Sinai Peninsula. He did not stay there long. As soon as Shugli's successor, Enlil Sin, was enthroned in Ur in 2047 BCE, Abraham was instructed to go to Egypt. He was at once taken to meet the reigning pharaoh and was provided with sheep and oxen and asses, and male attendants and female servants, and she-asses and camels. Well, he just said he had female servants. You'd have to say he had she-asses. I mean, we get it. Oh, she-donkeys, I'm sorry. I've never heard the term she-asses before. Let's go get some she-ass, gentlemen. And the Bible is non-regarding the indigenous world to really come to hint that the Pharaoh, being told that Sarai was Abram's sister, assumed that she was being offered to him in marriage, a step to suggest that a treaty was discussed, that such high-level international negotiations were taking place between Abraham and the Egyptian kings was plausible. The one realizes that the year when Abram returned from the Negev after a 7-year stay in Egypt, 2040 BCE, was the very same year in which the feudal princesses of the Egyptian princes of Upper Egypt defeated the previous Lower Egypt dynasty, demolishing Egypt's unified Middle Kingdom. Another geopolitical coincidence. Abraham now reinforced with manpower and camels returned to the Negev in the nick of time. His mission now failed to defend the fourth region of its spaceport. As the biblical narrative reveals, he now had a little elite force of marrying, a term usually translated to young men. The Mesopotamian text used the parallel term lineage, to denote armed cavalrymen. It is my suggestion that Abraham, having learned in Haran tactics from the military excelling Hittites, obtained in Egypt a striking force of swift, hill-riding cavalrymen. His base in Canaan was again the Negev, the area bordering the Sinai Peninsula. A week of time for a mighty army, legions of an alliance of criminal was on its way, not only to crush and punish the sinning cities that switched allegiance to other gods, but also to capture the spaceport. The Sumerian text dealing with the reign of Amor-Sin showed his son and successor inform us that in 2041 BCE he launched his greatest and last military expedition against the lands of the West that fell under the Marduk-Nabu spell and entailed an invasion of unparalleled scope by an international alliance in which not only cities of men, but also strongholds of gods and their offspring were attacked. It was indeed such a major and unparalleled occurrence that the Bible devoted a whole long chapter to it, Genesis chapter 14. Biblical scholars call it the War of the Kings, or climaxing a great battle between an army of 4 kings of the east and the combined forces of 5 kings of the west, and culminating in a remarkable military feat by Abraham's swift cavalrymen. The Bible begins its report of that great international war by listing the kings and kingdoms of the east who came and made war in the west. And it came to pass in the days of Aramphal, king of Shinar, Ariochah, king of Elasar, Kedorah, Omar, king of Elam, and Tidal, the king of Goyim. The tablets named the Kedorah text was first brought to scholarly attention by Syriologist Theophilus Pinches in a lecture at the Victoria Institute, London, in 1897. They clearly describe the same events that are the great international war of chapter 14 of Genesis, though in much greater detail. It is quite possible indeed that those tablets served as the source for the biblical writers. Those tablets identify Kedorah Omer, king of Elam, and the Elamite king of Kedor Laomar, who is known from historical records as Ariochah, and has been identified as Ariaku, the servant of the moon god, who reigned in the city of Larsa, and Tidal was identified as Tud-Gula, a vassal of the king of Elam. There has been over the years debate regarding the identity of the Ephraim king of Shinar. Suggestions ranged all the way from Hammurabi, a Babylonian king centuries later. Shinar was the constant biblical name for Sumer, not Babylon. So who in the time of Abraham was its king? I have convincingly suggested in the Wars of Gods and Men that the Hebrew should be read not Amorah fell, but Amar fell, from the Sumerian Amar Paul, and variant of Amar-Sin, whose date formulas attest that he did indeed in 2041 BCE launch the War of the Kings. The fully identified coalition, according to the Bible, was led by the Elamites, a detail corroborated by the Mesopotamian data that highlights the re-emerging leading role of Numerta in the struggle. The Bible also dates this Kedorah Omer invasion by observing that it took place 14 years after the previous Elamite incursion into Canaan. Another detail referring to the data from Shubi's time. The invasion route this time was, however, different. shortcutting the distance from Mesopotamia by a risky passage through a stretch of desert. The invaders avoided the densely populated Mediterranean coastline by marching on the eastern side of the Jordan River. The Bible lists the places where those battles took place and who the Israelite forces formed battle with. The information indicates that an attempt was made to settle accounts with old adversaries, the sins of the intermarrying Eve, even the circle of you, who evidently supported the uprising against the Israelites. The sight was not lost to the prime target, the spaceport. The invading forces followed what was known as, that has been known since biblical times, as the way running north-south on the eastern side of the Jordan. And when they turned westward toward the gateway to the Sinai Peninsula, they met a blocking force, Abraham and his cavalrymen. Referring to the peninsula's gateway city, Dur-Ma-Elani, the God's great fortified place, the Bible called it Kadesh Barnea. The Kedora Omer text clearly stated that the way was blocked there. The son of the priest, anointed by the gods, I suggest, was Abraham, the son of the priest Terah. A date formula tablet belonging to Amar Sin inscribed on both sides boasts of destroying Nebuchadnezzar, the shepherding place of Israel. In fact, at the gateway to the spaceport, there was no battle. The mere presence of Abraham's cavalry striking force persuaded the invaders to turn away to richer and more lucrative targets. But if the reference is indeed to Abraham by name, it offers once more an extraordinary extra-biblical corroboration of the patriarchal record, no matter who claims victory. Prevented from entering the Sinai Peninsula, the army of the East turned northward. The Dead Sea was then shorter. Its current southern appendix was not yet submerged. And it was then a fertile plain rich with farmland and trading centers. The settlements there included 5 cities, among them the infamous Sodom and Gomorrah. Turning northward, the invaders now faced the combined forces of what the Bible called 5 sinning cities. It was there, the Bible reports, that the 4 kings fought and defeated the 5 kings, looting the cities and taking captives with them. The invaders marched back this time on the western side of Jordan. The biblical focus on these battles kind of ended with that turning back, were it not for the fact that Abraham's nephew Lot, who resided in Sodom, was among the captives. When a refugee from Sodom told Abraham what happened, he armed his trained men, 318 of them, and gave chase. His cavalry caught up with the invaders all the way north near Damascus, where Lot was freed and the booty recovered. He said booty, and recovered the booty. Well, forget what happened to Lot. Make sure you get that booty. The Bible records the feat as the smiting of Kedora Omer and the kings who were with him by Abraham. The historical record suggests that as audacious and far-flung as that war of the kings had been, it failed to surpass the Marduk-Nebu surge. Amar Sin, we know, died in 2039 BCE, fell not by an enemy lance, but by a scorpion's bite. He was replaced in 2038 BCE by his brother Shusin. The data for his 9-year reign record 2 military forays northward, but none westward. They speak mostly of his defensive measures. He relied mainly on building new sections of the wall of the west against attacking Amorites. The defenses, however, were moved each time ever closer to Seir's heartlands, and the territory controlled from Ur kept shrinking. By the time the next and last of the Ur, the third dynasty, Ibidi Sin, ascended to the throne, the invaders from the west had broken through the defensive wall and were clashing with Ur's foreign legion. They were clashing with Ur's foreign legion Edomite troops in Sumerian territory. Targeting and prompting the Westerners on board, the cherished target was Nebu. His divine father, Marduk himself, was waiting in Haran for the recapture of Babylon. Marduk is Ra, and Ra just wanted to rule everything. The great gods called to emergency council, then approved extraordinary steps that changed the future forever. So that's the end of chapter 5. The next chapter we'll start on tomorrow is Gone with the Wind. Of section 4. Again, why he never talked about Vulcan is just a big question for me. Vulcan actually said to have millions of effects. I don't know. I'm down with Sumerian stuff. I'm just not down with the whole deal. I just don't believe it. It was Sumerian texts tell 120 such orbits. 432,000 Earth years prior to the deluge, the great flood that the Anunnaki came to Earth. How and why they came, their first cities in the Eden, the biblical Eden, their fashioning of the atom and the reasons for it, and the events of the catastrophic deluge have all been told in the Earth Chronicle series of my books, and will not be. But before we time travel to the momentous 21st century BCE, some pre-diluvial and post-diluvial landmark events need to be recalled. The biblical tale of the deluge, starting in chapter 6 of Genesis, describes its conflicting aspects to a sole deity, Yahweh, who at first is determined to wipe mankind off the face of the earth, and then goes out of his way to save it through Noah and the ark. Well, that's again, Yahweh is a combination combining. It's like they're combining Enlil and Enki together into one thing, because of course Enki created mankind for compassion for them, and Enlil wanted them wiped out, and Enki had compassion, created love, and saved them. The earlier Sumerian sources of the tale ascribe the disaffection with mankind to the god Enlil, and the counter-effort to save mankind to the god Enki. What the Bible glossed over for the sake of monotheism was not just a disagreement between Enlil and Enki, but a rivalry and a conflict between two clans of Anunnaki that dominated the course of subsequent events on Earth. The conflict between the two and their offspring and the Earth religions allocated to them after the deluge need to be kept in mind to understand all that happened thereafter. The two were half-brothers, sons of Nibiru's ruler Anu. The conflict on Earth had its roots on their home planet, Nibiru. Enki, then called Ea, whose home is water, or exactly. That's what most of our planet's made of. That's why Earth, E-A-R-T-H, the realm of Ea, that's what the Earth means. It was Anu's firstborn son, but not the official spouse. Antu. When Enlil was born to Anu by Antu, a half-sister of Anu, Enlil became the legal heir to Nibiru's throne, though he was not the firstborn son. The unavoidable resentment on the part of Enki and his maternal family was exacerbated by the fact that Anu's accession to the throne was problematic to begin with. Having lost out in a succession struggle to a rival named Olaru, he later usurped the throne in a coup d'etat, forcing Olaru to put Nibiru for his life. That not only backtracked the odds and semblance of the days of his forebears, but also brought about other challenges to the leadership of Enlil, as told in the epic tale of Anzu.
Olaru's native on Mars.
The ancestries of Anu and Antu, and where to see the lost book of Enki, or if you never yet, listen to my video on YouTube. The key to unlocking the mystery of the god's succession and marriage rules was my realization that these rules also applied to the people chosen by them to serve as their proxies to mankind. Well, yeah, that's what the pronouns do. It was the biblical tale of the patriarch Abraham in Genesis 20:12. Isn't that interesting? Genesis 20:12. In the book of Genesis, chapter 20, verse 12. That he did not lie when he had presented his wife Sarah as his sister. Indeed, she is my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. Not only was marrying a half-sister from a different mother permitted, but a son by her, in this case Isaac, became the first legal heir and dynastic successor, rather than the firstborn Ishmael. Sees with apocalyptic trepidation, Messianic fervor, and end-time anxiety. Religious fanaticism manifests itself in wars, rebellions, and the slaughter of infidels. Armies amassed by kings of the West are warring with armies of the kings of the East. A clash of civilization shakes the foundations of traditional ways of life. Carnage in both cities and towns. The high and the mighty seek safety behind protected walls. Natural calamities and ever-intensifying catastrophes leave people wondering, has mankind sinned? Is it witnessing divine wrath? Is it due for another annihilating deluge? Is this the apocalypse? Will there be salvation? Are Messianic times afoot? The time, the 21st century AD, or was it the 21st century BCE? The answer, if correct, is yes and yes. Both in our own time as well as in those ancient times, it is the condition of the present time as well as at a time more than 4 millennia ago. The amazing similarity is due to events in the middle time in between, the period associated with the Messianic fervor at the time of Jesus. Those three cataclysmic periods for mankind and its planet, two in the recorded past, circa 2100 BCE and when BCE changed to AD, one in the near future are interconnected. One has led to the other. One can be understood only by understanding the other. The present stems from the past. The past is the future. Essential to all three is Messianic expectation, and linking all three is prophecy. How the present time of troubles and tribulations will end, what the future portends, requires entering the realm of prophecy. Ours will not be a melange of newfound predictions whose main magnet is fear of doom and end, but a reliance upon unique ancient records that documented the past, predicted the future, and recorded previous messianic expectations, prophesizing the future in antiquity, and one believes the future that is to come. In all three apocalyptic instances, the two that had occurred, the one that is about to happen, the physical and spiritual relationship between heaven and earth was and remains pivotal for the events. The physical aspects were expressed by the existence on earth of actual sites that linked earth with the heavens. Sites that were deemed crucial or focuses of the events. The spiritual aspects have been expressed in what we call religion. In all three instances, a changed relationship between man and God was central, except that when circa 2100 BCE, mankind faced the first of these three apocalyptic upheavals. The relationship was between man and God, in the plural, meaning more than one. Whether that relationship has really changed, the reader will soon discover. The story of the gods, the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, as the Sumerians called them, begins with their coming to earth from Nibiru in need of gold. The story of their planet was told in antiquity in the Epic of Creation, a long text on 7 tablets. It is usually considered to be an allegorical myth, the product of primitive minds that spoke of planets as living gods combating each other. But as I have shown in my book, The 12th Planet, the ancient text is in fact a sophisticated cosmology that tells how a stray planet passing by our solar system collided with a planet called Tiamat. The collision resulted in the creation of Earth and its moon, of the asteroid belts and comets, and in the capture of the invader itself in a great elliptical orbit that takes about 3,600 years to complete. And that's the whole basis of it. All right. We are starting a new series of reading here tonight for you on the show. This is Zachariah Sitchin's The End of Days, Armageddon, and Prophecies of the Return, the 7th and concluding book of the Earth Chronicles. And again, not endorsing this or saying I believe in it. I would refer you to my spiel at the beginning of the show tonight. purpose, the past, the future. When will they return? I've been asked this question countless times by people who've read my books. Will they, being the Anunnaki, the extraterrestrials who have come to Earth from their planet Nibiru, and who were revered in antiquity as gods, will it be when Nibiru and its elongated orbit returns to our vicinity, and what will happen then? Will there be darkness at noon and the Earth shall shatter? Will it be peace on Earth or Armageddon? A millennium of trouble and tribulations, or a Messianic second coming? Will it happen in 2012 or later, or not at all? These are profound questions that combine people's deepest hopes and anxieties with religious beliefs and expectations. Questions compounded by current events, wars in lands where the entwined affairs of gods and men began, the threats of nuclear holocausts, the alarming ferocity of natural disasters. They are questions that I dared not answer all these years, but now are questions the answers to which must not be delayed. Questions about the return, it ought to be realized, are not new. They have inexorably been linked to the past as they are today to the expectation and the apprehension of the day of the Lord, the end of days, Armageddon. 4 millennia ago, the Near East witnessed a God and his Son promising heaven on earth. More than 3 millennia ago, king and people in Egypt yearned for a Messianic time. 2 millennia ago, the people of Judea wondered whether the Messiah had appeared, and we are still seized with the mysteries of those events. Are prophecies coming true? We shall deal with the puzzling answers that will give and solve ancient enigmas, decipher the origin and meanings of symbols, the cross, the fishes, the chalice. We shall describe the role of space-related sites in historic events, and show why past, present, and future converge in Jerusalem, the place of the bond of heaven and earth. And we shall ponder why it is that our current 21st century AD is so similar to the 21st century BCE. Is history repeating itself? Is it destined to repeat itself? Is it all guided by a Messianic clock? Is the time at hand? More than 2 millennia ago, Daniel of Old Testament fame repeatedly asked the angels when. When will be the end of days, the end of time? More than 3 centuries ago, the famed Sir Isaac Newton who elucidated the secrets of celestial rulings, composed treatises on the Old Testament's book of Daniel and the New Testament's book of Revelation. His recently found handwritten calculations concerning the end of days will be analyzed, along with more recent predictions of the end. Both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament asserted that the secrets of the future are embedded in the past. But the destiny of earth is connected to the heavens. But the affairs and fate of mankind are linked to those of God and gods. In dealing with what is yet to happen, we cross over from history to prophecy. One cannot be understood without the other, and we shall report them both. And with that as our guide, let us look at what is to come through the lens of what had been. The answers will be certainly to surprise. And that was the introduction there of Zechariah 6 in New York, November 2006. Chapter number 1, the Messianic clock. Wherever one turns, humankind appears in the deluge, swept over the earth, obliterated all the cities of the gods, with their mission control center and spaceport, and buried denuded under millions of tons of mud and silt. Everything had to be done all over again, but much could no longer be the same. First and foremost, it was necessary to create a new spaceport facility, with a new mission control center, and new beacon sites for a landing period. The new landing path was anchored again on the prominent twin peaks of Ararat. The other components were all new, the actual spaceport and the Sinai Peninsula, a 30th parallel north, artificial twin beacon peaks and beacon sites, the Giza pyramids, and a new mission control center at a place called Jerusalem. It was a layout that played a crucial role in post-millennial events. The deluge was a watershed in the affairs of both gods and men, and in the relationship between the two. the earthlings who were fashioned to serve and work for the gods were henceforth treated as junior partners on a devastated planet. The new relationship between men and gods was formulated, sanctified, and codified when mankind was granted its first high civilization in Mesopotamia circa 3800 BCE. The momentous event followed a statement to Earth by Anu, not just as the Uri ruler, but also as the head of the pantheon on Earth, of the ancient gods. Another and probably the main reason for his visit was the establishment and affirmation of peace among the gods themselves, a loyal arrangement dividing the lands of the old world among the two principal Anunnaki clans, that of Enlil and that of Enki, for the new post-diluvial circumstances, and the new location of the space facilities requiring a new territorial division among the gods. It was a division that was reflected in the biblical table of nations, Genesis chapter 10, in which the spread of mankind emanating from the three sons of Noah was recorded by nationality and geography. Asia to the nations, lands of Shem, Europe to the descendants of Japheth, Africa to the nations, lands of Ham. The historical records show that the parallel division among the gods allowed the first two to be Israelites, the third one to Enki and his sons. The connecting Sinai Peninsula, where the viral post-diluvial space port was located, was set aside as a neutral, sacred region.
Fucking A.
And the reason why those are considered the holy lands
What's up, Cat?
and stuff.
How you
So that's
doing?
where the fucking aliens landed. Come on. While the Bible simply listed the lands and
Don't
nations
do that,
about
man.
Noahide division, the earlier Sumerian text recorded the fact that the division was a deliberate act. The result of
You need a little bit of
deliberations
both.
by the leadership of the Anunnaki.
Water's a
A
good
text
idea.
known as the Epic of Etana tells us that the great Anunnaki who decreed the fates sat exchanging their counsels regarding the earth.
I have gallons of
They
water in
created the four
storage.
regions and set up the settlements. In the first region, the land between the two rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris, Mesopotamia, man's first known high civilization, that of Sumer, was established. Where the pre-diluvial cities of the gods had been, cities of man arose, each with its sacred precinct where deity resided in his or her ziggurat. Enlil and Nippur, Ninmah and Shipparak, Ninurta and Lagash, Nanarsin and Ur, so on and so on, in each such urban center, an Ensi, a righteous shepherd, initially a chosen demigod, was selected to govern the people in behalf of the gods. His main assignment was to promulgate codes of justice and morality. In the sacred precinct, a priesthood overseen by a high priest served the god, and his spouse supervised the holiday celebrations and handled the rites of offerings, sacrifices, and prayers to the gods. Art and sculpture, music and dance, poetry and hymns, and above all, writing and record keeping flourished in the temples and extended to the royal place. The royal palace, rather. From time to time, one of those cities was selected to serve as the land's capital. Yeah. The son of the handmaiden Hagar.
Fucking Sammy
How such
Hagar.
succession rules caused the bitter feud between Ra's divine descendants in Egypt, the half-brothers of Cyrus and Seth,
You have to have a
who
fucking
married the half-sisters of Isis and Nephitis, is explained in the Wars of Gods and Men. Though those succession rules appear complex, they were based on those who write about royal dynasties They were based on what those who write about royal dynasties call bloodlines. What we now should recognize as sophisticated DNA genealogies that also distinguish between general DNA inherited from the parents, as well as the mitochondrial DNA that's inherited by females only from the mother. The complex yet basic rule was this: dynastic lines continue through the male line. The firstborn son is the next in succession. A half-sister could be taken as a wife if she had a different mother, and if a son by such a half-sister is later born, that son, though not firstborn, becomes the legal heir of the dynastic successor. The rivalry between the two half-brothers, Eli and Enki and Enlil, in matters of the throne was complicated by personal rivalry in matters of the heart. They both coveted their
I'd like
half-sister
him to kill
Nineveh, whose mother was yet another concubine of Anu. She was Eon's
I think
true
we've already
love,
heard this part though.
but he was not permitted to marry her. Enlil then took over and had a son by her,
This is the
Ninurta.
beginning of it
But
again.
born without
Yeah, it's
wedlock, the succession rules made Ninurta Enlil's uncontested heir, being both his firstborn son and one born by a royal half-sister. Ea, as related in the Earth Chronicles book, was the leader of the first group of 50 Anunnaki to come to Earth to obtain the gold needed to protect Nibiru's dwindling atmosphere. When the initial plans failed, his half-brother Enlil was sent to Earth with more Anunnaki for an expanded mission. If that was not enough to create a hostile atmosphere, Ninmah too arrived on Earth to serve as chief mental officer. A long text known as the racist epic begins the story of gods and men on Earth with a visit by between his two sons, and that was ruining the vital mission. He even offered to stay on Earth and let one of the half-brothers assume the regency on the Nibiru. With that in mind, the ancient texts tell us lots were drawn to determine who would stay on Earth and who would sit on the Nibiru's throne. The result of drawing lots then was that Anu returned to Nibiru as its king, Ea, given dominion over the seas and waters. In later times,
And here's the part we haven't heard.
It was also then that a temple to Yahweh in Jerusalem forever linked its sacred site to the course of historic events and mankind's messianic expectations. The time and the place were no coincidence. The impending return dictated the enshrinement of the erstwhile mission control center. Compared to the mighty and conquering imperial powers of those days, Babylonia, Assyria, Egypt, the Hebrew
I've been trying not to pay attention to the news. Last time I watched the news, I predicted the Queen's death. And it kind of freaked me out.
Processional ways, ornate gates,
I just,
majestic palaces,
fuck,
cane
man.
gardens, sacred pools, and river harbors. Jerusalem was a small
They were trying to
city
tell
with
us the
hastily
Queen's
built
dead
walls and
before they told us the
empty
Queen's dead. I'm
and yet
telling you.
millennia later,
I saw it.
it is Jerusalem, a living city.
I'm like,
is in the
fuck,
heart.
that's weird.
And the
This
daily
is weird.
headlines when the grandeur
I did. I
of
said,
all
look,
nations'
Queen's gonna be
capitals is
dead in a
turned
week or
dust
two.
and ruin.
Damn! Bitch, dead. I got
The temple of Yahweh that was
I
built
can't
in
go around
Jerusalem,
doing shit like that.
and its prophets whose oracles came true. Their prophecies
I'm gonna stop
being
watching the
therefore believed
news.
still hold the key to the future. The Hebrew
That's all I
Association
got
with
to say.
Jerusalem, and in particular,
I know that
the
bitch was
Bible
dead for a
back
week.
to the time
They
of
was
Abraham.
telling you. Weird shit. I'm like, I'm reading. I'm like, that don't even make sense. Why am I reading this?
He was greeted by Melchizedek, the king of Ur-Shalom, Jerusalem. He was the priest of the God Most High. There, Abraham was blessed. and
Talk good
returned
about
to
you.
Noah. The God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. It was again then that Abraham's devotion was tested, that he granted a covenant with God. And it took a millennium until the right time and circumstances for the temple to be built. The Bible asserted that the Jerusalem temple was unique, and so indeed it was. It was conceived to
Country boy
preserve
archaeology.
the bond of heaven and earth. But the
You know, Ra's not a god, right?
Once been. So it was looking to establish itself as a stargate.
Graham Hancock, Brian Forrester, and them
Thus does
don't
the
seem
Bible
to
record in the
understand
first
that.
book of Kings, the memorable start of the construction of the
It
temple.
ain't no
of Yahweh in
difference
Jerusalem
between the
by
two
King
angry
Solomon,
brothers down there in
giving
South
us
America.
the
That's Ron
exact
Horse
date
too.
of the event.
Red, blue.
It was a
Kachinas.
crucial, decisive step whose
Not very
consequences are still
difficult.
with us. And the time, it must be noted, was when Babylon and Assyria adopted the sign of the cross as the harbinger of the return.
'Cause I don't talk nice
So
about
again,
anybody
the
that tells
return,
lies.
The return of the cross, the cross and the sign of the return.
I can prove their lies.
And the return of
They
who?
weren't
The return of
worshipped as
Jesus,
gods.
the return of Marta, the return of Ra.
They were depicted as sons,
It's all
which
the
is
same
what
thing.
they are.
The dramatic story of the Jerusalem temple starts not with Solomon, but with King David, Solomon's father, and how he happened to become Israel's king is a tale that reveals a divine plan.
What kills me
is the cuneiform itself tells us the planet of the crossing travels with another sun. It speaks of the great sun, the blue one. I wonder how all these archaeologists missed on that. Yeah, it's not religious. It's not. And it's not a ball game at all. That's a planet that's on Ra's head in Egypt. Those boats with the people in them and the red and the blue king in front of them. What do you think that is? That's the planets that came back with that sun. Is what that is. And it correlates from Peru to Giza. How did Graham Hancock and the boys miss that shit? How did everybody miss that? Yeah, well, how did they miss that? That's what I want to know. Country boy, do I sub to you? I probably do. I've given you Ra and Horus if I do. That might be why you're here. Yeah, let me tell you. They do tell you that. And I like hearing this. We live in a three-sun system, and I don't know if you've noticed or not, but our Earth's axis tilted, and the sky's rolling because those suns are really, really close now. And if you know this, and you're going to talk this, and I'll talk real nice about it. Good, my friend. Yeah, I don't think it's a belief. If you've seen the videos, like Peru, same as Giza, and I mean, it's just, yeah, you know this already. It's not a guess. We just saw through the lie. We wrote those things in stone in very simple manner. They've just been trying to confuse it with language that was never spoken. It's a language of physics, and it's amazing. Everything I've looked at, I shunned away everything about ancient anything. They were knuckle dragging, dead god worshiping. Why did I care? I'd never watched documentaries. I didn't give a fuck. I never looked. And then one day, one was put in my face, and it made too much sense. And we got omnipresence of our Creator out of it. Fucking amazing. Yeah, it came from the rocks. We were fucking amazing back in the day, and we have no reason that we can't be again, except for our division of each other and the lies we've been told. Well, you see that thumbnail? That came right off of fucking ISWA. That's court empirical. That's IR spectrum. That's science. You see those two rainbows in the sky? That's color spectrum. That's the two completely different spectrums of rainbow. That's two different sources. That's empirical evidence also. You can literally prove in court that Ra broke and entered into the solar system. Brought along Horus. Two light sources. And then when you're seeing those two shadows in the middle of the fucking late afternoon driving north and south on that highway, and you see cars casting two shadows, it's like, I only see one sun because you can't see a fucking ultraviolet sun. It's like a black light. It's a dark star. They got a lot of names for that one. That's Ra. He's right on our ass. But yeah, that's amazing. I would love to see some archaeologists give out real truth. Yeah, and the pouring of semen. We can never forget the pouring of semen of it. Fucking pictures. Yeah, well, this is the end of days, and the reason they call this one the end is because we have all three suns converging. And we're going to have a pretty good nova, which we usually do, even when just the two come together. Horus usually does nova, micronova. And this, as I understand, isn't going to be a micronova. It's going to be a full-on nova sun explosion, where he's going to be destined to be as bright and big as his father, which means we're going to have a big blast. And we need a bunch of shields. And magnets determine that we're the difference here. And I found that amazing. Because I was along the lines of Earth would be great without us. But literally in this fucking situation, that's not true. Yep. And the stones. And a lot of the natives have lost a lot of the meaning of their stories. Although they hand them down, they've lost a lot of their information. Although the Hopi seem to understand Ra and Horus were Hebrew drawings in fucking Egypt, that they were doing those things before they disappeared, and their fucking kachinas are full of shit. And they were Muslim Hebrew over there. I tracked them down to who the hell they were. Original dark-haired people, descendants of Cain. And yeah, they know. Some of them do. Not all of them. They've been hiding a lot of the truth from their own tribes, is what I found. Yeah, well, the past doesn't matter. The coming days do. And what frequency is in their heart, what choice they make when they have the knowledge, that matters. The past for no one matters. It's what's in your heart. In these days, it counts. Because, yeah, there's some real life shit going on. Obviously, these motherfuckers don't want us to know about. I've often ranted at the archaeology channels since I started watching that, hey, look, this is the way it is. We've been lied to. And they continue to lie. And then I looked at Mesoamerica a year or two into it. And I was like, I took one look. I was like, oh my God, that's wrong. And the only reason I looked is because somebody sent me a totem pole with a dingly cobra on it in the middle of the jungle of Peru. I was like, wait a minute. I recognize that guy. And the fucked up thing is, his shirt in Giza is the long and the short end of the V-neck. It's his shorts in Mesoamerica that's the long end and the short end of the V-neck of his magnetosphere. It matches. We drew it so technically that I took one look. I was like, oh my God, there's no question. That's the same guy. Same fucking guy. His shirt's on his pants now. That's all there was to it. I was blown away. And I started looking a little bit more. I found there were boats in fucking Peru too. And I was with the little king thing. And I was like, oh my God. Who missed this shit? Graham Hancock. Brian Forster. Like, God damn it. I need to get into these temples. Because I can read them. So you go looking at the archaeology things and they'll give you like a little flash of a little piece of a wall. And there's amazing shit on that wall. Where's the rest of it? Explains what I'm looking at. Because I understand it's like one of my favorites are manipulating the accretion disk to a magnet, but I have no idea why. I want to look at the rest of the fucking temple. I can't find it. It's like I said, I just started with this. I'm doing it on the computer. I'd like to see this shit. Fuck. I can't believe I got a magnet and they fucking kept that from me for fucking 52 years. Jesus. It's amazing. Yeah, I got all that information off of fucking Stella. It's just fucking amazing. Right down to omnipresence, goosebumps, fucking stem cells, all that shit.
Well, I'm mobile. I'm fixing to dig into some shit. I'm fixing to hit the tribes. Go fucking heal some of them. Make sure they heal. Give their fucking magnet to the others. The lies and the hiding of the knowledge got to end. Well, you'll know. You'll know where we're at because we're going to be doing lives everywhere we're at. We're here for the next couple weeks doing lives with Anna. I want to help get her some business going on up here in Denver. Nice, that's good to know. That's a very valuable thing right there, somewhere to park. I don't usually frequent inner cities with the RV. I would usually go out somewhere like past Evergreen or something, blow glass in the forest out there for a few days, and then come in, sell the glass, head back out. But I'm working out here in the middle of the city right at the moment for the next couple of weeks, so we're bouncing around looking for parking places all the time. And Denver County and Arapahoe County, they're very tourism driven, so they don't allow overnight parking in the Walmarts, which really confounds shit. All the Walmarts all over the country invite RVers, and they got a whole section for us. We spend money at Walmart, so they want us in their parking lot. We stayed out in Evergreen for a few days. They didn't never fucking blink an eye at us. But we were like one of the smaller rigs there. We had fucking semis up in shit. Jimmy Carter. Yeah, I'm very familiar with Georgia. I was married down in Jacksonville for a while. Built houses up in Jekyll Island and all over Georgia. Jacksonville, Florida. I've driven through there a few hundred times too. I like chickens. Clint says he got a full house. You know we're coming through. We'll be seeing you, Glenn. We will be knocking on your door, talking about plug me in. Anybody live in Houston, Texas, know Bomb Diggity Glass. The owner, Matt, used to drive tow truck when I met him. And Seamus's mom and I were in the RV traveling around the country and run into him through a friend of hers. And he was all like, fuck, man, park that thing in my house and plug this right in, man. We blow glass. Taught that man how to blow glass. Now he's got 3 stores out there in Houston area. Fucking blowing live all day. I love peanuts too. We got so many peanuts with the RV. It might be funny. Look up water hose. Fucking A, man. You know, that would heat our water. It's all right. I'm going to sell that bike here next day or two. We'll have a generator soon enough. I'm still working here at Anna's though for a couple weeks. I love Anna and want to help. Things ain't very good anywhere in the economy. Passing out flyers and talking to people. Talk about the jazz and about to get motherfucking naked on this street. It's hot. I got my fucking bad hair day I had on. It was cold yesterday, cold and rainy. Chicken pot and pie. They got all that here. They got some good weed. I got some Glen weed. Thank you, Glen. That came from Colorado. We was standing out there waiting on his wife to come out of the club because he come up here to get some weed. And hi there, Charm. How you doing? Morning, afternoon, I guess. Almost 3 now. Hey, we was standing out there waiting. We heard this guy giving a bad rap on the side. And I'm like, what the fuck? Started listening to him. Yeah, he talking about $20 ounces. Lynn's running over to him already. Hands him $20. Homie hands him an ounce and a half. Easy. And I was like, oh fuck. I looked at his bag, fucking saw it was good weed. Fucking smelled it. I was like, okay, all right, $20. They gave me a couple ounces in a bag. I was like, oh shit, this guy's scales broke. Then Polly walks up, fucking, he looks at her and says, I'll give you the rest for $40. And she had $40 of Glenn's money in her hand. She bought 2 pounds of fucking weed for fucking $40. Oh, we took off. I was sitting there like, damn, look at that. It came in one of the dispensary bags. So I'm sure it was old dispensary weed. But fuck, man, to get you high. I had that shit in storage for a month. We just got it out. It's still getting me high. We packed it away when we was moving. I tell you, I told Glenn if he stuck with me, he's gonna find some good deals. I didn't even contend on that shit. I didn't think he had a broken scale. I was looking at my bag like, God damn. Then Polly walks away with a grocery bag full of shit. I'm like, I took appropriation of it because at that time I was the only one legally allowed to carry that much weed at one point. Oh yeah. His wife took a look at us, all three. It was like, what'd you do, Glenn? And how long is it going to take for the cops to get here? Is what she's thinking. She took one look at that fucking bag of weed and was like, oh my God. And we started walking to the car. Then what was really funny, we pulled up in the gas station a couple minutes later, and a cop pulls up behind us. Everybody's asshole just fucking started crinkling seats, man. Except for mine. I was sitting on a bunch of weed. I was fixing the back of bowl. Give a fuck, it's legal in Colorado. What did you do now, man? Hey, skunk, how you doing? Fucking jamming, making some pieces, Dave. Fucking smoking some Glen weed. Getting high. I'm fixing to pop off a little seat for this bubbler. Let's see what happens. Maybe we cut off this pipe. And we're listening to In Today's. Let's take my motherfucking shirt off because it's hot in here.
This was the purpose of the campaigns, is not only from their targets,
fucking
but also from the grandstand. Now, see, again,
it's still hot in here.
If everything revolves around having control of the spaceport, and I would agree with that from my research. I think that's everything to it. That's why there's components put around the big cities, because it's like wherever the people are around these cities where the landing pads are going to be considered, the chosen people already. And so that indicates that there are ships returning and landing on Earth and that these have importance. But that to me contradicts the idea that it's always this planet coming around here. You see? There's another case there. I don't know anybody who doesn't have a brain who can't see that. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But again, this stuff kind of crazy when you're ignorant and not researching the stuff yourself. Interestingly, their first target was the area of Congo River, with its important trade and religious center of Iran. Their successors took it from there, frequently bearing the name of previously glorified kings, hence the numerations 1, 2, 3, etc. Further, the successive kings expanded Assyrian control in all directions. But with special emphasis on the coastal cities and mountains of Laban and Lebanon, circa 860 BCE. Ashurbanipal II, who lived across the Roman ship, boasted of capturing the Phoenician coastal cities of Tyre, Sidon, and Jebus. That the city in the Cedar Mountains and its sacred site, the Odin landing place on Mount. His son and successor, Shalmaneser III, recorded the erecting there of a commemorative stela, calling the place Bit Adin. The name literally meant the Eden abode.
I'm working out with bigger kilns too.
By that same
I
name,
get a lot more work done.
The prophet Ezekiel castigated the king of Tyre for dealing himself about if he had been to that sacred place and ruled within its fiery stones. And the prophet Amos listened when he spoke of the coming day of the Lord. As to be expected, the Assyrians then turned their attention to the other sanctuary site. After the death of Solomon, his kingdom was split by his continuing heirs into Judea, with Jerusalem as its capital in the south, and Israel as its 10 tribes in the north. In his best-known inscribed monument, the Black Obelisk, Shalmaneser III recorded the receipt of tribute from the Israelite king Jehu, and in a scene dominated by the ludicrous kingdom of the Hebrews, depicted him kneeling in objects. Both the Bible and the Assyrian annals record the subsequent invasion of Israel by Apocalyptic III, the attacking of its very fathers within the partial exile of the lineage. Then in 1722 BCE, with Shalmaneser VI of the land of Israel, exile objects and placed in the stone. The 10 tribes of the remaining the last 3 years. Why and how, on his return from Israel, Shalmaneser was punished and voted to place on the throne by another son of Tidal Simon was also an unsolved mystery. Well, that's not an unsolved mystery to me. The classic case of him assassinating somebody else and putting somebody else in the house just to be good time. So that is. Having already captured the landing place, the Assyrians were now at the doorstep of the final prize, Jerusalem. And then they held off the final step. The Bible explained it by attributing it all to the will of Yahweh. And the generation of Assyrian records suggests that what in the end, when the will of Israel and Judea were synchronized, is what in the end they did about Babylon and Moab. After the capture of the space-related site in Lebanon, the before launching the campaign called Jerusalem, the Assyrians took an unprecedented step for reconciliation with tomorrow. In 729 BCE, Tidal Persia III entered Babylon, took to its sacred precincts and took the water. It was a gesture with great religious and diplomatic significance. The priest of Marduk approved the reconciliation by inviting Tidal Persia to share in God's sacramental meal. Following that, Tidal Persia's stay started on the second March Sabbath in Odin's career in the Kai area. And after seizing the kingdom, came back again to Babylon. And 710 BCE, he, like his father, took the hands of Marduk during the lunar ceremony. The task of capturing the remaining space-related site fell to Sargon's successor, Sennacherib. He was south of Jerusalem in 704 BCE at the time of its king Hezekiah, was evidently very both in Sennacherib's annals and in the Bible. But while Sennacherib, in his inscriptions, simply spoke just of the successful seizing of the ability to break it to local cities, the Bible provides a detailed tale of the siege of Jerusalem by reminding the reality that is miraculous and worked out by Yahweh's will. Israel is working and establishing people in the fields and doing some psychological warfare. By trying to destroy their lives through the things that they love. Israel is going to pressure of Yahweh. The first king Ezekiel killed his clothes and running and praying the people to Yahweh, the God of Israel, and rests upon the children, the throne God upon all the nations for help. It was response to Messianic and Abraham, God's oracle. The Assyrian kings and entered into the city. He will return him and failure, and where he will be assassinated. It came to pass that night that the angel of Yahweh went forth and smote the king and the Assyrians 185,000. And so I drove the hell and were all dead corpses. And so Pharaoh, the king of Assyria, departed and going back to his abode in Ramah. After 1935, Jack 36, this is incredible. You know, you have the context that you know all this stuff years and you see that in the Bible, you're like, oh God. You know, the Bible, the Bible is all about, you know, aliens and invaders and all this. It's just insane. To make sure the reader realizes that the whole prophecy came true, the biblical narrative then continues. And so the cherub went away and journeyed back to Nineveh. And it was when he was bowing down in his temple to his God, that Adar and Shazir struck him down with a sword. And they fled to the land of Iraq. His son Ereshkigal became king in his stead.
I've been thinking about it, Cole.
Sennacherib was indeed
Be honest.
of his own sons in 681 BCE for the second time.
Think about taking out that brand new electric fucking water heater too. I don't know why in the hell that's in there.
While prophecy, the foretelling of what is yet to
That doesn't even make sense.
Inherently what is expected of a prophet.
Like what the
Prophets of the Hebrew Bible were more than
I opened up the compartment. I'm
from the
like,
very
well,
beginning, as was made clear in Leviticus,
that's not
a
working.
prophet was not to be a magician, a wizard, an enchanter, a charmer, or a seer of spirits, a fortune teller, or one who conjures the dead.
Oh, Mike, first.
Their mission as Nabiya
I'm gonna go to
convey to kings and peoples Yahweh's own
what you call it,
words.
get generator. You got a 30 amp plug right into your generator. Harbor Freight.
Upon all the nations. The Bible speaks of prophets from Moses on, but only 15 of them have their own books in the Bible.
I think that's about the best one I looked at.
Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, and 12 minors who were defined to serve as the foundation.
It's got a big tank.
Biblical prophecy.
But yeah, electric might be in the long run. I don't know. For now, it is.
Compass of the own kings and people. They were also the observers and predictors on the world arena by possessing uncannily accurate knowledge of goings on in distant lands, of court intrigues and foreign capitals, and of which gods were worshipped where, plus amazing knowledge of history, geography, trade routes, and military campaigns. They often combined such awareness of the present with knowledge of the past to foretell the future. Right, which is exactly what we should be doing, but we're not doing that, and so we're repeating these same things that people have gone before us. And so the Hebrew prophets Yahweh was not only El Elyon, God supreme, and not only God of the gods El Elohim, but a universal God of all nations, of the whole earth, of the universe. Though his abode was in the heaven of heavens, he cared for his creation, earth, and its people. Everything that has happened was by his will, and his will was carried out by emissaries, be it angels, be it a king, be it a nation. Adopting the Sumerian distinction between predetermined destiny and free-willed fate, the prophets believed that the future could be foretold because it was all pre-planned, yet on the way thereto, things could change. Assyria, for example, was at times called God's rod of wrath, with which other nations bound. Assyria itself was in turn subjected to punishment. It's exactly what happened to Atlantis. is that everything was fine and it was a utopia and it was great in Atlantis, and then they, the Brotherhood, as they called it, attempted to essentially, from the terminology of the writings and stuff, set up a world government, essentially, a global world government where people were going to be suppressed under it, and that's when Atlantis was destroyed. So, yeah, there definitely is a history of that. The prophets seem to be delivering a two-track message, not only in regard to current events, but also in respect to the future. Isaiah, for example, prophesies that mankind should expect a day of wrath, when all the nations, Israel included, shall be judged and punished, as well as look forward to an idyllic time when the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. Men shall beat their swords into plowshares, and Zion shall be a light unto all the worlds. Ugh, makes me want to vomit. I don't know why. Just reading that kind of shit just gives me an automatic gag reflex. Zion shall be a light unto all nations. The contradictions have baffled generations of biblical scholars and theologians, but a close examination of the prophet's words leads us to an astounding finding. The day of judgment was spoken of as the day of the Lord. The Messianic time is expected at the end of days, and the two were neither synonymous nor predicted as concurrent events. There were two separate events due to occur at different times. One, the day of the Lord, a day of God's judgment, was about to happen. The other, ushering a benevolent era, was yet to come sometime in the future. Did the words spoken in Jerusalem echo the debates in Nineveh and Babylon regarding which time cycle applies to the future of gods and men? The Nibiru's orbital divine time or the zodiacal celestial time? Undoubtedly, as the 8th century BCE was ending, it was clear in all three capitals that the two time cycles were not identical. And in Jerusalem, speaking of the coming day of the Lord, the biblical prophets, in fact, spoke of the return of Nibiru. Ever since it rendered in the opening chapter of Genesis an abbreviated version of the Sumerian epic of creation, the Bible recognized the existence of Nibiru and its periodic return to Earth's vicinity and treated it as another, in this case, celestial manifestation of Yahweh as a universal God. The Psalms and the book of Job speak that in the heights of heaven marked out a circuit being orbit. They recall this as the celestial Lord's first appearance, when he collided with Tiamat, called in the Bible Tihon, and nicknamed Rahab or Rabbah, the haughty one, smote her, created the heavens, and the hammered bracelet, which is the astral belt, and suspend the earth in the void. They also recall the time when that celestial Lord caused the deluge. The arrival of Nibiru and the celestial collision leading to Nibiru's great orbital circuit were celebrated in the majestic Psalm 19. The heavens bespeak the glory of the Lord. The hammered bracelet proclaims his handiwork. He comes forth as a groom from the canopy. Like an athlete, he rejoices to run the course. From the end of the heavens he emanates, and his circuit is to their end. It was the nearing of the celestial Lord at the time of the deluge that was held to be the forerunner of what will happen next time the celestial Lord will appear. From Psalm 77, verse 6, pages 719, I shall recall the Lord's deeds, remember thine wonders in antiquity. The waters saw thee, O Lord, and shuddered. Divine splitting sparks went forth. Lightnings lit the world. The sound of the thunder was rolling. The earth was agitated and it quaked. The prophets considered this earlier phenomenon as the guide for what to expect. They expected the day of the Lord, to quote the prophet Joel, to be a day when the earth shall be agitated. Sun and moon shall be darkened. 2 days of darkness and 2012. And the stars shall withhold their shining, a day that is great and terrifying. The prophets brought the word of Yahweh to Israel and all nations over a period of about 3 centuries. The earliest of the 15 literary prophets was Amos. He began to be God's spokesman, circa 760 BCE. His prophecies covered 3 periods or phases. He predicted the Assyrian assaults in the near future, the coming day of judgment, and an end time of peace and plenty. Speaking in the name of the Lord Yahweh, who reveals his secrets to the prophets, he described the day of the Lord as a day when the sun shall set at noon, and the earth shall darken in the midst of daytime, addressing those who worship the planets and star of their gods. He compared the coming day to the events of the deluge, when the day darkened as night and the waters of the seas poured upon the earth, and he warned those worshippers with a rhetorical question. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? For the day of the Lord is darkness and no light. Sounds pretty ominous. You know, the Lord was also through puffy clouds and sunshine. That sounds like darkness and death. I have, as a short later, the prophet Isaiah linked the prophecies of the day of the Lord to a specific geographical site, to the mount of the appointed time.
Why did he fall in the temperature?
The place on the northern slopes, and have this to say to the king who had set himself up on it. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, with pitiless fury and wrath, to lay the earth desolate and destroy the sinners upon it. He too compared what is about to happen to the deluge, recalling the time when the Lord came as a destroying tempest of mighty waves, as described in Isaiah 10:13. The coming day as a celestial occurrence that will affect the earth. The stars of heaven and its constellations shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened at its rising, and the moon shall not shine its light. The heavens shall be agitated, and the earth in its place will be shaken, and the Lord of hosts shall be crossing on the day of his wrath. Most noticeable in this prophecy is the identification of the Lord as the time when the Lord of hosts, the celestial, the planetary Lord, shall be crossing. This is the very language used in the Enuma Elish when it describes how the invader that battled came to be called Nibiru. Crossing shall be its name.
I'm back.
Following Isaiah, the prophet Hosea had also foresaw the day of the Lord as a day when heaven and earth shall respond to each other. A day of celestial phenomenon resonating on earth.
I like the fringes that run on the propane though. Those are nice.
We find that in the 7th century BCE, the prophetic pronouncements became more urgent and more explicit.
I need 30
The
amps.
day of the Lord shall be a day of judgment upon the included, but primarily upon Assyria, what it has done upon the land of Babylon, before it will do. And the day of judgment is approaching, it is near.
I got to kill them to run.
Just before 600 BCE, the prophet Habakkuk
That takes 15
prayed
amps
to
by
God
itself.
who in the nearing years is coming, and who shall show mercy
I need a
in
30
spite
amp
of his
kiln.
wrath.
Or a
Habakkuk
30 amp
described the
generator at
expected
least.
celestial Lord
One to run
as
the
a
house.
radiant planet.
Half of it run the
The very manner in which the
Run the,
hero is depicted in
kiln.
Samir
I
and
got
Cat. The Lord from the south shall come, covered are the heavens with his halo.
I need to
His
work
splendor
from the
fills
road.
earth, his
That's
rays
the whole
shine
reason I
forth
want the bigger one.
from where his power is concealed. The word goes before him, sparks emanate from below. He pauses to measure the earth, he is seen in the nations tremble. The prophecy's urgency increased as the 6th century BCE began. The day of the Lord is at hand, the prophet Joel announced. The day of the Lord is near.
You want to sit here?
No.
Circa 570 BCE, the prophet
She's hot.
Ezekiel was given the following
It's hot in the
divine
RV.
message. Son of man, prophecy and say, thus
Huh?
saith the Lord God, howl and bewail for the day is near, the day of the Lord is near.
It's like sitting in the
Ezekiel
car,
was
you
given
know?
away from Jerusalem, having
Dad
been
come
taken
out
into
of the store.
exile with other Judean leaders by the Babylonian king
That's what it's
Nebuchadnezzar.
like.
You get in a bikini. I
Exile
might try
where
some of
Ezekiel's
them.
prophecies and famed vision of the
I'm gonna park
celestial
it out
chariot
Why
took
do you want
place.
drugs?
This was on the banks
Blender.
of the Kabul River in the region of Haran. The location was not a chance one, for the concluding saga of the day of the Lord,
I guess that's
If
no.
I
and of Assyria and
if I could
Babylon, was to be
at least
played
watch
out where
freaking,
Abraham's journey began.
Twitch or YouTube
So that's in the
videos.
chapter 11.
Well,
And we'll
get a better
continue
phone than fucking
on
Walmart.
Chapter 12, darkness at noon.
I will go do that right now because the cricket store is right next to where we're
Well, the
parked.
Hebrew
It is.
prophets
Don't tell me you
predicted
spit,
darkness
but
at
you'll be
noon.
broke.
What were the other nations expecting as they awaited the return of Nibiru? To judge by their written records and engraved images, they were expecting the resolution of the God's
You know, I'm
conflict.
still pissed off about that. I have not had my phone a goddamn 2 weeks. It has not even been
More
2
in, as we
weeks.
shall see,
I'm
for an
livid.
immense
And it's fucking
surprise.
useless to me.
In anticipation of the great event, the
Don't
cadres
get a
of
Walmart
priests
phone,
observing the
they suck.
skies in Nineveh and Babylon were mobilized to note celestial phenomenon and interpret their omens. The phenomenon
Thanks,
was
bud.
meticulously recorded and reported to the kings.
You want some thanks, Lynn?
Archaeologists have found in the remains of royal and temple libraries tablets with those records and reports that in many
She said she
cases
wants
were
her AC
arranged
working.
according to subject
In the RV.
or
That's
the
A
planet
fan
they
would be
observed.
nice, and you
A
know,
well-known
It'd
collection of
be
which
okay
some
if we had
tablets were
something
combined with
fucking
antiquity
sit there and
was a
listen to
series titled
comedy
Anu, Anu in War.
all right, Scott. Good seeing you.
Observations of planets, stars, and constellations classified according to the
Yeah, that's
celestial
becoming a
realm
daily thing in the
of the
coffee.
way of the will, encompassing the skies from 30
Cheers,
degrees
man.
south all the way to zenith.
6.4 Indonesian.
At first, the observations were interpreted by comparing the phenomenon to astronomical.
You know the 7.3 is coming.
Written in Akkadian. The observational reports extensively use Sumerian terminology and mathematics, and sometimes included a scribe.
How you doing today?
that were translated from earlier
You know the
Sumerian
globe's
tablets.
still on fire.
Such
I ain't said it in a
tablets
while,
served
but
as astronomy,
doesn't stop it from happening.
telling them from past experience what a phenomenon
You too,
or
Skunk.
their meaning was. When the moon in its
It's normal, we're
calculated time
good.
is not seen,
I know, daily
there will be an
sixes.
invasion of a mighty city. When a comet reaches the path of the sun, field flow will be diminished.
Be safe, Nick.
Uproar will happen twice.
you
It's
take the bike
field
out
flow. That
front.
sounds like magnetic
Talk
field
to
flow.
Ennis, friend.
That sounds
I
like
haven't
where
talked to
we're
him.
at right now. I mean, we've got comets pounding into the sun, or magnetic fields being weakened on Earth.
Go get your lunch.
Yeah, the globe's on fire.
When
Nah,
Jupiter
go
moves
get
with
it.
Venus,
You ain't gonna get my
the
lunch.
prayers of the
Nothing
land will
fucking
reach the
do.
gods.
We'll go get my
You know,
lunch.
weird stuff happening in Venus
I'm gonna
too.
hit you.
Bring some sugar with you.
Increasingly,
Hi, what's wrong with you? What are you waiting on?
Priests.
I thought you was hot. You was just trying to cool off. I
Trying
don't
to
know.
find the catfish ass that I
Saturn
chick.
is a planet of the sun.
Y'all might witness some shit
It
here.
is favorable to the king.
Somebody
The
save
major
him.
change including the paying of particular attention to eclipses. A tablet
They ain't gonna believe what she's doing to that boy out there.
computer-like columns of numbers.
I said, they ain't gonna believe what you're doing to that boy out here.
Oh. Some of them might have heard me ranting and raving.
Trying
Trying to convert bankers.
I do have to raise my voice to do that.
The two lands' fates were placed in new and strong royal hands. Tiglath-Pileser III in
I'll be
Assyria
here.
and Nebuchadnezzar in Babylonia. Nebuchadnezzar in antiquity as an innovator and powerhouse in the field of astronomy. One of his first actions was to repair and restore the temple of Shamash in Sippar, the sun god's cult center in ancient Sumer. He also built a new observatory in Babylon, the calendar, and instituted daily reporting to the king of celestial phenomena and their meaning. It was primarily due to those measures that a wealth of astronomical data shedding light on subsequent events has come to light. Tiglath-Pileser III was active in his own ways. His annals describe constant military campaigns and boast of captured cities, brutal executions of local kings and nobility, and mass exiles. His role and those of his successors, Shalmaneser V and Sargon
I don't think
II,
she likes
were the
nature
lives
as
of
much as she
Israel and the
thought.
exile of its people. And then the attempt by Sennacherib to seize
She
Jerusalem
likes trees
were
and
described in a
water.
previous chapter. Closer to home, those Assyrian kings were busy annexing Babylonia. by
Denver
taking
just
the
got
hands of
sunshine,
Marduk,
concrete next to a tree.
announced that both Ashur
Rocks.
and Marduk gave me wisdom. swore oaths in my name of Marduk and Nebu and started to rebuild the Assyrian temple in Babylon. For his successful invasion 69 BCE. The invasion's purpose, as far as it can be ascertained, was to stop Egyptian attempts to meddle in Canaan and dominate Jerusalem. Noteworthy in the light of subsequent events was the route he chose. Instead of going the shortest way to the southwest, he made a considerable detour and went northward to Haran. There, in the golden temple of the sun god Sin, Asharhaddon sought that god's blessing to embark on the conquest, and Sin, leaning on a staff and accompanied by Sukin, the divine messenger of the gods, gave his approval. Asharhaddon then did turn southward, sweeping vitally to the lands of the eastern Mediterranean to reach Egypt. Significantly, he detoured away from the prize that Sennacherib failed to seize Jerusalem. Significantly, too, that invasion of Egypt and the detour away from Jerusalem, as well as Assyria's own eventual fate, had been prophesied by Isaiah decades earlier. Busy geopolitically as Asharhaddon was, he did not neglect the astronomical requirements of those times. With guidance from the god Shamash and Adad, he erected and assured the city of Assyria's cult center, a house of wisdom, an observatory, and depicted the complete 12-number solar system, including the Nibiru on his monuments, leading to a more lavish and sacred precinct was a new monumental gate built according to cylinder seal depictions to emulate an new gateway on the Nibiru. It is a clue to what the return expectations in Assyria really were. All those religious protocols suggest that the Assyrians made sure to touch all the bases as far as the gods were concerned. And so by the 7th century BCE, Assyria was ready for texts including letters to the kings by the chief astronomers to reveal anticipation of an idyllic utopian time. Clearly, the expectation was of a planet that would appear, rise in the skies, grow brighter, and its perigee at the crossing become Nibiru, the cross planet. And as the gateway and other construction indicated, with a returning planet, a repeat of the previous visit on Earth by Anu was expected. It was now up to the astronomer priests to watch the heavens for that planetary appearance. But where were they to look in the celestial expanse, and how would they recognize the planet when still in the distant skies? The next Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal, came up with a solution. Historians consider Ashurbanipal to have been the most scholarly of the Assyrian kings, for he had learned other languages besides Akkadian, including Sumerian, and claimed that he could even read writings from before the flood. He also boasted that he learned the secret signs of heaven and earth and studied the heavens with the masters of divination. Some modern researchers also consider him to have been the first archaeologist, for he systematically collected tablets from sites that were already ancient in his time, like Nippur, Uruk, and Sapar, and what used to be Samir. He also sent specialized teams to sort out and loot such tablets from the capitals of the Assyrians of Iran. The tablets ended up in a famed library where teams of scribes studied, translated, and copied chosen texts from the previous millennia. A visitor to the Museum of the Ancient Near East in Istanbul can see a display of such tablets neatly arranged on the original shelves, with each shelf headed by a catalog tablet that lists all the text on that shelf. While the subjects in the accumulated tablets cover a wide range, what was found indicates that particular attention was given to celestial information. Among the purely astronomical texts, there were tablets that belonged to a series entitled The Day of Bel, the Day of the Lord. The Bel is Baal. That's like the devil, or Lucifer. That's not good. In addition, epic tales and histories pertaining to the gods' comings and goings were deemed important, especially if they shed light on the Nibiru's passages. And then unleashed the epic of creation, what told how an invading planet joined the solar system to become Nibiru, was copied, translated, and recopied, and so were writings dealing with the Great Flood, such as the Astrohasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh. While they all seem to legitimately be a part of accumulating knowledge in a royal library, it so happens that they all dealt with instances of Nibiru's appearances in the past, and thus in its next mirror. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied were guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. A Babylonian text that retained the original Sumerian terminology stated, planet of the god Marduk. Upon its appearance, Shupae, rising 30 degrees. Sag Minig. When its sound stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied, the guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. Planet of the god Marduk, upon its appearance, Shupa-A, rising 30 degrees, Sag Minig, when it stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. While the first named planet, Shupa-A, is deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn. I'm sorry, that's a bit of a strange coincidence. Before the break, I was talking about space odyssey, and some of the captains said that in the book, the planet they turned into a sun was actually Saturn, and in the movie it was Jupiter. So isn't that interesting there in that Sumerian script? It says, planet of the god Marduk, upon its appearance, Shupa-A, in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. So it says that the first planet that we know there was going to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn. That's highly synchronistic, don't you think? Well, the first named planet, Shupa-A, was deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn. The next one's name, Sag-Minig, could just be a variant for Jupiter to be Mercury. Assuming the rising 30 degrees will be near Jupiter. Text shown as tablet K312R for appearance. From the station of Jupiter, the planet passes toward the west. From the station of Jupiter, the planet increases its radius, and in the zodiac of Cancer will become Nibiru. The great planet, in his appearance, dark red. The heaven he divides in half as it stands in Nibiru. Taken together, the astronomical text from the time of the Apocalyptic describes a planet appearing from the solar system's edge, rising and becoming visible when it reaches Jupiter or even Saturn before that, and then curving down toward the ecliptic. And its perigee, when it is closer to the sun and thus to Earth, the planet at the crossing becomes Nibiru in the zodiac of Cancer. That, as the opposed to that, and what the scale diagram shows, could happen when the sunrise on the day of the spring equinox took place in the age of the ram.
Why?
In the zodiac of age of Aries, such clues would be the pattern of celestial light and its reappearance, sometimes using a constellation as a celestial map, are found in biblical passages whereby
I can't jump to your demands while I'm on the floor.
Okay, I don't see it.
In Jupiter will I face
I thought you were talking.
Psalm 17.
I am in the
The
seven.
Lord himself shall come, his shining splendor will beam as light. Predicted in the prophet Habakkuk. Alone he stretches out the heavens and treads upon the highest deep.
Lunch in the microwave for
The rise of the great bear,
In the
Sirius,
microwave.
and the
I know, bro.
I don't know.
stated that the prophet Amos foresaw the celestial Lord, smiling his face upon Taurus and
They know her to know where to bring us.
These verses describe a planet who spans the highest heavens and orbiting clockwise retrograde. Astronomers say it arrives via the southern constellation, but it's a trajectory on a vast scale akin to that of Halley's Comet. But telling clearly in regard to astronomical expectations was the meticulous rendering into a cable of Sumerian descriptions of the ceremonies.
I'm gonna eat a Burger King burger if they put it in the microwave.
They put all that shit in the microwave. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't even know.
An observer was stationed on the topmost stage of the tower to watch for and announce the appearance of the planets one after the other until the planet of the great Anu of heaven came into view. Whereupon all the gods assembled to welcome the divine people recited the composition. To the one who glowed bright, the heavenly planet of the god Anu, and sang the hymn, "The Creator's image has arisen." The long text to describe the ceremonial meals, the retreat to the nighttime chambers, the procession to the next day, and so on. One can reasonably conclude that Archaeology was engaged in collecting, collating, translating, and studying all the earlier texts that may provide guidance to the astronomer priest for detecting at the first possible moment the returning of the Nibiru. That's interesting, isn't it? Now, I personally don't really believe in this Nibiru thing with the planet, but isn't that interesting? Even back in those days, the astronomer priests had studied these texts so that they could detect the very moment that Nibiru would return. Well, like I mentioned earlier, again, synchronistically. Who owns the biggest telescopes in the world? The Vatican, the priests.
The Vatican.
They've got the Lucifer telescope. So could that be indeed why? I mean, they're saying they want to be the first to find out when it's coming. You see, that's interesting. That is very interesting, isn't it? So by that rationale,
How's Seamus in the RV?
Is that what you're concerned about?
Playing his electronics and he is just fine, but it.
But the priests of our modern day, with their powerful Lucifer telescopes, would be able to detect that first. Right? That would give them ample opportunity to be able to use their mouthpieces or gatekeepers within mainstream
I asked you if
media,
you wanted to
media,
move the RV.
to spread disinformation or propaganda or misinformation or anything else.
I mean, Sherry would probably help it, but what we really need is fucking
Very,
electricity.
very interesting
Well, I
point
can't
there
help
to
it.
point out that, it's those astronomy priests that were put in charge of detecting at the first possible moment the
I
returning
just
of
don't like it,
Nibiru,
and I can't like get him to come out of the
inform the
RV
king about the procedures for what to do next. The planet of the heavenly throne is including earlier expectations,
Fucking air.
as were the depictions on palace walls and magnificent reliefs of the Syrian king.
Well, we're used to the heat.
Yeah.
In the winged disc
It's
hovering above the tree of life.
20 degrees cooler.
When you step out of the RV, it's like 15 degrees cooler. I mean, it's okay out here, but if you don't come out of the RV, you're sitting in a fucking oven.
Kind of like, but I'm not sweating nearly as much as I was 2 months ago at night.
It's not as hot in here as it is in the RV.
Yeah, except I mean, come on, look at everything else that
Really?
has in the Star Wars films. From Yoda,
Again, I'm going to ask you,
to,
third time. Would you like me to move the RV back over to the grocery store?
That's up to you. I think it needs to be put in shade or something. I think it's too hot for the dogs, let alone shade this.
Kinds of stuff. Through all the Star Wars, so.
I think that if I don't work, we're not going to have electric.
You let them suffer in age, I guess.
So, no, I would say
That's
that's
what I
I
thought.
would say that,
That's
if you
what I
have
think.
a planet, a spaceship the size of a planet, and a ship so massive that's essentially like a planet.
I mean, I can take Tom out and go to the fucking park, no complaints. But I can't take Patches and Chico and go to
And
Same.
yeah,
was
something that
just
size,
over
you
the
can
RV.
affect gravity, affect orbits, and everything else, sure.
Well,
That big? I mean,
you're not sitting in there, you're just moving through, you know, you still have 2 minutes and go back out. They're just,
To be informed of the planet's appearance as soon as possible, in order to be able to prepare proper reception for the arrival of
you have to open that door,
and then
unless you could breathe in. But you can't
and
sit
be
there with
blessed
the
with
door
long,
open.
perhaps even eternal life, but that was not destined to be. Soon after Archibald's death, rebellions broke out throughout the
Chambers ain't
Assyrian
doing that
Empire.
either.
His cities around Egypt, Babylonia, and England disintegrated. Newcomers from afar appeared on the border of the Assyrian Empire, hordes from the north, Medes from the east. Everywhere, local kings seized control and declared
And really,
independence.
it's just a lack of airflow.
Of particular importance, immediate and for future events, was
There
Babylon's
was some kind of
decoupling
breeze or something.
of the dual
Like
kingship of
yesterday,
Assyria.
it wasn't hot in there at all,
New
you
Year
know?
festival in
Stuff here
626
or anything.
BCE, a Babylonian general whose name
It was clouded over.
Yeah, it was clouded over.
So maybe we should just, you know, move into the shade, make sure we have some
And was
shade.
enthroned in Nabu, by the way, these one of these gods. Is Nabu is actually a
What
planet
time is it?
Time for me to move the RV.
in Star
Oh,
Wars.
well, can you?
Again, I don't think that's a coincidence either.
Huh?
No, we're gonna smoke a bowl first and talk about
Connection
it.
after connection over Star Wars.
Well,
Because I'm the only one
He
complaining
became the
here.
son of the god Nabu.
It's not like Seamus
and
is
was
complaining,
enthroned
the
as a
dogs
king of
haven't said
independent
anything.
Babylonia.
I'm the only one
A town
concerned about it, so I
well,
don't want
sit
you
there
to,
and cool your ass off.
yeah, I don't want you to feel like you're gonna tough up and rush away.
Well, I'm imagining Chico over there dying and shit.
No. No, it's not quite that extreme, but it's a comfort. And it's 3:30, hottest part of the day, so.
Yeah, it's only like 85 or some shit. If it's 100 degrees,
Right, that's why I think it's important to point out to you, I'm the only one complaining. Chico didn't say a word.
Okay. Well, if it's just you, then fuck off.
The Medes attacked from the east around 614 BCE.
Tell me I need a better phone. I'm like, I will spend all your money on a phone.
Captured and burned down Assyria's religious capital, Ashur.
Well, at least
The turn of Nineveh, the royal capital, came next. By 612 BCE, it was in shambles. Assyria, the land of the first archaeologist itself, became a land of archaeological sites.
I knew it'd be like less than
How did that
$100.
happen to the land whose very name meant land of the god
Turn
Asher?
that being coach on there.
The only explanation at the time was that the gods withdrew their protection from that land. In fact, we shall show that there was much more to it. The gods themselves withdrew from that land and from earth itself. And then the most astounding and final chapter of the Return saga, in which Haran was to play a key role, began to unfold. I love how Haran sounds like
Once we have
Iran.
a generator, I'm gonna run out of things to complain about. Then
Syria.
what am I gonna
And that's what we hear about others men, and, you know, Iran, Syria, news.
do? Yes,
The amazing events in the lives of Assyria began
I'm
with the
gonna
escape
switch
to
Seamus and tell him
Haran.
you said come take a shower.
Members of Assyria's royal family, seeking their own protection of the god Sin, the escape surrounded the remnants of the
Skip
Assyrian
out,
army
man.
and found the river
I feel like it's so hot in there.
as king
got
of
all that
Assyria.
hair.
The god whose city Haran has been since the days of yore did not respond. In 610
I
BCE,
want you to go
Babylonian
when we come
troops
to take a shower.
captured Haran and put an end to the Assyrians' lingering hopes. The contest for the mantle of successorship to the heritage of Samaria and Akkad was over.
That's right, about Chico.
It was now one solely in with divine blessing, king in Babylon. Again, Babylon ruled the lands, the Samaria and Akkad, so much so that in many texts from that time, Nebuchadnezzar was given the title of the king of Akkad. He used that authority to extend celestial observations to the erstwhile Sumerian cities of Nippur and Uruk. And some of the key observations of the subsequent crucial years come from there. It was in that same fateful year, 16 BCE, another year of astounding events, as we shall see, that a reinvigorated Egypt also placed on its throne an assertive strongman named Necho. Just 1 year later, one of the least understood by historians, that is, geopolitical wars took place. The Egyptians, who used to be on the same side as the Babylonians in opposition to Assyrian rule, emerged from Egypt and rushing northward overran territories and sacred sites as the Babylonians considered theirs. The Egyptian advance all the way north to Carchemish put them within striking distance of Haran. It also placed in Egypt's hands the two space-related sites in Lebanon and in Judea. The surprised Babylonians were not going to let it stand.
Those little meaty cracks are perfect size for him.
The aging Nebuchadnezzar entrusted the task of recapturing the violent innocence to his son Nebuchadnezzar, who already distinguished himself on battlefields. In June 605 BCE at Carchemish, the Babylonians crushed the Egyptian army, liberated the sacred forest in Lebanon, which Nabu and Marduk desired, and chased the fleeing Egyptians all the way to the Sinai Peninsula. Nebuchadnezzar stopped the pursuit only on news from Babylon that his father had died. He rushed back and was proclaimed king of Babylon that same year. Historians find no explanation for the sudden Egyptian thrust into the ferocity of the Babylonian reaction. To us, it is evident that at the core of the events was the expectation of a return. Indeed, it seems that in that year, 605 BCE, the return was deemed to be imminent, perhaps even overdue. For it was in that very same year that the prophet began to prophecy in the name of Yahweh in Jerusalem. Until foretelling the future of Babylon and other nations, the prophet asked Yahweh when the day of the Lord, the day of judgment upon the nations, Babylon included, would come. Yahweh responded, saying, "Write down the prophecy, and explain it clearly on the tablet, so that it may be quickly read. For the vision there is a set time, and again it shall come without fail. Though it may tarry, wait for it, for it will surely come. For its appointed time will not be delayed."
But we killed him in
Habakkuk
one day.
2-2-3. The appointed time, as we shall see, arrived precisely 50 years thereafter.
We don't have a house back.
The 43 years of Nebuchadnezzar's reign are considered a period of dominant Neo-Babylonian empire, a period marked by decisive actions and fast moves. But there was no time to lose. The nearing return was now Babylon's prize. To prepare Babylon for the expected return, massive renovation and construction works were quickly undertaken. Their focal point was the sacred precinct where the Messianic temple of Marduk, now simply called Bel
So you hate him?
was
I can't Twitch because the Twitch operates
it
on
was now renovated and
the
rebuilt at 1760, ready for viewing from historic skies.
that's all it is. It's a Google machine.
Just as had been done in a route when a new had visited circa 4000 BCE. A new processional way leading
Surprised
the
I
sacred
loaded this long.
precinct.
Yeah, I told you you could do nothing. I couldn't like do anything in the chat
The
group,
walls were
whatever.
decorated and covered from top to bottom with artful glazed bricks that stand to this day. For the site's modern excavators have removed and put the processional way and the gate back
I'm
together.
sitting here getting high with you. I was thinking,
And the
Everybody probably likes
Y'all were smoking, we like back.
Just realized y'all looking at the kiln. Oh yeah, see now you see the blindness of the sun. That's why I can't see what you're saying. Over there, I'm all like, what the fuck? Fuck are y'all talking about? Fucking Glenn. We gotta get a camera person so that I don't forget doing that.
A gate named Ishtar, or also known as Inanna, who had been Anu's beloved in Uruk, another king regarding whose return was expected.
that's yours. Holy
These
motherfucker.
expectations was Babylon's role as the ruler of the earth, inheriting the pre-millennial status of Mercury as the divine king, a bond of heaven and earth, or the
I did just have one though.
But this was now Babylon's function was expressed by giving the Xerox Foundation. By getting the Xerox Foundation platform the Sumerian leader, Etan Anki.
I was sitting on it.
The temple of the foundation for heaven and earth, stressing Babylon's role as the being able to
I put it down so I could turn them around.
more clearly depicted in the Babylonian map of the world.
Oops.
Yeah, we're getting high. Cheers.
It's almost 4:20. Close it up. What did they say?
If that was what Nebuchadnezzar envisioned, then Babylon had to replace the existing coastal
Hi, Jace.
space link Jerusalem.
Okay, raise your hand if you're concerned about the numerous earthquakes over 6.0 in the last 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, I get a little concerned.
Jerusalem has been chosen for this role by God himself. Thus has said the Lord God.
Probably gonna be 7.3 later.
You think USGS will explain why the quakes are just getting larger and larger?
Who?
More freaking prominent?
California. Fucking global warming.
Must be your
Good
fault.
to hear. Jason Ventura is over here getting high with us.
They have taken up the worship of celestial gods, Baal, the sun, the moon, and the constellations.
Welcome to the corner.
Kings 23:5 has a list of clearly included Marduk as a celestial angel.
I'm on Bubbler 2. Fixing to make a stem for it and we'll marry those two things together. Look, my kiln's up above 1,000 finally.
It's a long time to heat up.
Well, I started working on it when it was like low temp because it was all clear glass. And I kept the door open. Open and shut it. So, and the bricks weren't hot yet. They're still not hot yet. And that chance to heat up. I've been working. I want to make some fucking money. Get my girl a generator, goddammit. I'm tired of hearing about it.
Man.
It's hot. I
You
need a
think
shower.
you're tired of hearing about it now. Wait another week.
Yeah, next week I have money. Got some glass. Look here. I got that done.
What?
You double. Yeah.
The destruction of the temple was a shocking and evil deed to which Babylon and its king, previously given by the power
That's why it took so long. Because it's so beautiful.
But to be
So
severely
twisty.
the vengeance of Yahweh our God.
Oh, it is so beautiful.
Shall be meted out in Babylon, announced the prophet Jeremiah.
But no doubt in my mind it sits just like that.
It does.
Destruction by invaders
It's beautiful.
Sit just like that.
that came true just a few decades later. Jeremiah
That's a pretty nice pipe.
Little
Little rig,
Now,
double
what kind of-
bubbler rig.
What is the yellowish
Oh,
white?
it's all over it.
It's like yellow white.
That's silver.
It's silver.
Yep. That's color changing. It all changes color when it gets dark.
The divine nature of Nebuchadnezzar himself was commensurate with
All
the
color
sacrilege praised according to traditional sources. By a bug that entered his brain through his nose, Nebuchadnezzar
Now I got another bubbler pipe. Bubbler 2's coming out. See, I'm working on a. I don't give a fuck. If I can't sell that bike in time, I'm gonna have a goddamn generator. I need to have that so I can work. Anywhere. Although, like I said, I intend to work here for at least next week.
Winged birds, it sounds like a bird of prey that's
Hello, Lana. Trying to help her out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are y'all gonna do a little benefit?
Yeah, I hope so.
Because I thought I heard her saying something to Jonathan.
I'm gonna talk to her Tuesday when she comes in. I'm gonna work until I'm out of oxygen. 3/4 of the tank.
I guess that was just like that. Neither Nebuchadnezzar nor
This is how I've always done it.
also learned to learn about
That's gonna take you
I ain't been able to do this in 2 weeks.
the sea and arrival of the new gates of Babylon.
How long been since I like kicked out in one glass?
Well,
Even though
Been a
you're
while.
gonna have oxygen for very long.
There's a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual
That's my tank.
observations
I
of
can
the
get it filled in.
alias, the planet of Mars. See, that's
How much is it
that's
gonna
a
cost to get
concept.
filled?
The people think that they would.
We're definitely.
Indeed, Marduk is coming in a ship that's as big as a planet.
All
it
of it.
would have been, they would have
Call
seen
around,
that
find
as a
out.
plan.
Everybody's like $25, right?
Yeah. I don't expect anything close to that here.
Well, we did not get to see him,
That's
but
probably
we were in La Punta.
Which one's that?
It is a fact that astronauts was housed in that very time report actual observations in the Bureau. Areas reported as Omnia, for example, a tablet catalog King
Got stuck in the flip top.
Venus shall be seen in front of.
So grab a cigarette. Anything else you want?
But if Venus shall rise behind the Bureau or after it, the
Generator.
land will succeed.
Yeah.
Sell that
The
bike.
greater interest to
That'd be
also
great.
of look not only the tablets found in the will.
Put on your bikini, lady. I'll pull it out on the street. I can't sit out there and try and sell it. I'm ugly.
Well, I figured Anna was gonna call back.
Well, I imagine I'll talk to Brian at some point.
Pictures of these things actually show Marduk, and they show him sitting inside of the plant. Right, that's what he's gonna do. It's like a ship. He's inside of it. That's not seen. There you go. That's how we.
I can't hear you. I heard you talking.
No, I said we never got tea, we never got a drink, so maybe I'll go
Oh,
buy
yeah.
a drink. I'll get Jason to walk over there with me.
What? What?
I'm gonna get Seamus to walk to the grocery store with me and get a freaking drink.
And the dogs?
Yeah. One of us can go in.
The gate was open, the star gate. When the Bureau had appeared into view,
I don't know how good
and
idea
then
that
as an
is.
entry, day of the Lord Marduk, as the planet moved on was seen in Aquarius.
Guess we're gonna find
Even
out.
more telling of the coming into view of the planet Marduk, the southern skies and its fast becoming the Bureau, in the central celestial band were yet another class of tablets, this time circular, representing an advanced backwards of the Sumerian astronomical tenets. The tablet divided the celestial sphere into three ways: the way of the north and the northern skies, the way of the off and the southern skies, and of the near in the center. The 12 zodiacal calendrical segments were then superimposed on the three ways as shown by the discovered fragments. Explanatory texts were written on the back side of those circular tablets. In 1900 AD, addressing a meeting of the Royal Asiatic Society in London, England, Theophilus G. Pinches called up the sensation when he announced that he had succeeded in piecing together a complete asteroid. As he called the tablet, he showed to be a circular disc divided into three concentric sections and like a pie into 12 segments, resulting in a field of 36 portions. Each of the 36 portions contained a million of the 12 circles of it, indicating it was a celestial body and a number. Each portion also bore a month period, so the total number being from 1 to 7, showing its inside. One celebrate showing its inside. The presentation times an understandable sensation. The hero of the Babylonian experiment, divided into the three ways of the Lil and Lin and Eli Inchi. Which planets, stars, and constellations were observed where at each field during the year. The debate over the identity of the celestial bodies, at the root of which lurks the notion of nothing beyond Saturn, and the meaning of the numbers has yet to end. Also unresolved is the issue of the dating. In what year was the asteroid made? And if it was a copy of the earlier tablet, what was the time shown? Dating opinions range from before the 12th century to the 3rd century BCE. Most agree, however, that the asteroid belongs to the era of Nebuchadnezzar or his successor, Nabu-Nebuchadnezzar. The asteroid presented by Pinches was identified in the
Yeah, I like readings better than the monotone computer voices and shit.
Has since been pieced together and is known as Astrolab B.
He's funny. He watches too much TV though. And in this one, he hasn't read the fucking lost book yet, I don't think, because he acts like he has no idea it exists.
Deity Marduk, planet Nibiru, Marduk is shown in the way of a moon, the central ecliptic band, whereas on the A tablet, the planet identified as the null Marduk, the planet of Marduk, is shown in the way of Enlil, the northern skies. The change is that's
It is nice and warm today. It ain't too hot.
I think they put maybe on Babylon and say they're talking about weather.
See
The
what I like
changes
to
in name
eat.
and position is absolutely correct with the two astrolabes depict a moving planet, Marduk, as it was called by the Babylonians, that after having come into view high in the northern skies, as in A, curves down to cross the ecliptic, it becomes Nibiru, the crosser. When it crosses the ecliptic in the way of Anu, as in the B tablet, the two stages of rotation by the two astrolabes depicts precisely what we have been asserting all along. The texts known as KAV 218, columns B and C, accompanying the circular depictions remove any shadow of doubt regarding the Marduk Nibiru identity. 1. A dog, planet Marduk in the way of Anu. The radiant cockaboo which rises in the south after the gods of the night finish their tasks and divides the heavens. This cockaboo is Nibiru, the god Marduk. While we can be certain for reasons soon to be given that the observations in all those late Babylonian texts could not have taken place earlier than 610 BCE, we can also be sure that they did not take place after 555 BCE.
It's a good cold
That
water.
was the date when one called Mesoamerican became the last king of Babylonia. Its claim to legitimacy
It was a little
kingship was
overcast. Tried to rain a little bit yesterday, but it's really nice today.
High in the sky had called me by my name. Making that claim, he also stated that in the nighttime, he had a
Beautiful out
vision that
there.
he had seen a great star.
Now I'm
in the
working.
moon. Based on Kepler,
Well, I
planetary
kind of wish I was out there working.
period of Marduk Nibiru's visibility from
Not at the
Mesoamerican
moment.
lasted just a few short years. Hence, the visibility claimed by
Welcome back,
Yahweh
Nick.
places the planet's return in the years immediately preceding 555 BCE. So when the precise time of the
Oh
return-
my
so
God.
what is the precise
Don't
time of
start
the return? This is one
Talk
of the
about the flat
aspects
cards that they're called.
involved in resolving that puzzle. There's more aspects. The prophecies of the darkness at noon on the day of the Lord, a solar eclipse, and such
Oh, the
eclipse
firmament.
did
The
in fact
firmament.
occur
Yeah, it's the
in
asteroid belt.
556 BCE. Solar eclipses, though,
That's
are
the
much
asteroid
rarer
belt. That
than
had nothing to do
lunar
with our
eclipses,
planet.
which are not uncommon. They happen when the moon passing a certain way between the Earth and the Sun temporarily obscures the sun.
Utah is quite a beautiful
Solar
state.
eclipses are total.
Zion Canyon. Amazing. I've been to Bryce, Zion, and all that. Hey, welcome back, Kat.
Plus Earth's daily revolution and its
I've been to Bryce and
changing
Zion.
axis of tilt.
I gotta tell you, Zion, best one. Cindy, you love too. Tell Joe I said hi and give kisses to everybody. Shit. It is. I want to see it again. And it ain't far away.
Now that I know what I know,
I want to see it again. Damn it. Yeah. Well, have some coffee, Cat. He's Canadian. Who?
Miss.
Why?
I swear to God, you made him into an angry catfish.
He didn't go, did he?
No, he ain't going fucking nowhere, but he did decide he wanted to drink. I told him I would go and bring him back a soda from the grocery store and some juice or something. I said, yeah, I asked him what he wanted. He was like, soda, I guess. I said, Seamus, there's nothing in here to drink. What do you want to drink? He said, a soda, I guess. I said, if I offered you 2 drinks, what would you want? So I'm not going back tomorrow. And he's like, I don't know. He went to the store with that.
Yeah. He isn't as picky as I am. I don't like soda a whole lot. as you notice.
He likes soda.
I love milk.
He'll drink a whole
Tea,
tea by
tea's
himself.
good.
That's why I was
Water.
like, if I go get a 2 liter, you'll drink that today. You want something
He
to
will.
drink tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it's only 99 cents, Polly. Give him 2 liters.
Get it, 2 liter is.
Tell him I got my belt on. Don't drink
Well,
that
I'm gonna
shit.
make him do push-ups out on the rocks. Just to get him out of the RV.
Okay. That's cool. That's legit. Back to school germs.
Back to school.
Yeah. Joe got some back to school germs.
May 19, 556 BCE, a major total solar
Poor
eclipse
kid.
did occur.
I'm
As shown by its mass
Chicken
fires
soup.
and ashes gone space flights. The eclipse was a great and major one.
I suggest chicken soup for
The
that.
unique aspect of it was that
Oh,
the band total
that'd be my
passed
best advice.
exactly what it was
Stay away
trying
from
to allow. This last fact is of the utmost significance for our conclusions.
Other things. Chicken soup
And it was
works
even more
great.
so in those faithful
I keep
years
remembering I'm on YouTube.
Right after that, in 555 BCE,
I can't really say anything. Susan's over there with her finger on the button.
Yeah.
I can't twitch because I broke my goddamn computer. I did it. I knew to be careful when I closed it, and I wasn't careful at all. I snapped the fucking power button right off the goddamn board. I'm like, well, nothing to do with that, pretty much.
It was just then that the Bureau returned. It's the prophesied day of the Lord. And when the planet's return did occur, neither Anu or any of the opposing or the expected gods showed up. The
That's
days of
good,
the opposite
cat.
gods. The gods and the Anunnaki gods took off and left the earth. So that's the end of chapter
The
12.
gods took off and left the earth.
Let's into a little bit chapter 15 before we run as well. And as a first call,
Let's put this together.
the departure of the Anunnaki gods from Earth was a drama for the
We're at
great
temperature.
theophanies, phenomenal occurrences, divine uncertainties, and human conduct. Incredibly, the departure is neither wise nor speculative. It is amply documented. Evidence comes to us from the Near East as well as from the Americas. And some of the most direct, the most dramatic records of the
Do
ancient
you need
gods.
anything else besides soda?
Do
Do you need milk for your coffee?
We got a little milk still, I think. We're gonna pull over there later. I'd like more milk later. We still got that big block of ice.
He said we still had ice for drinks.
In the-
Alright, then I'll
Yeah.
just go buy the soda.
I had visited
Yeah.
a sleepy town in eastern Turkey.
Get some orange
Just
juice.
a few miles from the
Orange
city.
juice.
That'd be better than soda. Tell them I told you no soda, you had enough. You need orange juice.
I'm not doing that, okay?
Oh, you're not gonna do that.
I'll buy orange juice.
I would do that.
Don't do that.
I would. That's
Don't
why
do
he's,
that to your girlfriend,
that's why
man.
he's so healthy.
Don't do that to your girlfriend.
Well, that's why shavers are so healthy.
And the skin's so healthy. You still have to use the skin last night.
They come with some patches. Where's your bikini?
Where's yours?
I ain't wearing nothing. And why you gonna tell them white?
It is now. I'm pretty sure it is.
The lamentations about the desolation of Samaria in general and in particular reveal the great love and admiration of the people for this divine couple. But many centuries later, as Pharaoh was to his own staff regarding the invasion of Egypt and the escaping the Syrian rule to the last king of Iran,
Do what?
I said it's a dangerous trek to the grocery store in broad daylight a block away. You never know what can happen.
What's my way? It's a one-way street.
And lived through the reigns of several Assyrian and Babylonian kings, passing on throughout the reigns of 104. Here's what she wrote of herself concerning the first of the series of amazing events. It was in the 16th year of Nebuchadnezzar, queen of Babylon, and sin, lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his temple, and went up to heaven. And the city and the people in it went to live. The 16th year of Nebuchadnezzar was 610 BCE, a memorable year the reader may recall. When Babylonian forces captured Haran from the limits of the Syrian royal family were army, and then reinvigorated Egypt decided to seize the space-related sites. It was then Apocalyptic wrote that an angered sin, removing his protection and himself from the city, packed up and went to heaven. What followed in the captured city is accurately summed up. And the city and its people went to ruin. While others fled, Apocalyptic stayed on. Daily, without ceasing, by day and night, for months, for years, she kept vigil in the ruined temple. Morning, she forsook regressives and defying rule, took off the jewelry, worn neither silver or gold, relinquished perfumes and sweet-smelling oils. As a ghost roamed the abandoned shrine, and the torn garment was flowed. I came and went noiselessly, she wrote. Then, in the desolate sacred precincts, she found a road that had once belonged to sin. For the despondent priestess, the find was an omen from the god.
Oh my God, the Lamentations of Earth. Let me tell you something about that. That was one of the first Sumerian poems I read.
Except by taking hold of its hem. As if the God himself was there to hear her. She separated herself and then.
And let me tell you something. Sitchin doing you a favor. He cut that shit short, telling you what it says, and getting on to the next one. You can go read them if you want. They're there. Lamentations of Earth. That's one of the first ones I went and looked for. Banana. The first name known fucking poet on the planet. There were older poems, but no, not until this one, the Lamentations of Earth, did they know the actual name of the poet who wrote the poem. So she's therefore the first name known poet. Nana.
If he would return and then use his divine powers to make her son Nabuna
And you know what's funny? A lot of these poet people don't even know that. But I know it because I've been fucking studying the cuneiform to know who these motherfuckers are.
He would proclaim the worship of sin as the state religion in all the lands of the black-headed people.
I wanted to know.
Day after day she prayed.
I went and looked, and I made a video. I was like, look, this shit's crazy.
I didn't make it up. This shit's crazy.
Gods of heaven and earth, for my good doings, looked upon me with a smile.
Don't blame me, Glenn.
He accepted my vow. The wrath of his heart calmed. Toward Ehudu, his temple in Haran,
Seamus was like, he wasn't having it. He's like, you ain't getting me out of that hot sun. That sun's hot. When it hits you, it's hot.
Accepted the deal. Sin,
He's in the house, chilling like a villain, playing a little video game with his little buddies.
My womb to the kingship he called, the kingship of Samir and Akkad. All the lands from the border of Egypt and the upper
Yeah, I'm
sands of
gonna get
the
back.
sea in his
I
hands.
told you I didn't think that was a good idea.
Both sides took the bargain. I myself saw it fulfilled out of Ruby stated with completed several of those restrictions.
Obviously, he
Sin
didn't
honored
shame.
his word, which he spoke to me, causing the good end to ascend to the Babylonian throne.
But you notice I left that up to him. He's 17. He's almost 18. A couple more days. He has a birthday in 1 week on the 30th.
And all the forgotten rights he made anew.
He turned 18.
And then a great miracle, an occurrence unseen for generations, happened. The event is described in the 2 stelae of Nabuna Id, in which he is depicted holding an unusual staff. And
That little
facing
boy
the celestial
mine,
symbols
man,
of Nibiru, Earth, and the Moon.
he's almost a minute.
This is what the great miracle of sin that has by the gods and goddesses
He got more hair than I
gathered in
do.
the land since the days of the old unknown.
They didn't even recognize him when he walked up in here the other day. Some friends of mine have known him since he was little. They ain't seen him in the last like 2 to 3 years. He's been doing school for the most part, where they weren't here the time we brought patches.
The inscriptions report did not return alone. According to the
But,
text, he entered
yeah,
the store of
it was
the
funny.
in a ceremonial
Like,
procession,
holy shit.
accompanied by his spouse Mabel and his aide, the divine.
Boy, he used to be that big.
The miraculous return of sin from the heavens raises many questions. The first one,
I was
where
tripping.
in the heavens had he been for 5 or 6 decades?
Fucking fuzz on the face and everything, catfish. I know. He grew up over the last couple of years, just big.
But before we turn to that, it's important to consider all the aspects of the process, that it was not sin alone who became angry and leaving the world going to heaven. The extraordinary celestial comings and goings described
do
by
that.
Alahupi and Nabuna Id took place while they were in Haran. A significant point because another idolist was present in that area.
Yeah, they were ready to card him and shit. They who are you? Just come walking up in here.
Ezekiel, a priest of Yahweh in Jerusalem,
Like, he just being himself. He just walked in. He had one thing on mind. Going to dad, he knew where I was. Everybody just kind of looked at him for a minute. He's like,
They were taken forcefully to northern Mesopotamia,
hello.
Mesopotamia settling in the district of the Congo River, which is a short distance away from their ancestral home.
That's some good shit.
And it was there that Ezekiel's famous vision of the celestial chariot happened. You too recorded the place and the date of it, and it was on the day of the 4th month in the 5th year of the exile, when I was among the exiles on the banks of the river in Kebar, that the heavens opened up and I saw visions of the Elohim. Ezekiel stated at the very beginning of his prophecies and what he saw.
I used to carry that boy and change his diapers every fucking one.
Radiance, it's a divine chariot that could go up and down and sideways.
Now he carries my groceries.
The semblance of a man.
That's a good investment.
As son of man.
He was really right. Now he wants to carry them all. Go
The
ahead, kid.
prophet's opening statement is usually translated visions of God. The term Elohim, which is plural, has been traditionally translated as God in the singular. He's absolutely correct. Elohim is plural. Anytime you see that term, they're not talking about one individual. They're talking about.
Let's see this bubbler.
They always try to say that, oh, Elohim means God. Oh, just one God. No, that's not what it means. That's a misinterpretation of the don't intend. It has been traditionally translated as God in the singular, even in the Bible itself clearly treats it in the plural, as in the Elohim said, let us fashion the atom in our image and after our likeness. Genesis 1, verse 26, as the readers of my books know, the book of Adam Taylor, they show a much more detailed Sumerian creation text where it was an Anunnaki team led by Enki that used genetic engineering to fashion the atom.
Much
The
more
term
detail.
Elohim we have shown over and over again referred to the Anunnaki, and what Ezekiel reported was that he had encountered an Anunnaki celestial craft near Haran. The celestial craft that was seen by Ezekiel was described by him in the opening chapter, and thereafter as the God's Kadah, that which is heavy. The very same term used in Exodus to describe the divine vehicle that had landed on Mount Sinai. The craft's description rendered by Ezekiel has inspired generations of scholars and artists. The resulting depictions have changed with time as our own technology has brought vehicles and advanced. Ancient texts refer both to the spacecraft and aircraft to describe Emil, Inti, Eureka, Marduk, Thomas, James, and Malcolm Israel. Today, the most prominent is God, who have aircraft and possess aircraft which is run or skies and engage in radio or batteries as the developed themselves, or the American and Indian, which connect to the Indo-European gods. After all the varied and textual descriptions and pictorial descriptions of celestial hosts of the gods, the most appropriate to Ezekiel's vision of a whirlwind appears to be the whirlwind chariot, depicted at the site of Jordan from which the prophet Elijah was taken up to heaven. Helicopter-like, it had to serve just as a shuttlecraft to where a full-fledged spacecraft was
whirlwind,
stationed.
helicopter-like.
Ezekiel's mission was to prophesy and warn his exiled compatriots of the coming day of judgment for all the nation's injustices and abomination. Then, a year later, the same semblance of a man appeared again, put out a hand, grabbed him, and carried him all the way to Jerusalem to prophesy there. The city will be remembered went through a starving siege, a humiliating defeat, wanton looting, Babylon, and the exile of the king and all the nobility. Arriving there, Ezekiel saw a scene of complete breakdown of the rule of law and of religious observances. Wondering what was going on, he heard the remnant sitting in mourning bewailing, "Yahweh sees us no more. Yahweh has left the earth." This was, we suggest, the reason why Nebuchadnezzar dared attack Jerusalem again and destroy Yahweh's temple. It was an outcry virtually identical to what the Anagupi had reported from Haran. Sin, the Lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his people, and went up to heaven, and the city and the people in it went to ruin. One cannot be certain how or why events occurring in northern Mesopotamia gave rise to a notion in distant Judea that Yahweh too had left the earth, but it is evident that word that God and gods departed had spread far and wide. Indeed, Tablet VAT 7847, which we mentioned earlier in connection with the solar eclipse, states the following in a prophetic section regarding calamities that last 200 years. Roaring, the gods flying from the lands will go away, from the people they will be separated. The people whom the gods' abodes leave in ruin. Compassion and well-being will cease. Enlil in anger will lift himself off. Like several other documents of the Akkadian prophecy genre, scholars deem this text too a post-event prophecy, a text that uses events that have already happened as the basis for predicting other future events. Be that as it may, we have here a document that considerably expands the divine exodus. The angered gods led by Enlil flew away from their lands. It was not just sin who angered and left. Here is yet another document. It is classified by scholars as belonging to prophecy in Neo-Assyrian sources. Though its very first word suggests authorship by a Babylonian, a worshiper of Marduk. Here is in full what it says. Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, got angry. His mind became furious. He made an evil plan to disperse the land and its peoples. His angry heart was bent on leveling the land and destroying its people. A grievous curse formed in his mouth. Evil portents indicating the disruption of heaven started appearing abundantly in heaven and on earth. The planets in the ways of Enlil, Anu, and Ea worsened their positions and repeatedly disclosed abnormal omens. Haratu, the river of abundance, became a raging current. The fierce surge of water, a violent flood-like the deluge, swept away the city, its houses and sanctuaries, turning them to ruins. The gods and goddesses became afraid, abandoned their shrines, and flew off like birds and ascended to heaven. A What is common to all these texts are the assertions that A, the gods grew angry with the people, B, the gods flew away like birds, and C, they ascended to heaven. We are further informed that the departure was accompanied by unusual celestial phenomenon and some terrestrial disturbances. These are aspects of the day of the Lord as prophesied by the biblical prophets. The departure was related to the return of Nibiru. The gods left Earth in the Nibiru cave. The VAT 7847 text includes an intriguing reference to a calamitous period of 2 centuries. The text does not make it clear whether that was a prediction of what is to follow the gods' departure, or that it was during such a time that their anger and disappointment with mankind grew, leading to the departure. It seems that the latter is the case, but it is probably no coincidence that the era of biblical prophecy regarding the nation's sins and the coming judgment on the day of the Lord began with the events of Hosea circa 760 to 750 BCE, 2 centuries before the return of Nibiru. For 2 centuries, the prophets from the only legitimate place of the bond of heaven and earth, Jerusalem, called for justice and honesty among people and peace among nations, scorned meaningless offerings and worship of lifeless idols, denounced wanton conquest and pitiless destruction, and warned one nation after another, Israel included, of the inevitable punishments, but to no avail. If that was the case, then what had taken place was a gradual buildup of divine anger and disappointment and the reaching of a conclusion by the Anunnaki that enough is enough, it was time to leave. It all brings to mind the decision of the gods led by the disappointed Enlil to keep the coming deluge, and the gods locking themselves in their celestial craft a secret from mankind. Now, as Nibiru was again nearing, it was the Enlilite gods who planned the departure. Who left, how did they leave, and where did they go if sin could come back in a few decades? The answer is, let us roll the events back to the beginning. When the Anunnaki, led by Ea, Enki, had first come to Earth to obtain the gold with which to protect the planet's endangered atmosphere, they planned to extract the gold from the waters of the Persian Gulf. When that did not work, they shifted to mining operations in southeastern Africa and smelting and refining in the Eden, the future Samir. The number increased to 600 on Earth, plus 300 Gigi who operated celestial craft to a way station on Mars, from which the long-haul spacecraft in Nibiru could be launched more easily. Enlil, Enki's half-brother and rival for the succession, came and was put in overall command. When the Anunnaki, toiling in the mines, mutinied, Enki suggested that a primitive worker be fashioned. It was done by the genetically upgrading an existing hominid, and the Anunnaki began to take daughters of the Adam as wives and have children by them. With Enki and Marduk breaking the taboo, when the deluge came, the outraged Enlil said, "Let mankind perish." For the wickedness of man was great on the earth. But Enki, through a Noah, frustrated the plan. Mankind survived, proliferated, and in time was granted civilization. The deluge that swept over the earth flooded the mines in Africa, but exposed another load of gold in the Andes Mountains of South America, enabling the Anunnaki to obtain more gold more easily and quickly and without the need for smelting and refining. For the placer gold, pure gold nuggets washed down from the mountains needed only panning and collecting. It also made it possible to reduce the number of Anunnaki needed on Earth. On their state visit to Earth circa 4000 BCE, Anu and Antu visited the post-alluvial gold land on the shores of Lake Titicaca. The visit served as an opportunity to begin reducing the number of Nigerians on Earth and also improved peace arrangements between the rival half-brothers and their warring clans. But while Enki and Enlil accepted the territorial divisions, Enki's son Marduk never strived for supremacy that included control of the olden space-related sites. It was then that the Enlilites began to prepare alternative spaceport facilities in South America. When the post-alluvial spaceport in the Sinai was wiped out with nuclear weapons in 2024 BCE, the facilities in South America were the only ones left entirely in Enlilite hands. And so the frustrated and disgusted Anunnaki leadership decided that it was time to leave Some could use the landing place, others perhaps, with the last large haul of gold, had to use the South American facilities and the place where Anu and Antu stayed during their visit to the area. As earlier mentioned, the place now called Pumapunku, it's some kind of landing pad in Pumapunku, as earlier mentioned, the place now called Pumapunku is a short distance from a shrunken lake in Lake Titicaca, shared by Peru and Bolivia, but within situated on the lake's southern shore with harbor facilities, and its remains consist of a row of 4 collapsed structures, each made of a single hollowed-out giant boulder. Each such hollowed-out set of chambers was completely inlaid inside with gold plates, held in place by gold nails. An incredible treasure hauled off by the Spaniards when they arrived in the 16th century. How such dwellings were so precisely hollowed out of the rocks and how 4 huge rocks were brought to the site remain a mystery. There's yet another mystery at the site. The archaeological finds in the place included a large number of unusual stone blocks that were precisely cut, grooved, angled, and shaped. Some of them are shown in figure 105. One does not need an engineering degree to realize that those stones were cut, drilled, and shaped by someone with incredible technological ability and sophisticated equipment. Indeed, one would doubt whether stones could be so shaped nowadays. The puzzle is compounded by the mystery of what purpose did these technological miracles serve, obviously for some unknown yet highly sophisticated purpose. If it was to serve as casting dies for complex instruments, what and whose were those instruments? Clearly, one can think of the Anunnaki as possessing both the technology to make those dies and to use them or their end products. The main outpost of the Anunnaki was situated a few miles inland at a site now known as Tiwanaku. Look here at Tiwanaku. We're going to see if it's so calm or landing time. I'm sorry, it's too good. I'm a fan of children. I'm not making fun of him at all. He's awesome, but so calm. I can't resist it. It's too easy to imitate. It's too much fun. Especially because I've seen all these videos and he's talking to all these places. And there's just how to do one explanation of aliens. One of the first European reports reading in modern times, George described the place in his book Peru Illustrated as the Baalbek of the New World, a comparison more valid than he realized. The next named modern explorer, Tiwanaku, author Polsanowski, who wrote Tiwanaku, the Cradle of American Man, reached astounding conclusions regarding the site's age. The principal above-ground structures in Tiwanaku, there are numerous subterranean ones, that include the Arcapana, an artificial hill river with channels, conduits, and slices whose purpose is discussed in the Lost Realm. Wow. Tiwanaku, huh? I need to look into Tiwanaku because that sounds, that sounds like the rock wall. Above ground, underground structures, subterranean tunnels. I just found out that there's a subterranean tunnel that goes from downtown Rockwell, where the old courthouse is, all the way to the river, to the Trinity River, which is, oh God, that's probably a good, 7 or 8 miles away. So my question is, why would somebody, that lends a lot of credence to the thing that people were saying that the wall was used to hide from, these giants. And that would make sense if you had, underground enclosed tunnel that went all the way to the river to the water supply that was away from where your habitation was, so that you could get to the water supply and get the water back to where you were living without being seen by something. What would you need to avoid being seen by? So I just kind of set off a red flag when I was reading it. An artificial hill with channels, conduits, and stuff. Yeah. It sounds just like the rock wall. A tourist favorite is a stone gateway known as the Gate of the Sun. Right. They associate that Gate of the Sun with Viracocha. And Viracocha is the same as Quetzalcoatl or Inki or anything else. And that's what the gate of the sun is. A prominent structure that was also cut from a single boulder with some of the precision exhibited at Pima Punku, it probably served an astronomical purpose and undoubtedly a calligraphy one. As the carved images in the artfully indicate, their patterns are dominated by the larger image of the god Viracocha, holding a lightning weapon that clearly emulated the Near Eastern Adad Teshub. And indeed, in Ralph Brown's, I've suggested that he was Adad Teshub. The gate of the sun is also positioned that it forms an astronomical observation unit with a third prominent structure at Tiwanaku called the Kalakasea. It's a large rectangular structure with a sunken central courtyard and is surrounded by standing stone pillars. Posanti's suggestion that the Kalakasea served as an observatory has been confirmed by subsequent explorers. His conclusion, based on Sir Norman Lockyear's archaeoastronomy guidelines, that showed the astronomical alignments of the Castle Saya, showed that it was built thousands of years before the Incas and was so incredible that German astronomical institutions sent teams of scientists to check it out. Their report and subsequent additional verifications affirm that the Coliseum's orientation unquestionably matched the Earth's obliquity either in 10,000 BC or 4,000 BCE. Either date I wrote in The Lost Realms was fine with me. The earlier, soon after the deluge, when the goal of obtaining operations there, or the later date, when I knew visited, both dates matched the activities of the Anunnaki there, and the evidence for the presence of Inuit gods is all over the place. Archaeological, geological, and mineralogical research at the site and in the area confirmed that Tiwanaku also served as a metallurgical center. Based on various kinds and images in the Gate of the Sun and their similarity to depictions of ancient Hittite sites in Turkey, I have suggested that the gold and tin obtainment operations were then supervised. That day, I said it was 90-10, because again, that's what was not real, but was found in the law. It was this, it was a smoking wheel made of tin and iron and a bunch of different things. Metallurgy. It was like 7,000 years old. I just see more and more of these, every time I see these specials, here's a bunch of jewelry from or something like that. I mean, every time I see one of those videos or watch those shows and they're talking about these sites, I just scream at the TV going, look, the rock art has all of these features. So I have a feeling that when I'm able to show in the documentary film these correlations between and these ancient sites like Tiwanaku and others, folks, I think that's going to be a game changer. I think that's going to propel this information into the mainstream community in a major way. I think it's going to turn some heads because, as I've said, I mean, there's similarity after similarity to these ancient sites and to the site in Rockwell. At least are born the fact that it's an ancient site is as important as any of these other ones. But of course, you're talking about religious people who are paranoid. If they're afraid you're going to start digging up these ancient giant, burial grounds that everybody's going to be cursed. But oh man. I have suggested that the gold and tin obtainment operations were supervised by Ishkur, Adad, in the sun. His domain in the old world was Anatolia, where he was worshipped by the Hittites as Teshub, the weather god, whose symbol was a lightning rod. Such a huge symbol, enigmatically carved on a steep mountainside, can be seen from the air or from out in the ocean in the Bay of Paracas, Peru, a natural harbor downhill from Tiwanaku. Nicknamed the Candelabra, the symbol is 420 feet long and 240 feet wide, and its lines, which are 5 to 15 feet wide, have been etched into the hard rock to a depth of about 2 feet. No one knows by whom or how, unless it was Adad himself who wanted to declare his presence. To the north of the bay, inland in the desert between the Ingenio and Nazca rivers, explorers have found one of the most puzzling riddles of antiquity, the so-called Nazca lines. Called by some the world's largest artworks, a vast area of some 200 square miles that extends eastward from Pampa, the flat desert, to the rugged mountains, was used by someone as a canvas to draw on explosive images. The drawings are so huge that they make no sense at the ground level, but when viewed from the air, clearly represent known and imaginary animals and birds. The drawings were made by removing the topsoil to a depth of several inches and were executed with a unicursal line, a continuous line that curves and twists without crossing over itself. As computer guided laser from the air. Even flying over that area, there are small planes in the center of the tourist there, invariably concludes that someone airborne had used a soil blasting device to doodle on the ground below. Directly relevant to the subject of departure, however, is another even more puzzling feature of the Nazca lines. Actual lines that look like a runway. Straight without fault, these flat stretches, sometimes narrow, sometimes short, sometimes long, run straight over hills and vales, no matter how the shape of the terrain. There are some 740 straight lines, sometimes combined with the triangular trapezoids. They frequently crisscross each other without rhyme or reason, sometimes running over the animal drawings, revealing that the lines were made at different times. Various attempts to resolve the mystery of the lines, including those by the late Maria Wright, who made it her lifelong project, failed whenever an explanation was sought in terms of it was done by native Peruvians, people of Nazca culture or of Paracas civilization of the lights. Studies, including some of the National Geographic Society, aimed at uncovering astronomical orientations for the lines, alignments with solstices, equinoxes, this or that, star led nowhere. For those who ruled out an ancient astronaut solution, the mystery remains unsolved. You know, they made the animal zones first because it was a good spot. There was lots of gold there. It was a good place to land. They made that spot, made all the animal things there, so they see their land there, and then later they built. That's when they deemed it an official spaceport, and they built the runways on that. I mean, that's what the texts say. Then the water lines look like the airport runways on which real aircraft roll to take off from the land. This is not the case here. It's only because the lines are not horizontally level. They run straight over uneven territory, nearing hills, ravines, and gullies. Indeed, rather than being there to enable takeoff, they appear to be the result of takeoffs by craft taking off and leveling, leaving on the ground below lines created by their engine's exhaust. That the celestial, no, I don't believe that. I believe this is that we're thinking of the Anunnaki are coming down in planes like ours, landing on a fucking aircraft carrier, because we're thinking of things about in terms of our technology. The reason the lines go over gullies and they're straight, but the reason they go over rough terrain is because the lines are only there. You're talking about like traffic control. A plane, or a ship that's hovering. It has no need. Have you ever seen how like the Klingon bird of prey lands and just comes in and just lands like a Harrier? Yep, boom, just a soft, nice landing. It's got legs that come out and it can land on rock of any terrain. Well, that's the same thing here. So the fact that the terrain was unlevel is because it was, obviously there were so many ships coming out. That tells you the scale of the operations. If they were indeed shipping gold or whatever else out, the scale of operations was so big. But they had an open spaceport going, and they were just, pouring out gold by the tons out of this thing. This, I suggest, is the solution of the puzzle of the Nazca lines. Nazca was the last spaceport of the Anunnaki. It served them after the one of the Sinai was destroyed, and it served them for the final departure.
Charlie brought me stuff to eat.
There are no eyewitness report texts regarding the airborne aircraft and flights in Nazca. Regarding the flights that undoubtedly used the landing place in Lebanon. The eyewitness reports relating to those departure flights in Anunnaki craft include the testimony of Ezekiel and the inscriptions of Atagubi and the
I was really looking forward to eating
Nahunade. The inevitable conclusion must be that from at least 610 BCE through probably 560 BCE, the Anunnaki gods were methodically leaving planet Earth. Where did they go as they lifted off from Earth? It had to be, of course, a place from which sin could return relatively soon once he changed his mind. The place was the good old way station on Mars, from which the long-distance spaceships raced to intercept and land on the orbiting Nibiru. As detailed in the 12th planet, Sumerian knowledge
Fuck, man.
is evidenced by a remarkable depiction of a 4,500-year-old
It's
solar
been
system
many
now
fucking
in
years
heritage
since I ate
museum in
anything
St.
out of
Petersburg,
my
Russia. It shows an astronaut on Mars, the sixth planet,
Goddamn
communicating with
decades.
one on Earth in the solar
In
planet,
decades.
counting from the outside in. With a spacecraft in the heavens between them, benefiting from Mars' low gravity
trust you.
compared to that of Earth, the Anunnaki had found it easier and more logical to first transport themselves and their cargoes in shuttlecraft from Earth to Mars,
God damn.
and there transfer to reach Nibiru and vice versa. In
Here it is.
1976, when all that was first presented in the 12th planet, Mars
Starts
was
getting
still
so long that it
very
runs down
small,
your beard and
slightly
itches your
planet.
face when you
And
fucking
the
sweat.
suggestion that space base influence existed there seemed by establishment scholars even far out than the notion of ancient
It ain't so
asteroids.
bad if you ain't sweating.
By the time Genesis revisited was published in 1990,
I'm gonna have to start
there were enough of NASA's own findings and photographs
braiding
from
my
Mars
beard.
that
It's
were
about
shown
long
to the
enough.
space base on Mars. The evidence showed that
That
Mars once
helps.
had water, including
That helps
photographs
a lot,
of roads, structures,
actually.
roads, and a hub-like
I'm gonna put
compound.
a little braids in my shit.
As well
I'm gonna
as
put
the
little
famous
braids
face.
in Polly's head. That way she keeps it cool.
The face is located in front of the parallel.
She don't like 80. It's only like 85 out right now. It's really nice. But I mean, I'm blowing glass
And where they set up the
3,000
habitation
fucking
in Mesoamerica,
It's way hotter over here than it is over
that they
there.
called at that time, you guessed it, Cydonia. That's what
Especially when
Mesoamerica
that
was
flame
first called. It was called Cydonia. And it was smack dab on the 33rd
Hey, too
parallel as
hot.
well.
I gotta wait on this shit to warm up again.
So I
I'm
never
about
thought
to
it was a
cut that big
coincidence
thick
that,
thing off.
you just
Stack it with
happen to
grass.
land where all the,
I got two to work with.
oil and resources were. It was not an accident.
I like this bigger kiln. Fuck, I've already got 2 bubblers, 2 pipes cut.
I'm
working on 2 more pipes.
Missions to Mars since augmented by the
Looking
European
at a
Union
bubbler.
have met with unusual, troubling, and puzzling high rates of failure, including the ordering
Oh,
unexplained
happy 436.
spacecraft. Yeah, there's one where
It's still early.
it was some kind of a Russian probe or something. I've seen video of it, and you can literally see the shadow of some kind of big ass ship come in right as the video goes off and lose contact. So yeah, many people believe that that's what those Anunnaki have been ruling world affairs from Mars. A lot of them never left. We're back in the Bureau. A lot of them have been.
They ain't never left.
That's where the council is on Mars, and people
Talk
believe
about
that
Sim
they
came
lived
back
in
for 30
Stargates and
years.
really had meetings with them on Mars. I don't know how real that's true, but I have heard it said.
I have too. My hair's fucking wet.
It says, but due to persistent efforts, enough U.S., Soviet, and European unmanned spacecraft have managed to reach and explore Mars in the last 2 decades. By now, the scientific journals are the same doubting Thomases of the 1970s have been filled with reports, studies, and photographs announcing that Mars did have a sizable and still has a thin atmosphere, but it won't have rivers, lakes, and oceans and still has water. At some places, just below the surface, and in some instances, even visible as small frozen lakes. As a medley of headline shows, in 2005, NASA's Mars rover sent back chemical and photographic evidence backing these conclusions. Together with some of the rover's amazing photographs showing structural remains like a sandpaper wall with distinct right-angled corners, the point, Mars could and did serve as a way station. It was the first close-by destination of the departing gods as confirmed by the relatively quick return of Sin. Who else left or stayed behind? Who might return? Surprisingly, some of the answers come from Mars. And that's the end of chapter 13 right there. Starting chapter 14 for you here tonight. Let me get a drink. A little bit dazed. And we're reading from Zechariah 16 the days, chapter 14, and let's go it up. The title of chapter 14 is the end of days. So let's go into it now. Mankind's recollection of landmark events in its past legends or myths to most historians includes tales deemed universal, and that they have been part of the cultural or religious heritage of peoples all over the earth. Tales of a first human couple, of a deluge, or of gods who came from the heavens belong to that category. So do tales of the gods' departure back to the heavens. Of particular interest to us are such collective memories by the peoples and in the lands where the departures had actually taken place. We've already covered the evidence from the ancient Near East. It also comes from the Americas, and it embraces both Innuite and Infiite gods. In South America, the dominant deity was called Viracocha, the creator of all. The Aymara natives of the Andes told of him and that his abode was in Tiwanaku, that he gave the first two brother-sister couples a golden wand with which to find the right place to establish Cuzco, the eventual Incan capital, the site for the observatory of Machu Picchu, and other sacred sites. And then, having done all that, he left. The grand layout, which simulated a square ziggurat with its corners oriented to the cardinal points, then marked the direction of his eventual departure. We have identified the god of Tiwanaku as Teshup, a dad of the Hittite Sumerian pantheon, Enlil's youngest son. In Mesoamerica, the giver of civilization was the winged serpent, Quetzalcoatl. We have identified him as Enki's son Thoth of the Egyptian pantheon, Ningishzida to the Sumerians, and as the one who in 3113 BCE brought over his African followers to establish civilization in Mesoamerica. Though the time of his departure was not specified, it had to coincide with the demise of his African proteges, the Olmecs, and the simultaneous rise of the native Mayans circa 600 to 500 BCE. The dominant legend in Mesoamerica was his promise when he departed to return on the anniversary of his secret number 52. The anniversary of his secret number 52. I wonder what that means. Somebody write that down, please. Do some digging into that. Somebody want to take that on? Please. So Quetzalcoatl was supposed to return on the anniversary of his secret number 52. And so it was by the middle of the first millennium BCE in one part of the world after another that mankind found itself without its long worshipped gods. And before long, the question which has been asked by my readers began to preoccupy mankind. Will they return? Like a family suddenly abandoned by its father, mankind grasped for the hope of a return. Then, like an orphan needing help, mankind cast about for a savior. The prophets promised it will surely happen at the end of days. At the peak of their presence, the Anunnaki numbered 600 on Earth, plus another 300 Igigi based on Mars. Their number was falling after the deluge, and especially after Andy's visit circa 4000 BCE. Of the gods named in early Sumerian texts and in long god lists, few remained as the millennia followed each other. Most returned to their home planet. Some, in spite of their wanted immortality, died on Earth. And that's there you go. That's what's according to the Romans. We can mention the defeated Zu and Seth, the dismembered Osiris, the ground Dumuzi, the nuclear inflicted bow, the departures of the Anunnaki gods as the heroes return roamed, or the dramatic finale. The awesome times when the gods resided in sacred precincts in the people's cities, when a pharaoh claimed that a god was riding along in his chariot, and when the Syrian king boasted of help from the skies. Those days were over and gone. Already in the days of the prophet Jeremiah, the nations surrounding Judea were marked for worshiping not a living God, but idols made by craftsmen in stone, wood, and metal, gods who needed to be carried where they could not walk. With the final departure taking place, who of the great Anunnaki gods remained on Earth? To judge by who was mentioned in the text and inscriptions from the ensuing period, we can certain only of Marduk and Nebu of the Enkiites and of the Emilites, Nanarsin and his spouse Nabal and his aide Ustu, and probably also Ishtar. On each side of the great religious divide, there is now just one sole great God of heaven and earth. Marduk for the Enkiites and Nanarsin for the Emilites. Oh, so that's when you get to, goddess worship versus God worship, and Mary versus, Helena, or Diana, or any of those. The story of Babylon was first king reflected these circumstances. The children sinner Haran, but he required and blessing of Marduk in Babylon in the celestial confirmation of the appearance of Marduk's planet. And he bore the name Nabu-Naid. This divine co-regnum might have been an attempt at dual monotheism, to coin the expression, but its unintended consequence was to plant the seeds of Islam. The historical record indicates that neither gods nor people were happy with these arrangements. Sin, whose temple in Haran was restored, demanded that his great ziggurat temple in Ur should also be rebuilt and become the center of worship. And in Babylon, the priests of Marduk were up in arms. A tablet now in the British Museum is inscribed with a text that scholars have titled Nebuchadnezzar and the Clergy of Babylon. It contains a list of accusations by the Babylonian priests against Nebuchadnezzar. The charges ran from civil matters, and all over are not promulgated by him, from the neglect of the economy. The farmers are corrupted, the traders' roads are blocked, the lack of public safety, nobles are killed. And the most serious charges, religious sacrilege. He made an image of a god which nobody had seen before in the land. He placed it in the temple, raised it upon a pedestal. He called it by the name of Nanar. With lapis lazuli he adorned it, crowned it with a tiara in the shape of an eclipsed moon, and made for its hand the gesture of a demon. As the accusations continued, a strange statue of a deity never seen before, with hair reaching down to the pedestal. It was so unusual and unseemly, the priest wrote that even Enki and Nimrod, who ended up with strange chimeric creatures when they attempted to fashion man, could not have conceived it. It was so strange that not even the learned Adapa, an icon of utmost human knowledge, could have named it. To make matters worse, two unusual beasts were sculpted as its guardians. One a deluge demon, and the other a wild bull. Then the king took this abomination and placed it in Marduk's Isagial temple. Even more offending was Nebuchadnezzar's announcement that henceforth the Akitu festival, during which the near death, resurrection, exile, and final triumph of Marduk were reenacted, would no longer be celebrated. Declaring that Nebuchadnezzar's protected God became hostile to them, and that the former favorite of the gods was now fated to misfortune, the Babylonian priests forced Nebuchadnezzar to leave Babylon into exile in a distant region. It's a historical fact that Nebuchadnezzar indeed left Babylon, named for his sons Belshazzar, Uzzar, the Belshazzar of the biblical book of Daniel and his region. The distant region to which Nebuchadnezzar went in self-exile was Arabia. As various inscriptions attest, his entourage included Jews from among the Judean exiles in the Haran region. His principal base was at a place called Tima, a caravan center in what is now northwestern Saudi Arabia, that is mentioned several times in the Bible. Recent excavations there have untold cuneiform tablets attesting to Nabok's stay. He established 6 other settlements for his followers. 5 of the towns were listed 1,000 years later by Arabian writers as Jewish towns. Well, that's all that left. To this day, all the heads of Saudi Arabia, all the princes and kings, are all Jewish. Well, no, this came out a couple years ago. The Jewish angle in the nominated tale has been reinforced by the fact that a fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls found at Qumran on the shores of the Dead Sea mentions Nabonaid and asserts that he was suffering in Tima from an unpleasant skin disease. that was cured only after a Jew told him to give honor to the God Most High. All that has led to speculation that Nabonid was contemplating monotheism. But to him, the God Most High was not the Judeans' Yahweh, but his benefactor, Nanar Sin, the moon god, whose crescent symbol has been adopted by Islam. And there's little doubt that its roots can be traced back to Nabonid's stay in Arabia. Sin's whereabouts fade out of Mesopotamian records after the time of the Nabonid. Texts discovered at Urgut, a Canaanite site on the Mediterranean coast in Syria, now called Ras Shamra, describe the moon god as retired with his spouse to an oasis at the confluence of two bodies of water near the cleft of the two seas. Ever wondering why the Sinai Peninsula was named in honor of Sin, and its main central crossroads in honor of his spouse Nikal, the place is still called in Arabic Nikal, I surmise that the aged couple retired to somewhere on the shores of the Red Sea and the of Iliad. The Ugaritic text called the moon god El, a forerunner of Islam's Allah, and his moon crescent symbol crowns every Muslim mosque, and as it demands, the mosques are flanked to this day by minarets that simulate multi-stage rocket ships ready to be launched. The last chapter in the Nabonid saga was linked to the emergence of the scene of the ancient world of the Persians, a name given to a medley of peoples and states on the Iranian plateau that included the olden Sumerian Anshan and Elam and the land of the later Medes, who had a hand in the demise of Assyria.
It's nice and warm now.
It was in the 6th century BCE that a tribe called Archaeans,
Might need some more
by
gas.
Greek historians who recorded their deeds, emerged from the northern outskirts of those territories, seized control, and unified their
Getting a good
army to
little
become
chunk of
a
stuff
mighty
done
new
today.
empire. Though deemed to racially be Indo-Europeans, their tribal name stemmed from that of their ancestor, Hokum Anish, which meant wise man in Semitic Hebrew. A fact that some attribute to the influence of Jewish exiles from the 10 tribes who had been relocated to that region by the Assyrians. Religiously, the Achaemenid Persians apparently adopted a Sumerian Akkadian pantheon akin to its Iranian Mitannian version, which was a step to the Indo-Aryan one of the Sanskrit Vedas, a mixture that is conveniently simplified by just stating that they believe in a God Most High.
Well, it reached for us all week up here in Kofax. If anybody's in the region, I got a bike come back. Looking to sell. Here it is.
We call him Cyrus. The Bible called him Koresh. We consider him Yahweh's emissary for conquering Babylon, overthrowing its king, and rebuilding the destroyed temple in
Show you
Jerusalem.
what we did yesterday.
Though you notice me not why Yahweh, who called Israel, and by God, who hath called you by name.
I'll take this and show Chad too. Chad's a friend of mine. He's working here today. Nice double rig, double bubble. Depth, lots of bubbles. Twisted donut. 3-hole. Today we got 2 bubblers and
We're going 3 pipes in.
I figured out how to work the kiln. That helped.
God has weighed Babylon and its king, and finding them wanting, numbered their days. They will meet their end by the hand of the Persians. In 539 BCE, Cyrus crossed the Tigris River into Babylonian territory, advanced on Sippar, where he intercepted a rushing back Nabonid, and then claiming that
All right,
Marduk
going
himself
in the
had
retail store.
invited him,
Had to put on a shirt.
entered Babylon without a
Be back
fight.
in the.
Welcomed by the priests who considered him a savior from the heretic Nabonid and his disliked son Cyrus, grasped the hands of Marduk as a sign of homage to the god. But he also, in one of his very first proclamations, rescinded the exile of the Judeans, permitted the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem, and ordered the return of all the temple's ritual objects that were looted by Nebuchadnezzar. The returning exiles under the leadership of Ezra and Nehemiah completed the rebuilding of the temple, henceforth known as the Second Temple, in 516 BCE, exactly as was prophesied by Jeremiah 70 years after the first temple was destroyed. The Bible considered Cyrus an instrument of God's plans. And anointed of Yahweh, historians believe that Cyrus proclaimed a general religious amnesty to allow each people to worship as they pleased. And as to what Cyrus himself might have believed, but judged by the monument he had erected for himself, he appears to have envisioned himself as a winged cherub. Speaking of the last time, our website, theglobalreality.com. It's theglobalreality.com. My email address is globalrealityshow@gmail.com. There it is. All right, let's get into this now. Cyrus, some historians attach the epithet the Great to his name, consolidated into a vast Persian empire all the lands that had once been Sumer and Akkad, Mari and Mitanni, Haiti and Elam, Babylonia and Assyria. It was left to his son Cambyses to extend the empire to Egypt. Egypt was just recovering from a period of disarray that some consider a third intermediate period, during which it was disunited, changed capital several times, was ruled by invaders from Nubia, and had no central authority at all. Egypt was also in disarray religiously, its priests uncertain who to worship, so much so that the leading cult was that of the dead Osiris. The leading deity, the female Neith, whose title was Mother of God, and the principal cult object, a bull, the sacred Apis bull, for whom elaborate funerals were held. Cambyses, too, like his father, was no religious zealot and let people worship as they pleased. He even, according to an inscribed stela now in the Vatican Museum, of course, learned the secrets of worship from Neith and participated in the ceremonial funeral of an Apis bull. Now think about that. way before Christianity, way before Catholicism, way before Judaism, way before any of this stuff, right? And, there it is. We're worshiping the bull Baal thousands of years ago. And again, no, where is that artifact now? Of course, it's in the Vatican Museum. Yeah, of course. So, for those people out there that try to say that, there's no connection to the Vatican and this, the ancient Sumerian stuff and the ancient societies that had to do with the Anunnaki, there's plenty to do with, believe me. There's no coincidence why they hold those, those artifacts as being important. I mean, hell, if you've seen my reality illusion film on the Norway Spiral, there's a news clip in there where they talk about a lot of the artifacts that were looted from the Baghdad Museum. Guess where they showed up at? They showed up at the Vatican. They showed up in Rome. Yeah, they just happened to just commit. They just immediately found their way to the Vatican after being looted by special forces. Yeah. You understand? It's a historical fact that the special forces to this day started with the Knights Templar. It's a fact. I didn't know that until 4 or 5 years ago. It's an absolute fact. I mean, this is admitted mainstream scholarly work that our modern-day special forces originated from the Templars. These religious fair policies bought the Persians peace in their empire, but not forever. Unrest, uprisings, and rebellions kept breaking out almost everywhere, especially troublesome with growing commercial, cultural, and religious ties between Egypt and Greece. Much information about that comes from the Greek historian Herodotus, who wrote extensively about Egypt after his visit there, circa 460 BCE, coinciding with the beginning of Greece's golden age. The Persians could not be pleased with those ties, above all because Greek mercenaries were participating in the local uprisings. Of particular concern were also the provinces in Asia Minor, what is present-day Turkey, at the western tip of which Asia and the Persians faced Europe and the Greeks. There, Greek settlers were reviving and reinforcing olden settlements. The Persians, on their part, sought to ward off the troublesome Europeans by seizing nearby Greek islands. The growing tensions broke into open warfare when the Persians invaded the Greek mainland and were beaten at Marathon in 490 BCE. The Persian invasion by sea was beaten off by the Greeks in the Straits of Salamis a decade later, but the skirmishes and battles for control of Asia Minor continued for another century. Even as in Persia, King, I just didn't, some of the way that he words sometimes, it just didn't, it's not English. Only Zechariah could speak English very well. Even as in Persia, king followed king, and in Greece, Athenians, even as in Persia, king followed king, and in Greece, Athenians, Spartans, and Macedonians fought one another for, it just drives me crazy to just have to say those words wrongly. It just pisses me off. In those double struggles, one among the mainland Greeks, the other with Persians, the support of the Greek settlers of Asia Minor was very important. No sooner did the Macedonians win the upper hand on the mainland than their king Philip II sent an armed corps over the Strait of Hellespont, today's Dardanelles, to secure the loyalty of the Greek settlements. In 334 BCE, his successor Alexander the Great, heading an army of 15,000 strong, crossed into Asia at the same place and launched a major war against the Persians. Alexander's outstanding victories and the resulting subjugation of the ancient East to Western Greek domination have been told and retold by historians, starting with some who had accompanied Alexander, and need no repetition here. What does need to be described are the personal reasons for Alexander's foray into Asia and Africa. For apart from all geopolitical or economic reasons, for the Greek-Persian Great War, there was Alexander's own personal quest. There had been persistent rumors in the Macedonian court that not King Philip, but a god, an Egyptian god, was Alexander's true father, having come to the queen Olympias disguised as a man, with a Greek pantheon that derived from across the Mediterranean Sea and headed, like the Sumerian 12, by 12 Olympians, and with tales of gods, myths that emulated the Near Eastern tales of the gods. The appearance of one such god in the Macedonian court was not deemed an impossibility. With court shenanigans that involved a young Egyptian mistress of the king and marital strife that included divorce and murders, the rumors were believed first and foremost by Alexander himself. A visit by Alexander to the oracle in Delphi to find out whether he was indeed the son of a god, and therefore immortal, only intensified the mystery. He was advised to seek an answer at an Egyptian sacred site. It was thus that as soon as the Persians were in the first battle, Alexander, rather than pursuing them, left his main army and rushed to the oasis of Silla in Egypt. There the priests assured him that he indeed was a demigod, the son of the ram god Ammon. In celebration, Alexander issued silver coins showing him the ram's horns. But what about the immortality? While the course of the resumed warfare and Alexander's conquests have been documented by his campaign historian Kistaphiles and other historians, his personal quest for immortality is mostly known from sources deemed to be pseudo-Calistinians or Alexander romances that embellish fact and legend as detailed in The Stairway to Heaven. The Egyptian priests directed Alexander there on the Nile River's western shore. He could see in the funerary temple built by Hasipa the inscription attesting to her being fathered by the god Ammon, when he came to her mother disguised as the royal husband, exactly like the tale of Alexander's demigod conception. In the great temple of Ra-Ammon in Thebes, in the Holy of Holies, Alexander was crowned as a pharaoh. Then, following the directions given in Silla, he entered subterranean tunnels in the Sinai Peninsula, and finally he went to where Amun-Ra, alias Marduk, was, to Babylon. Resuming the battles with the Persians, Alexander reached Babylon in 331 BCE and entered the city riding in his chariot. In the sacred precinct, he rushed to the Asagio Ziggurat temple to grasp the hands of Marduk as conquerors before him had done, but the great god was dead. According to the pseudo sources, Alexander saw the god lying in a golden coffin, his body immersed or preserved in special oils. True or not, the facts are that Marduk was no longer alive, and that his Asagio Ziggurat was, without exception, described as his tomb by subsequent established historians. According to Diodorus of Sicily, whose Bibliotheca Historica is known to have been compiled from verifiable, reliable sources, scholars called Chaldeans, who have gained a great reputation in astrology and who were accustomed to predict future events by a method based on old age observations, warned Alexander that he would die in battle. Escape the danger, he re-erected the tomb of Belus, demolished by the Persians. Entering the city anyway, Alexander had neither the time nor the manpower to do repairs, and indeed died in Babylon in 323 BCE. The first century BCE historian Herodotus Strabo, who was born in a Greek town in Asia Minor, described Babylon as a strange geography with great size, the hanging garden that was
You're really not going to do so quick.
with high buildings constructed of baked bricks and so on. It said this in section 16I5. Here too is the tomb of Belus, now in ruins, having been demolished by Xerxes, as it is said, it was a quadrangular pyramid of baked bricks, not only being a stadium in height, but also having sides the stadium in
I
height.
haven't eaten microwave chips since I was a kid.
Well, we could have known that because I was not as much as you guys were.
I'm on a good roll. I don't feel like breaking it.
According to this source, the tomb of Marduk was destroyed by Xerxes, who was the Persian king and ruler of Babylon from 486 to 465 BCE. Strabo and Book 5 earlier stated that Belus was lying in the coffin when Xerxes decided to restore the temple. In 42 BCE, accordingly, Marduk died not long before Germany's leading Assyriologist, meaning at the University of Missouri in 1922, concluded that Marduk was already in his tomb in 484 BCE. Marduk's son Nabu also vanished from the pages
A couple
of
more
history.
days like this, we'll go see our buddy Dan in the spring.
Almost human end.
Dan the man.
The saga of the gods who shaped history on planet Earth.
Oh, yeah.
But
He's
the
got a bunch
end
of stories.
came as the
Yeah.
age of the ram was waning was probably
He likes
no
my
coincidence either.
Yeah, buy it all.
With the death of
Goodbye,
Marduk
all.
and the fading away of Nabu,
Well,
And we'll come
all the
home
great
with money.
Anunnaki gods who had
generator,
once
maybe.
dominated Earth were gone.
what were you thinking?
With the death of Alexander, real or pretended demigods who linked mankind to the gods were also
I
gone.
was thinking some food, something
For the
hot.
first
We
time
got propane.
since Adam was
Stove
fashioned,
works.
man was without
Who else is
his
cooking?
creators.
I got to do goddamn
In those
dishes too.
despondent times for mankind, hope came forth from Jerusalem.
Before we cook anything.
Amazingly, the story of Marduk and his ultimate fate in Babylon had been correctly foretold.
But I figure I'd take care of that when we get over there.
Jeremiah
The grocery
forecasted
store.
a pushing in from Babylon.
Figure out what we want to eat.
That its God was doomed to wither,
I might even cook.
to
You gonna do a
reign,
couple?
to rule old and confused, to shrivel and die. We should not be surprised that God's prophecies came true.
One day this weekend we should go over to that state park and pay $10 fee. Dump, fill, take showers, all that shit. 'Cause I still ain't. My hair's fucking wet to the. I'm all in cuts.
I need to go get a deodorant. So I'm gonna walk back over to the store because he has more deodorant than he has.
At the end of days, you shall
Tell him to
proceed.
wash his butt.
Well, just wash the butt, but I'll get a deodorant and come take a shower.
And all nations shall assemble there. Isaiah in
Oh,
the second set of prophecies,
it's like 5 o'clock.
sometimes called the second
We'll
Isaiah,
pull out of here probably about
identified
6.
Babylon as God as the
I'm hot.
hiding God,
Tired of
which is
work.
what Amy
And,
was. Well, that's interesting. So Isaiah identified Babylon's God as the hiding God, which would have been Amy.
I about got half of that filled full.
Which we get
I've already surpassed what I
You look
usually make.
excited about it.
Oh yeah, I'm already. Yeah, I got room. I can make more. I'm happy about that.
And you're not using that one at all?
No, don't really need to. It's the same opening. If I want to make something big, yeah, I'll turn it on. Yeah.
And the prophet said, it shall come to pass in the end of days that the mount of Yahweh's temple shall be established as foremost of all mountains, exalted above the
Yeah, where this state park's in a reservoir. It's just south of here. It's $10 for a day pass. You go to the lake, fucking hang out with the dogs in the water, and they got dump stations for the RV and shit. They got showers and all that shit. Good deal. Fucking until we get hot water in the RV, that's how we doing it anyway. But what's today? Today's Thursday. Today's Friday. Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, are they open on Saturday or Sunday?
Yeah. But they're closed on Monday. I don't think I'm waiting until Monday. Take a day off though. Go take a shower. Hang out the lake.
Well, I was gonna say, if you don't want to cook dinner, we could go freaking buy 2 freaking dinners at Chuck and Texas Road down at some never feed all 3 of us. There's a lot of food, man.
Oh my God. You gonna have me driving all over this town?
No, I don't want to drive nowhere. Whatever's easier for you. That's all I'm saying. Sounds good, dude. It's not good. We do like that.
That sounds good. Yummy, yummy. I'm fucking hungry. I ain't eat. I need to work. You slept?
I
What?
said I saw it.
Oh.
Sorry.
You put them right here. I need water. I need water to continue. I think, actually.
You need me to quit distracting you.
I do tend to make a little bit more stuff.
So that's why all this stuff has been hijacked and why they have steered world events towards this, because they are trying to create an end that will fall in line to religious teaching so that they can gain total control once that end comes to pass. The other is, it has all been preordained that the end was already planned by God in the beginning. Indeed, the concept of an end of epoch, a time when the course of events shall come to a halt, a precursor, one may say, of the current idea of the end of history and a new epoch, or it's almost tempting to say a new age. A new and predicted cycle shall begin and can already be found in the earliest biblical chapters. The Hebrew term akarat kainu, sometimes translated last days or latter days, or more accurately end of days, was already used in the biblical Bible in Genesis chapter 49, when the dying Jacob summoned his sons and said, "Gather yourselves together, let me tell you that which shall befall you at the end of days." And again, the end of days, it can have so many connotations. What if that's the end of time? The end of time. So, I told this story in the chat room last night, and because somebody was bringing up something. I think it's Rick who was bringing up the idea of the Earth being, the planets being spaceships, as we talked about last week, and as the Earth possibly being a spaceship. And it just triggered this thought. I had this dream last week. It's totally crazy. And I never had dreams like this. It's completely vivid. I had this dream that the sun heated up and expanded to a huge size, like a much larger size than it is now, like 10 times or 20 times the size of what it is now. And because of this growth of the sun, it basically caused our entire solar system to expand and pushed everything out. And so it pushed the Earth on the other planets farther out away from the sun, almost naturally by itself, by some unseen force, which kept us from getting cooked. But what it also did is it also caused our orbit to go around the sun at a much slower rate because we were farther out, which then caused but basically they were saying that everybody was talking about, and I remember was saying that I was like reading news stories and everybody was talking about it on TV and stuff, and they were saying that essentially it was going to cause humans to live much longer. Maybe that's the end of days. I don't know. But yeah, I had a crazy dream that the sun expanded and pushed us out farther, and we had took us longer to go around the sun, so we lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Just a crazy dream, but it kind of made me think of that. How do we even know that end of days means the end of the world or anything else? I mean, that's the one thing that I found with reading any of these religious. I used to think the Bible was bullshit. I don't know what all this bullshit. I think what the bullshit is that they haven't given us the context. We're going by interpretation that humans, that men have given us, of what these terms mean, like such as the end of days, but we really don't know exactly that that's exactly what they meant by those terms, by the end of days. How do you know that's not the end of the cycle, or as the lines, but the end of the known world, or the beginning of the new world? It's a statement followed by detailed predictions that many associate with the 12 houses of the zodiac. That presupposes prophecy by being based on advanced knowledge of the future, and again in Deuteronomy chapter 4. When Moses, before dying, reviewing Israel's divine legacy and its future, counsels the people thus: "When your tribulation shall be, and such things shall befall you in the end of days, to Yahweh thy God return and hearken to his voice." The repeated stress on the wall of Jerusalem and the essentiality of its Temple Mount as the beacon in which all nations shall come streaming have more than a theological moral reason. A very practical reason is cited: the need to have the site ready for the return of Yahweh's kavod, the very term used in Exodus and then by Ezekiel to describe God's celestial vehicle. So Yahweh is gonna land on the motherfucking Temple Mount in something called a kavod, as Ezekiel described. So that's what this is. Okay, I get it now. So these motherfuckers want to rebuild all this Zionism and the Middle East and all these ideologies, all this killing. This is so that they can secure Jerusalem, so they have a landing pad for Yahweh to land on in his kavod spaceship. You know what? Why can't they just tell us that? God damn it! We have a lot less problems on the planet. I think a lot of people will just feel better about it. They just need to get on TV tomorrow and go, look, we're not going to bullshit you anymore. This is what's going on. Yahweh, yeah, he's an alien. And he's coming back. He needs a place to park. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the motherfucker standing around with his dick in his hand when the Lord creator of all comes down and his fucking parking spot is not ready. Are you going to want to deal with that? I'm not. You deal with the big man. You go and tell him that his parking spot's not ready when he gets ready to come down here and pop that big celestial ball. Fuck you, buddy. No fire and brimstone. And this shit done. That's what they need to do. So, okay, so Yahweh's going to end Jerusalem under the fucking thing, and he's going to unite the world, and we're all going to worship him. And we're going to have, peace in the heart. And I'm still going to go raise my hand and go, hey, wait a minute. Right? He's still a man. He's still not, because we think of God as this. Our idea of the creator is not the same thing as, Yahweh or these gods that can fly around in ships and land on the. But that's not God. That's not nature. That's not the source. That's not energy. Those things are intangible and untouchable. So the idea that a god or someone who we're supposed to worship as being the creator is actually a person just like us who can come down in the ship, I'm not buying that for a second. Fuck you. I'm not getting down and worshiping that. Because it just sounds like a corruption. It sounds like a lie. It sounds like a farce. But guess what? Our whole planet exists around that farce, like it or not. kavod that will be enshrined in the rebuilt temple, for which I shall grant peace, shall be greater than the one in the first temple. The prophet Haggai was told significantly that the Lord's coming to Jerusalem was repeatedly linked to Isaiah to another space-related site in Lebanon. It is from there that God's kavod shall arrive in Jerusalem. One cannot avoid the conclusion that a divine return was expected at the end of days, but when was the end of days due? The question on which we shall offer our own answer is not known, for it has already been asked in antiquity, even by the very prophets who have spoken of the end of days. Isaiah's prophecy about the time when a great trumpet shall be blown. Uh-oh, a great trumpet shall be blown. Uh-oh. Is that what the fucking sounds coming out of the clouds are? Oh, shit. A great trumpet shall be blown. That's what. Oh, man. See, there's one that's about that. Could that be why there's been so much disinfo and cognitive dissonance around these sounds coming out of the sky? Oh, great. Oh, fucking Yahweh's on his way. I'm much not in the mood to worship anybody, dude. I got, I go to concerts for that. Let me go worship fucking, Ozzy or something. This is a lot more fun to work. Oh, man. This motherfucker, and see, they'll get this whether they stage it or not. They can, it may really happen, then they stage it. But, I mean, goddamn, can you think of a better thing to give them to a Lord than, Yahweh landing in spaceship and going to Jerusalem and, uniting the world? And then everybody, all the religious zealots and all the government, we're vilified by this. Yes, this is everything we've been telling you about for years. Yeah. Oh, man. And I didn't even think about that. Isaiah's prophecy about the time when a great trumpet shall be blown, and the nations shall gather and bow down to Yahweh in the holy mountain Jerusalem, and accompanied by his own admission that without details and timing, the people could not understand the prophecy. Precept is upon precept. Precept is within precept. Line is upon line. Line is with line. A little here, somewhat there. It was how Isaiah complained to God. Whatever answer he was given, he was ordered to seal and hide the document. No less than 3 times, Isaiah changed the word for the letters from the script Otioth to Otap, which meant oracular signs, hinting at the existence of a kind of secret Bible code to which the divine plan could not be comprehended until the right time. Its secret code might have been hinted at when the prophet asked God, identified as the creator of the letters, to tell us the letters backwards. The prophet Zephaniah, whose very name meant by Yahweh encoded, relayed a message from God that would be at the time the nations gathered that he would speak in a clear language. But that said that more than saying you'll know when it will be time to tell. Now that's interesting, that code language thing. I had a master mason one time, no shit, tell me that if you took a Masonic Bible, the tools in the Masonic Bible, because if you've ever seen the Masonic Bible, it's real big, really thick, but not small, like other Bibles. You take one of these Masonic Bibles and you take the big square and compass that they have in the Masonic lodges, and you can overlay that over the Masonic Bible, and you can actually glean information that's encoded in it that can be viewed only by putting the square and compass on top of the Masonic Bible. I wonder if that's the same thing. And I've never done that, but I was told on good faith by someone at Church that's a National Mason that absolutely is possible. No wonder then that in its final prophetic book, the Bible deals almost exclusively with the question of when. When will the end of days come? In the book of Daniel, Daniel who deciphered correctly for Belshazzar, when writing on the wall was after that Daniel himself began to have open dreams and he would have apocalyptic visions of the future in which the Ancient of Days and its archangels played key roles. Perplexed, Daniel asked the angels for explanations. The answers consisted of predictions of future events taking place at or leading to the end of time. And when will that be, Daniel asked? The answers, which on the face of it seemed precise, only piled up enigmas upon puzzles. In one instance, an angel answered that a phase in future events, a time when an unholy king shall come to change the times and the laws, will last a time, times, and half a time. Only after that will the promised Messianic time, when the kingdom of heaven will be given to the people by the holy ones of the Most High, come about. Another time, the responding angel said 77s and 60s of years have been decreed for your people and your city until the measure of transgression is filled and the prophetic vision is ratified. And yet another time that after the 70s and 60s and 2 years, the Messiah will be cut off, and a leader will come who will destroy the city, and the end will come to a flood. Chapter 15 of Zechariah Sitchin's The End of Days, Jerusalem, the chalice vanished. In the 21st century BCE, when nuclear weapons were first used on Earth, Abraham was blessed with wine and bread at Shalom in the name of God Most High and proclaimed mankind's first monotheistic religion. 21 centuries later, a devout descendant of Abraham, celebrating a special supper in Jerusalem, carried on his back a cross, the symbol of a certain plant, to a place of execution, and gave rise to another monotheistic religion. Questions still swirl about him. Who really was he? What was he doing in Jerusalem? Was there a plot against him, or was he his own plot? And what is the chalice that has given rise to the legends about and searches for the Holy Grail? His last evening of freedom, he celebrated the Jewish Passover, a ceremonial meal called Seder in Hebrew, with wine and unleavened bread together with his 12 disciples. And the scene has been immortalized by some of the greatest painters of religious art. Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper being the most famous of them. Leonardo was renowned for his scientific knowledge and theological insights. What his painting shows has been discussed, debated, and analyzed to this day, deepening rather than resolving the enigmas. The key to unlocking the mysteries we shall show lies in what the painting does not show. It is what is missing from it that holds answer to troubling puzzles in the saga of God and man on earth, and the yearnings for Messianic times. Past, present, and future do converge in the two events. Separated by 21 centuries, Jerusalem was pivotal to both, and by their timing, they were linked by biblical prophecies about the end of days. To understand what happened 21 centuries ago, we need to roll the pages of history back to Alexander, who deemed himself the Son of God, yet died in Babylon at the age of 32. While alive, he controlled his feuding generals with a mixture of favors, punishments, and even untimely deaths. Some, in fact, believe that Alexander himself was poisoned. No sooner did he die than his 4-year-old son and his guardian, Alexander's brother, were murdered, and the quarreling generals and regional commanders divided between them the main conquered lands. Ptolemy and his successors, headquartered in Egypt, seized Alexander's African domains. Seemed it. Well, again, after Africa, even back in those days, weren't they? Seleucus and his successors ruled from Syria, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the distant Asian lands. The contested Judea with Jerusalem ended up in the Ptolemaic realm. The Ptolemies, having managed to maneuver Alexander's body for burial in Egypt, considered themselves his true heirs, and by and large continued his tolerant attitude towards other religions. They established a famed library at Alexandria and assigned an Egyptian priest known as Manetho to write down Egypt's dynastic history and divine prehistory for Greeks that convinced the Ptolemies that their civilization was a continuation of the Egyptian one, and they thus considered themselves rightful successors to the pharaohs. Greek savants showed their particular interest in the religion and writings of the Jews, so much so that the Ptolemies arranged for the translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek and allowed the Jews complete religious freedom of worship in Judea, as well as in their growing communities in Egypt. Like the Ptolemies, the Seleucids also retained a Greek-speaking scholar, a former priest of Marduk known as Berosus, to compile for them the history and prehistory of mankind and its gods according to Mesopotamian knowledge. In a twist of history, he researched and wrote at a library of cuneiform tablets located near Haran. And it's from his 3 books, which we now know of only through fragmented quotations and writings of others in antiquity, that the western world of Greece, then Rome, learned of the Anunnaki and their coming to Earth, the pre-diluvial era, the creation of wise man, the deluge, and what followed. Thus, it was from Berosus, as later confirmed by the discovery and decipherment of the cuneiform tablets, that the 3600 Sar, as the year of the gods, was first learned. In 200 BCE, the Seleucids crossed the Ptolemaic boundary and captured Judea. In other instances, historians have searched for geopolitical and economic reasons for the war, ignoring the religious Messianic aspects. It was in the report about the deluge that the tidbit information was given by Berosus that Ea and Enki, or Ea, who was also Enki, instructed Zisudra, the Sumerian Noah, to conceal every available writing in Sapar, the city of Shamash, or post-diluvial recovery, because those writings were about beginnings, middles, and ends. According to Berosus, the world undergoes periodic cataclysms. He related them to the zodiacal ages. His contemporary one having begun 1,920 years before the secular era, that would place the beginning of the age of the ram in 2232 BCE, an age destined to come soon to an end, even if the full mathematical length is granted to it. The available record suggests that the secular kings, coupling those circulations with the missing return, were seized with the need to urgently expect and prepare for one. A frenzy of rebuilding the ruined temples of Sumer and Akkad began, with emphasis on Ana, the house of Anu in Iraq, the landing place in Lebanon, called by them Heliopolis, city of the sun. God was rededicated by erecting a temple honoring Zeus. The reason for the war to capture Judea, one must conclude, was the urgency of also preparing the space-related sites in Jerusalem for the return. It was, we suggest, the Greek secular way of preparing for the reappearance of the gods. Unlike the Ptolemies, the secular rulers were determined to impose the Hellenic culture and religion in their domains. The change was most significant in Jerusalem, where suddenly foreign troops were stationed, and the authority of the temple priests was curtailed. Hellenistic culture and customs were forcefully introduced. Even names had to be changed, starting with the high priest, who was obliged to change his name from Joshua to Jason. Civil laws restricted Jewish citizenships in Jerusalem. Taxes were raised to finance the teachings of athletics and wrestling instead of the Torah. And in the countryside, shrines to Greek deities were being erected by the authorities and soldiers who were sent to enforce worship in them. In 169 BCE, the then secular king Antiochus IV, who adopted the epithet Epiphanes, came to Jerusalem. Or Epiphanes, rather, came to Jerusalem. It was not a courtesy visit. Violating the temple's sanctity, he entered the Holy of Holies. On his orders, the temple's treasures and golden ritual objects were confiscated. A Greek governor was put in charge of the city, and a fortress for a permanent garrison of foreign soldiers was built next to the temple. Back in his Syrian capital, Antiochus issued a proclamation requiring worship of Greek gods throughout the kingdom. In Judea, it specifically forbade the observance of the Sabbath and circumcision. In accordance with the decree, the Jerusalem temple was to become a temple to Zeus. And in 167 BCE, on the 25th day of the Hebrew month Kislev, equivalent to today's December 25th, in Io, a statue representing Zeus, the Lord of Heaven, who is also Enki, was set up by Syrian Greek soldiers in the temple. And the great altar was altered and used for sacrifices to Zeus. The sacrilege could not have been greater. The unavoidable Jewish uprising begun and led by a priest named Eliyahu and his 5 sons is known as the Hamashian or the Maccabean Revolt. Starting in the countryside, the uprising quickly overcame local Greek garrisons. As the Greeks rushed in reinforcements, the revolt engulfed the whole country. But the Maccabees lacked in numbers and weapons they compensated for by the ferocity of their religious zeal. The events described in the book of Maccabees and by subsequent historians have no doubt and leave no doubt that the fight of the few against a powerful kingdom was guided by a certain timetable. And I always say that, it seems that these people are on a timetable to find out, this information, to get these antiquities. We seem to be in a hurry. Like the article we read earlier about the robot being sitting over there. It just seems like they're on a timetable. And I've talked about before. That's another thing I found in our research. The thing about the timetable, but also what they mentioned before, this whole thing of cataclysms. And I mentioned that the elite seem to have knowledge of these cataclysms. And so they hide that from us, when they're trying to keep us in fear for all these cataclysms that are going to happen to us.
Get busy on this bubble. How we doing in here?
It was imperative to retake Jerusalem and cleanse the temple
Hi,
and
Jody.
rededicate it to Yahweh by a certain deadline. Managing in 164 BCE to recapture only the Temple Mount, the Maccabees cleansed the temple and the sacred flame was rekindled that year. The final victory
Damn.
control of Jerusalem and the restoration of Jewish independence took place in 160 BCE.
That sucks.
The victory and rededication of the temple are still celebrated by Jews as the holiday of Hanukkah, which means rededication, on the 25th day of the Kislev. The sequence and the timing of those events appear to be linked to the prophecies about the end of days. Of those prophecies, as we have seen, the ones that offered specific narrative clues in regard to the ultimate future, the end of days were conveyed by the angels to Daniel. But clarity is lacking because the counts are enigmatically expressed either in a unit called time,
Friend told you
weeks
home.
of years, and even in numbers of days, and it is perhaps only in respect to the latter that one is told when the count does begin, so that one could know when it would end. In that one instance, the count was to begin from the day when regular offering is abolished and an appalling abomination is set up in the Jerusalem temple. We have established that such an abominable act indeed took place one day in 167 BCE.
It's a goner over the mountain. That ain't good news.
Shit.
The count
All
of
right.
days given to Daniel must
Gotta be
have
careful on
referred
them
to the
mountain
specific
roads.
events of the temple. Its defiling in 167 BCE when the regular
I'm gonna
offering is
connect, bro.
abolished and the common abomination is set up. The cleansing of the temple in 164 BCE after 1,209 days, and Jerusalem's
I hope
complete
not, bro.
liberation by 160 BCE. The numbers of days, 1,290 and 1,335, basically match the sequence of events at the temple. According to the prophecies in the book of Daniel,
By the time he's 12, he'd be whooping your ass, Glenn.
the imperative of recapturing the whole city and the removal of uncircumcised foreign soldiers from the Temple Mount.
It sounds like you took a beat in your car wreck.
Key to another clue. Oh, so everybody who's uncircumcised is
Another magnitude 6. Look at you, coffee. Y'all quiet till the world starts shaking. Tell you, we're going to get 7.2 soon.
The reason why you always call them God's chosen people is because Jews are.
I have a feeling we got a 7 in store for today, too.
That makes total sense to me.
7.3.
To be musicians and rock stars and movie stars and all that. We're just the lowly glory. Yeah, it makes sense now. You know what? Fuck 'em.
That's right. Fuck.
That's what I said. Fuck 'em if you appreciate it. While we have been using a separate count of BCE and AD for dating events, the people for whose pastimes obviously could not and did not use a timetable based on a future Christian calendar. The Hebrew calendar, as we had mentioned earlier, was the calendar that began in the Torah in 3760 BCE, and according to that calendar, what we call 160 BCE was precisely the year 3600. That, as the reader knows by now, was a Saul, the original mathematical ordinal period of Nibiru. Where Nibiru had reappeared 400 years earlier, the arrival of the Saul year, 300, the completion of one divine year, was unavoidable to inmates. To those to whom the biblical prophecies of the return of Yahweh Kabod to his temple mount were unquestioned divine pronouncements. The year we call 160 BCE was a crucial moment of truth. No matter where the planet was, God had promised to return to his temple, and his temple had to be purified and ready for that. But the passage of years according to the Lycurian Hebrew calendar was not lost sight of in these turbulent times and attested by the book of Jubilees, an extra biblical book presumed to have been written in Hebrew in Jerusalem in the years following the Maccabean revolt. Now they were only from Greek, Latin, Syriac, Ethiopic, and Slavonic translations. It retells the history of the Jewish people from the time of the Exodus in time units of Jubilees. The 50-year units decreed by Yahweh at Mount Sinai. They also created a consecutive political historical count that has since become known as Anno Mundi, the year of the world, in Latin, that starts in 3760 BCE. Scholars such as the Reverend R.H. Charles and his English edition have converted such jubilee of years in their leagues to an Anno Mundi count. That such a calendar was not only kept throughout the ancient Near East, but only determined when events were trying to happen can be ascertained by simply reviewing some pivotal dates. Often highlighted in bold font given to an earlier chapter, if we choose just a few of the key historical events, this is what transpires when BCE is converted to NC in the Korean calendar. 0 to 3760, Sumerian civilization, the Pet calendar begins, 3460. 300, the Tower of Babylon, 2860 to 900, the Cold Heaven killed by Williams, 2360 to 1400, Sargon, the era of the Pad begins. So this, when you translate into this type of calendar, you start to see events that happen along the dates of this show, these order cycles. That's interesting. You know, there was a planet or a ship or a hoax or anything else. Interesting. The century and a half that elapsed from the Maccabean freeing of Jerusalem to the events connected with Jesus after he arrived, there were some of the most turbulent in the history of the ancient world and of the Jewish people in particular. That crucial period, whose events affect us to this day, began with understandable jubilation. For the first time in centuries, the Jews were again complete masters of their holy capital and sacred temple, free to appoint their own kings and high priests. Though defining that the borders continued, the borders themselves now stand to encompass much of the olden United Kingdom of David's time. The establishment of an independent Jewish state with Jerusalem as its capital under the Hashemites was a triumphal event in all respects except one. The return of Yahweh's Kavod, expected at the end of days, did not take place. One of the counts of days from abomination time seems to have been correct. One time was fulfillment not yet at hand any longer. It became evident that the enigmas of Daniel's other counts of years and each of years and time, and storm had yet to be decided. These were the prophetic parts in the book of Daniel that spoke of the rise and fall of future kingdoms after Babylon, Persia, and Egypt. Kingdoms typically called on the south of the north were the seafaring kingdoms, and kingdoms that shall split off and fight each other, plant tabernacles and houses before the seas, and all future enemies are also typically represented by various enemies. A day on the death, a line, and so on, whose offspring like humans will again split apart and fight each other. Who were those future nations and what wars were foretold? The prophet Ezekiel also spoke of great battles to come between north and south, between an unidentified God and an opposing Magog. That's funny because that's George W. Bush's nickname in Stolen Bonds is Magog. And people were wondering whether the prophesied kingdoms have already appeared on the scene. Alexander's Greece, the secular, the Ptolemy. Were these the subject of the prophecy, or was it someone yet to come in the even more distant future? There is theological turmoil. Was the expectation that the Jerusalem temple of the Quran as a physical object a correct understanding of prophecy? Or was the expected coming only a symbolic of an ephemeral nature, a spiritual presence? What was required of the people, or was what was destined to happen will happen no matter what? The Jewish leadership split between devout and Bible Pharisees, and the more liberal Sadducees were more internationally minded, recognizing the importance of the Jewish diaspora already spread from Egypt to Anatolia and Mesoamerican. In addition to these two mainstreams, small sects sometimes organizing their own communities from that. The best known of them are the Essenes of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame who secluded themselves at Qumran. In the effort to decipher the prophecies, a rising new power of Rome had to be figured in. Having won repeated wars with the Phoenicians and with the Greeks, the Romans controlled the Mediterranean and began to get involved in the affairs of Ptolemy and Egypt and secured Levant, including Judea. Armies followed imperial delegates, and by 60 BCE, the Romans under Pompey occupied Jerusalem. On the way there, like Alexander before him, he detoured to Heropolis and offered sacrifices to Jupiter. It was followed by the Roman War, the earlier colossal stone wall to the Roman Empire's greatest temple to Jupiter. A commemorative inscription found at the site indicates that the Emperor Nero visited the place in AD 60, suggesting that the Roman temple was already built by then. The national and religious turmoil of these days found expression in the proliferation of the historic prophetic writings, such as the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Enoch, the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, and the Assumption of Moses, as well as several others, all collectively known as the Apocalyptic. The common theme of them was a belief that history is cyclical. But all has been foretold that the end of days, the time of turmoil and upheaval will mark not just the end of the historic cycle, but also the beginning of a new one. And that the flip over time, to use a modern expression, will be manifest by the coming of the anointed one. Now act in Hebrew, and thus the Messiah or Christ in English. The act of anointing a newly invested king with priestly oil was known in the ancient world, at least in the time of Sargon. It was recognized in the Bible as an act of consecration to God. But a more memorable instance was when Priest Samuel, the custodian of the Ark of the Covenant, summoned David, the son of Jesse, and proclaimed him king by the grace of God. Establish the throne of David in Jerusalem again, will number one be somebody that is absolutely a bloodline. Number two will be somebody who is very much involved in religion, a religious figurehead. So it's as soon as we see a religious figurehead that is of the bloodlines going right towards Jerusalem, it's time to look at the Aliens is I don't know, maybe it's maybe that's a screen let's continue on here. It is on the third day of the future kings who must be all the house of David shall sit in Jerusalem, and when that shall happen, the kings and princes of the earth shall come to Jerusalem for justice, peace, and the love of God. This thou is an everlasting promise, God's covenant for all generations. The universality of this vow is attested to in Isaiah 16:5, These speculators unmistakably in the Messianic covenant in the house of David, yet they also prove explosive facets that virtually dictate the vision of events in Jerusalem. Luke today is the moment of the prophet Elijah. Elijah became the Christite after the name of his town in the district of Gilead was a Apocalyptic prophet after the returning of Israel after the split in Judea. The 9th century BCE during the reign of King Ahab and his Canaanite wife Queen Jezebel. True to his Hebrew name, Eli Yahweh, anti-God, he was in constant conflict with the priest and spokesman of the Canaanite god Baal, the Lord, whose worship Jezebel was promoted. After a period of seclusion, the Jordan River, when he was ordained to become a man of God, he was given a mantle of haircut that held magical powers and was able to perform miracles in the name of God. His first recorded miracle was the making of a spoonful of flour and a little cooking oil. Last, a widow was food for the rest of her lifetime. He was then restructured, resurrected. He had a son who died of a horrible illness. During the contest with the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, he would summon a fire from the sky. It was the only biblical instance of an Israelite revisiting Mount Sinai since the Exodus, when he escaped for his life from the wrath of Jezebel and the priests of Baal. An angel of the Lord sheltered him in a cave on Mount Sinai. Of him, the scripture said that he did not die because he was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind to be with God. His ascent, as described in great detail in Kings 2, chapter 2, was either a sudden or an unexpected occurrence. On the contrary, it was a pre-planned and prearranged operation whose place and time were communicated to Elijah in advance. The designated place was in the Jordan Valley, on the eastern side of the river. When it was time to go there, his disciples, headed by one named Elisha, went along. He had to stop at Gilgal, where he always miracles were performed for the Israelites under the leadership of Joshua. There he tried to shake off his companions, but they went on to accompany him to Beth El, though asked to stay put and Elijah crossed the river by himself. They stuck with him until the last stop, Jericho, all the while asking Elisha whether it was true that the Lord will take Elijah heavenward today. So they're taking him out to meet a fucking mothership, huh? Oh yes, will he go heavenward today? We'll see. At the bank of the Jordan River, Elijah rolled his miracle mantle and struck the waters, parting, enabling him to cross the river. The other disciples stayed behind. But even then, Elisha persisted on being with Elijah, crossing over with him. As they continued to walk and to talk, there appeared a chariot of fire with horses of fire, and the two were separated. And Elijah went up to heaven in a whirlwind. And Elisha saw and cried out, my father, the chariot of Israel and its horsemen. And he saw it no more. Archaeological excavations at Tel Gasur, the Prophet's Mound, a site in Jordan which fits the biblical tale's geography, have uncovered murals that depicted the whirlwind. It is the only site excavated on the auspices of the Vatican. Well, oh yeah, they're big. And that fucking thing. So they got, so in Jordan, they've got murals depicting whirlwinds. And it was the only site in the Middle East that was, excavated by the Vatican. So too much real info there. Got to send the buck tuckers in black out to man the dig. My search for the finds, which cover archaeological museums in Israel and Jordan, and included a visit to the site in Jordan ultimately led to the Jesuit-run Pontifical Biblical Institute in Jerusalem, is described in the First Chronicles expedition. Oh my goodness! You hear that? So old Zechariah went looking for these murals and whirlwinds, and lo and behold, he finds out they've been excavated by the Vatican. He goes looking in Israel, can't find anything. Goes to Jordan, can't find anything. Then he goes to the site in Jordan, can't find anything. And then the next thing you know, the Pontifical Biblical Institute in Jerusalem, ran by Jesuits, they seem to have a lot of intel on that. But the Jesuits don't run anything, it's all the Jews, right? Jewish tradition is held that the transfigured Elijah will one day return as a harbinger of the final redemption for the people of Israel, a herald of the Messiah. The tradition was already fulfilled in the 5th century BCE by the prophet Malachi, the last biblical prophet in his final prophecy. Because tradition held that Mount Sinai cave where the angel took Elijah was where God had revealed himself to Moses, Elijah has been expected to reappear at the start of the Passover festival when the Exodus is commemorated. To this day, the Seder, the ceremonial evening meal when the 7-day Passover holiday begins, requires the placement on the meal table of a wine-filled cup for Elijah to sip from as he arrives. The door is open to enable him to enter. The prescribed hymn is the sign, expressing the hope that he will soon herald the Messiah, son of David. As is the case with Christian kids being told that Santa Claus did sneak down the chimney and bring them the gifts that they send, so are Jewish kids told that though unseen, Elijah did sneak in and take a tiny sip of wine. By custom, Elijah's cup has been embellished to become an artful goblet, a chalice never used for any purpose other than for the Elijah ritual of the Passover meal. The Last Supper of Jesus was that tradition-filled Passover meal. While retaining the symbols of choosing its own high priest and king, Judea became, for all intents and purposes, a Roman colony, moved first from headquarters in Syria, then by local governors. The Roman governor, called procurator, made sure that the Jews chose as ethnarch the head of Jewish council to serve as the temple high priest, and at first also a king of the Jews, not king of Judea as a country, whoever long preferred. I love that. We're the king of the Jews. Whoever they prefer in Rome, that's what we'll do. See, I mean, the Jews were subservient to Rome even back then. From 36 to 4 BCE, the king was Herod, descendant of Edomite converts to Judaism, who was the choice of 2 Roman generals of Cleopatra fame, Mark Antony and Octavian. Herod left a legacy of monumental structures, including the enhancement of the Temple Mount and the strategic fortress of Mazda at the Dead Sea. He also paid heed to the governor's wishes as a de facto vassal of Rome. It was into a Jerusalem enlarged and magnified by Hamotian and Herodian constructs, thronged with pilgrims for the Passover holiday, that Jesus of Nazareth arrived in 33 AD. At that time, the Jews were allowed to retain only a religious authority, a council of 70 elders called the Sanhedrin.
What's he making?
There was no longer a Jewish king, the land no longer a Jewish state, but a Roman province was governed by the procurator Pontius Pilatus, ensconced in the Antonian citadel that adjoined the temple. Tensions between the Jewish populace and the Roman masters of the land were rising, and resulted in a series of bloody riots in Jerusalem. Pontius Pilatus, arriving in Jerusalem in AD 26, made matters worse by bringing into the city Roman legionnaires with their pole-mounted signae and coinage bearing graven images forbidden in the temple. Jews showing resistance were pitilessly sentenced to crucifixion in such numbers that the place of execution was nicknamed Golgotha, the place of the skulls. Jesus had been to Jerusalem before, His parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of Passover, and when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. And when they had fulfilled the days as they returned, the child Jesus tarried behind in Jerusalem. When Jesus arrived with his disciples this time, the situation was certainly not what was expected, not what the biblical prophecies had promised. Devout Jews, as Jesus most certainly was, that's a misnomer. Jesus was not a Jew. He was a Semite. Semitic. Say Semitic can be Arab, can be Jewish. This whole connection with this of falsely calling Jesus a Jew and not a Semite, and the false connection with the people who are the true inhabitants of that land, which are the Semitic blood. See, that's why they wanted to wipe out. People can never figure out, well, why, blah, blah, blah. Why are they wanting to wipe out these Jews if they're, if there's Jews gravy? It's because they want to wipe out Semites. Yeah, so the Ashkenazis can go in and run the show. That's the whole deal with it. They were beholden to the idea of redemption and salvation by a Messiah, central to which was the special and everlasting bond between God and the house of David. It was clearly and most emphatically expressed in the magnificent Psalm 89, in which Yahweh, speaking to his faithful followers in a vision, said, hold on, let me get the Yahweh voice going here. I have exalted one chosen out of the people. I have found David, my servant. With my holy oil I have anointed him. He shall call out to me. Thou art my Father, my God, the rock of my salvation. And I, as a firstborn, shall place him supreme over all the kings on earth. My compassion for him forever I will keep. My faithful I shall not betray. My covenant with him will not be violated. What I have uttered I shall not change. I shall make his seed endure forever. His throne shall endure as the days of heaven. Was not that reference to the days of heaven a clue, a linkage between the coming of a Savior and the prophesied end of days? Was it not the time to see the prophecies come true? And so it was that Jesus of Nazareth, now in Jerusalem with the 12 disciples, determined to take matters into his own hands. If salvation requires an anointed one of the house of David, he, Jesus, would be the one. His very Hebrew name, Yeshua, Joshua, meant Yahweh's Savior. And as for the requirement that the anointed one, Messiah, be of the house of David, that he was. The very opening verse of the New Testament in the Gospel, according to St. Matthew, says, the book of the generations of Jesus Christ and the son of David, the son of Abraham. Then, there, and elsewhere in the New Testament, the genealogy of Jesus is given through the generations. 14 generations from Abraham to David, 14 generations from David to the Babylonian exile, and 14 generations from them to Jesus. He was qualified. The Gospels assured one and all. Our source next are the Gospels and the other books of the New Testament. We know that the eyewitness reports were in fact written long after the events.
I gotta have me some mayonnaise.
Is the result of deliberations
and
at a convocation called by the
relish
Emperor
mixing with
Constantine
that shit.
3 centuries earlier.
With any kind of cracker.
We know that Gnostic manuscripts like the Nag Hammadi documents or the Gospel of Judas give different versions that the church had reason to suppress. Yeah, the Nag, that's definitely one to look into. That's actually a magical text, actually, if I understand. Which is an undisputed fact that at first there was a Jerusalem church led by the brother of Jesus aimed exclusively at Jewish followers. That was overtaken, superseded, and eliminated by the Church of Rome that addressed the Gentiles. Yet follow we shall the official version. for it by itself links the Jesus events in Jerusalem to all the previous centuries and millennia as told heretofore in this book. First, any doubt if it still exists that Jesus
I'm
came to
right by my
Jerusalem
glass
at Passover
supplier.
time, and the Last Supper was the Passover Seder meal, must be removed.
I'm working right here. Reach for us.
Jesus saying to his disciples as they
Life ain't too bad. I got a nice kiln I'm working out of today. I'm gonna do that fix tomorrow.
After 2 days was the feast of the Passover of the unleavened bread, and now the feast of the unleavened bread drew near, and it's called the Passover. The three Gospels in the same chapters then state that Jesus told his disciples to go to a certain house where they would be able to celebrate the Passover meal with which the holiday begins. Next to be tackled is the matter of Elijah, the herald of a coming Messiah. Luke 1:17 even quoted the relevant verses in Malachi, earlier gospel, for people who heard about the miracles that Jesus performed, miracles that were so similar to those by the prophet Elijah, the people at first wondered whether Jesus was alive or appeared.
I cooled my kiln down too
Not
much.
saying no, Jesus challenged his closest disciples. What say you that I
I saw some pictures. Somebody, I don't know, put up a video to talk about the fucking light in the north at night.
Who had to appear first?
About 3 a.m.
And Jesus
Motherfuckers
answered,
pretty
yes,
bright.
of course, for he has already come. And they asked him, saying,
Most people's heads are on the pillows. Ain't nobody watching the night sky anymore.
And he answered and told them,
I know I
"Yes,
wake up,
very
it's fucking
comes
bright."
first and restoreth all things. But I say unto you that Elias has indeed come." This was an audacious statement, the test of which was about to come. For if Elijah has in fact returned to earth, thereby fulfilling the prerequisite for Messiah's coming, then he had to show up at the Seder and drink from his cup of wine. As custom and tradition required, the cup of Elijah filled with wine was set on the Seder table of Jesus and his disciples. The ceremonial meal is described in Mark 14. Conducting the Seder, Jesus took the unleavened bread, now called matzah. Oh, that's where we got matzah balls from, huh? The balls of Jesus, matzah balls. That's what Jews love. Yes. Tasty. From sukin, and made the blessing and broke it and gave pieces of it to his disciples. And he took the cup, and when he had thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank from it. They'll get fucked up like Jerry's kids. Pass that shit over here, Jesus. Oh, yeah, this shit's going to be rough for you tomorrow, buddy. Without doubt, the cup of Elijah was there. In this, the Last Supper painting, which could only be based on the New Testament passages, Jesus is not holding the crucial cup, and nowhere is there a wine cup on the table. Instead, there is an inexplicable gap to the right of Jesus, and the disciple to his right is bending sideways, as if to allow someone unseen to come between them. Was the thoroughly theologically correct Da Vinci implying that Elijah did come through the open windows behind Jesus and took away the cup that heralded the preceding the anointed king of the house of David did arrive, and thus confirmed when he arrested Jesus, was brought before the Roman governor who asked him, "Art thou the king of the Jews?" The cross was inevitable. When Jesus raised the cup of wine and made the required blessing, he said to his disciples, according to Mark 14:24, "This is my blood of the New Testament." If these were his exact words, he did not mean to say that they were to drink wine turned to blood, a grave transgression of one of the strictest prohibitions of Judaism in earlier times, for blood is the soul. What he said, or meant to say, was that the wine in this cup, the cup of Elijah, was a testament, a confirmation of his bloodline. And Da Vinci depicted it convincingly by his disappearance, presumably taken away by the visiting Elijah. The vanished cup has been a favorite subject of authors over the centuries. The tale becomes legend. The Crusaders sought it, Knights Templar found it. It was bought all over Europe. The cup became adopted, a chalice. It was a chalice representing Grail, the Holy Grail, or had it after all never left Jerusalem? And from what I understand, the Grail is not even actually a cup itself. It's like it's like something that you do with magic incantations and be able to conjure up demons or anything else as it is. And that's why I think that pain was that way, is because Elijah appeared in, a spirit form. The continued subjugation and intensified Roman repression of the Jews in Judea led to the outbreak of Rome's most challenging rebellion. It took Rome's greatest generals and best legions 7 years to defeat all Judea and reach Jerusalem. In AD 70, after a prolonged siege and a fierce hand-to-hand battle, the Romans breached the temple defenses, and the commanding general Titus ordered the temple put to the torch. Though resistance continued elsewhere for another 3 years, the Jewish Great Revolt was over. The triumphant Romans were so jubilant that they commemorated the victory with a series of coins that announced to the world Judea's capture, and erected a victory archway in Rome depicting the looted temple's ritual objects. But during each year of independence, Jewish coins were struck with the legend Year 1, Year 2, etc., for the freedom of Zion, showing fruits of the land as decorative themes. Inexplicably, the coins of Year 2 and 3 bore the image of a chalice. Was the Holy Grail still in Jerusalem? Let's get into chapter 16 right now. Armageddon and prophecies of the return. Will they return? When will they return? These questions have been asked of me countless, being the Anunnaki gods whose saga has filled my books. The answer to the first question is yes. There are clues that need to be heeded, and the prophecies of the return need to be fulfilled. The answer to the second question has preoccupied mankind ever since the watershed events in Jerusalem more than 2,000 years ago.
Oh, almost done for the day.
And when, what
I
will
got a whole
the
bunch
return
done today, Glenn.
What will it bring with it? Will it be a benevolent coming, or as when the deluge was looming, bring about the end? Which prophecies would come true? A messianic time, the second coming, a new beginning, or perhaps
that's an instantaneous gratification right there, Glenn.
The ultimate end, Armageddon. It is the last possibility that shifts these prophecies from the realm of theology, eschatology, or mere curiosity to a matter of mankind's very survival. For Armageddon, a term that has come to denote a war of unimagined calamitous scope, is in fact the name of a specific place in a land that has been subjected to threats of nuclear annihilation. In the 21st century BCE, a war of the kings of the East against the kings of the West was followed by a nuclear calamity. 21 centuries later, when BCE changed to AD, mankind's fears were expressed in a scroll hidden in a cave near the Dead Sea. War of the sons of the light against the sons of darkness. Now again, in the 21st century AD, a nuclear threat hangs over the very same historical place. There's enough reason to ask, will history repeat itself? Does history repeat itself in some mysterious way every 21 centuries? A war in annihilating conflagration has been depicted as a part of the end of days scenario in Ezekiel chapter. Magog, or God and Magog, are foreseen as the principal instigators in that final war. The list of combatants that shall be sucked into the battles encompassed virtually every nation of note. And the focus of the conflagration shall be the dwellers of the navel of the earth. The people of Jerusalem, according to the Bible. But the people of Babylon as a replacement for Nippur to those from whom the clock stopped there. It's a spine-chilling realization that Ezekiel's list of those widespread nations that will engage in the final war, Armageddon, actually begins with Persia. The very
I like
country
working
which
in
is
a big
today's
kiln.
Iran, whose leaders seek nuclear weapons with which to wipe off the
So
face of
Pollyanna,
the
I
earth.
don't care if I sell a bike or not. At this point, in a couple of days, I had enough
Megiddo
to get us a
is.
goddamn
So there's
generator.
Zechariah buying into the Iran wants to wipe Israel off the face of the map propaganda.
I just haven't been able to work because I didn't have a generator.
Oh, let's see
I'm
how it
working at
spins
Arnold's.
this.
Rich
Who is
Russ,
that
Denver.
Gog of the land of Magog?
Get your
Yeah,
blast.
that's Bush and George W. Bush, isn't it?
Hey.
That prophecy from 2.5 millennia ago sounds so much like current headlines.
I touch it with my dirty hands. Man.
Does the accuracy of such details in the prophecy point to when, to our time, to our century?
Ew.
Armageddon, the final war of Gog and Magog, is also an essential element of the end of days scenario of the New Testament's prophetic book Revelation. It compares the instigators of the apocryphal events to two beasts, one of which can make fire come down from heaven to earth inside of men. Only an enigmatic clue is given for its identity. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast. It is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Many have attempted to decipher the mysterious number 666, assuming it is a coded message pertaining to the end of days, because the book was written when the persecution of Christians in Rome began. The accepted interpretation is that the number was a code for the oppressor Emperor Nero, the numerical value of whose name in Hebrew, Neron Kassar, added up to 666. The fact that he had been to the space platform in Baalbek, possibly to inaugurate the temple to Jupiter there, in the year 60 AD may or may not have been a bearing on that 666 puzzle. But there could be more to 666 than a connection to Nero, suggested by the intriguing fact that 660 and 6 are all basic numbers of the Sumerian sexagesimal system. So that the code might hark back to some earlier texts, there were 600 Anunnaki. Anu's numerical rank was 60. Ishtar, Adab's rank was 6. Then if the three numbers are to be multiplied rather than added, we get 666 equals 666 equals 216,000, which is the familiar 2,160 zodiacal age times 100, a result that can be speculated on endlessly. Oh, that makes sense. So that 666 could pertain to a Sumerian code, which pertain to some of these Anunnaki. Boy, that would make a lot of sense as to why they wanted the antiquities from the World Trade Center. They wanted the antiquities from everywhere, because they're trying to crack this. See, I get it now. Okay, they're trying to crack this code and trying to figure out who this is. But a scheduled return. I bet they're trying. That's what the whole thing with the Stargates are too. They're gonna open up this Stargate using this Sumerian technology, and they're gonna open something up and something crawl out. They're not gonna be able to fucking put back in. That'd just be funny to
We'll
watch.
talk that motherfucker on the sidewalk tomorrow.
Then there is the puzzle that when 7 angels
Brave it up
reveal
a
the
lot.
sequence of
Put a
future
sign
events
on
that do
it.
not
Say
link
it.
them to Rome, they link them to Babylon.
Get
The
Pollyanna
conventional
and
explanation
fucking
has been
bikini
that
sitting on it. We'll sell
like
that
the
shit.
666 was a code for Rome, or so was Babylon a code word for Rome. Babylon's a code word for fucking.
No, anyone wants to buy that thing.
But Babylon was already gone for centuries when Revelation was written, and Revelation, speaking of Babylon, unmistakably links the prophecies to the great river Euphrates, even describing how the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the river Euphrates,
I didn't
drying
want
it
to
up
forget
so
my
that the
keys.
kings of the east would be
I had
joined
them
in the
in the
fight. The talk is of a city of a land on the Euphrates, not on the Tiber River. Since Revelation's prophecies are of the future, one must conclude that Babylon is not a code. Babylon means Babylon, a future Babylon,
Babble.
involved in the War of Armageddon,
Yep.
which verse 16:16 correctly explains as the name of a place in Hebrew tongue, Har Megiddo, Mount Megiddo in Israel, a war involving the whole zone. If that future Babylon is indeed today's Iraq, the prophetic verses are again chilling. Whereas they foretell current events leading to the fall of Babylon after a brief but awesome war, they predict the breakup of Babylon or Iraq into three parts. Like the book of Daniel, which predicted phases of tribulations and trying stages in the Messianic process, so has Revelation tried to explain the enigmatic Old Testament prophecies by describing a first Messianic age with a first resurrection lasting around 1,000 years, followed by a satanic reign of 1,000 years, engaged in an immense war. And then a second Messianic time and another resurrection, and thus the second coming. On the 2008 approach, speculation regarding the millennium as a point in time in the history of mankind and the earth when prophecies would come true. The seeds of millennium questions as the year 2000 year, I told my audiences that nothing will happen in 2000, and not only because the true millennium point counting from the birth of Jesus has already passed, Jesus having been born by all scholarly calculations in 6 or 7 BCE. The main reason for my opinion was that the prophecies appeared to envision not a linear timeline, year 1, year 2, year 900, and so on, but a cyclical repetition of events. The fundamental belief that the first thing shall be the last thing, something that can happen only when history and historical time move in a circle where the start point is the end point, and vice versa. Inherent in this cyclical plan of history is the concept of God as an everlasting divine entity who had been present at the beginning when heaven and earth were created and who will be there at the end of days, when his kingdom shall be renewed upon his holy mount. It is expressed in repeated statements from the earliest Bible assertions of the prophets, as when God announced through Isaiah, I am he, I am the first and also the last, I am. From the beginning, the ending I foretell, and from the ancient times, the things that are not yet done. And equally so, twice in the New Testament's book of Revelation. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, saith the Lord, which is and which was and which will be. Indeed, the basis for prophecy was the belief in the end, that the end, was anchored in the beginning, that the future could be predicted because the past was known, if not to man, then to God. I am the one who from the beginning tells the end, Yahweh said. The prophet Zechariah foresaw God's plans for the future, the last days in terms of the past, the first days. This belief, which is restated in the Psalms, in Proverbs, and in the book of Job, was viewed as a universal divine plan for the whole earth and all its nations. The prophet Isaiah, envisioning the earth's nations gathered to find out what is in store. He described them as asking each other. That this was a universal tenet is shown in the collection of Assyrian prophecies. When the god Nabu told the Assyrian king, the future shall be like the past. This cyclical element of the biblical prophecies of the return leads us to one current answer to the question of when. A cyclical revolving of historical time was found, the reader will recall, in Mesoamerica, resulting from the meshing like the gears of wheels of two calendars, creating the bundle of 52 years on the occurring of which, after an unspecified number of turns, Quetzalcoatl, a.k.a. Thoth or Ningish Zeta, promised to return.
Friday, really?
And that introduces us to the so-called Mayan prophecies, according to which the end of days will come about in 2012 AD.
Yep.
The prospect that the prophesied crucial date is almost at hand has naturally attracted much interest and merits explaining.
Next Friday, Seamus turns 18.
The claimed date
Kicking
arises
him out
from
of the
the
house.
fact that in that year, depending on how one
Oh,
calculates,
yeah, I already did.
the time unit called Bacton will complete its 13th term.
It's crazy.
Since a Bacton lasts 144,000 days, it is some kind of a milestone.
He's a big boy.
Some errors or fallacious attempts in this scenario need to be pointed out. The first is that the Bacton
He might want my
belongs
ass
not
out of the
to
house.
the two meshing calendars,
him and Holly to come together. I can see that.
With the 52-year promise, the Haab and the Tzolk'in, but to a third and much older calendar called
messed
the
up.
Long Count. It was introduced by the Olmecs, Africans who had come to Mesoamerica when Thoth was exiled from Egypt, and the count of days actually began with that event. So that day one of the long count was in what we date as August 3113 BCE. Glyphs in that calendar represented the following sequence of units. 1 equals 1 day.
What's up, Daniel?
1 Unal equals 20 days.
Exiled to Egypt, I'm on
1 Tun equals 360 days, and 1 Katun equals 7,200 days. A Baktun is 44,000 days, and a Pictun is 2,880,000 days.
That's a lot of days.
These units, each a multiple of the previous one, thus continued beyond the Baktun with ever-increasing glyphs. But since Mayan monuments never reached beyond 12 Baktuns, whose 1,728,000 days were already beyond the Mayan existence, the 13th Baktun
A few
appears
more
as a
minutes,
real
I'll plug in
milestone.
some bit.
Besides, Mayan lore purportedly held that the present sun or
It's
age
acting right.
would end
Imagine
with
that.
the 13th Baktun, when its number of days,
I'm
144,000.
hungry. I gotta get Holly to the
13
grocery
equals
store.
1,872,000 is
So I
divided
cook
by
dinner. I don't even know what we're having
365.25.
yet.
It results in the passage of
We
5,125
may go
years.
down to the state park tomorrow.
When the BCE
Hang out at the lake
3113 is
for a little
deducted,
bit
the
anyway.
result is the year AD 2012. This is
Oh,
exciting as
Smurf.
well as an ominous
That's my,
prediction, but
bad
that
hair
has
day
also
hat.
been challenged already a century ago by scholars.
It was
like
cold this
Francois
morning.
Caliandro Maya Elder
I ain't seen my blue hat since last year. I left it here when it was cold and I ain't needed it since.
The multiplier,
I
thus the
forgot I had
divider,
it
should be
here.
the calendar's own mathematically perfect 360 and not
I'm happy to have it
365.25.
back. It's
That
starting to
way,
get
the
cold out.
1,872,000 days result in 5,200 years, a perfect result because it represents exactly 100 bundles of Thoth's
Get
magical
a new
number
ID.
52.
Shit.
Thus, counting
They're only
the
letting in
Thoth's
soldiers
magical year
right
of
now.
return
They ain't immigrants like
would be
everybody
AD
thinks.
2087. One could stand even that way.
Letting
The
in a
only
bunch of
flaw in the
young
ointment is that the
motherfucking
long
military
count is
men.
a linear time count and not the required cyclical.
That is what Papa Smurf said.
So that its counted days could roll on to the 14th Baktun and the 15th Baktun and
Papa
so on.
Smurf said, get your shit ready.
All
'Cause
that,
it's
however,
coming.
does not eliminate the
You're the
significance of
fucking
a
hell on
prophetic
earth, man.
millennium.
They gonna
Since the
make it.
source of millennium as an eschatological time had its origins in Jewish apocryphal writings
There
from
you
the
go,
2nd century
Daniel.
BCE,
That's
the
who's going to
search
inherit
for the
Earth.
meaning must shift in that direction. In fact,
Creators,
the reference to
warriors.
1,000 or a millennia as a defining era had its roots way back in the Old Testament Deuteronomy. Assigned to a
So I
duration
got
of
my cool
God's covenant
motorcycle
with
shades
Israel,
too.
a period
Now I
of
look like a
1,000
real motorcycle
generations.
guy.
The assertion
I should just
repeated
drive
when the Ark
off.
of the Covenant was brought to Jerusalem by David. The Psalms repeatedly applied the number 1,000 to Yahweh, his wonders, and even to his chariots.
Tell you what.
But the Anunnaki came
We got
with
pretty
the
lucky
window
that
of
day.
opportunity when Pharaoh arrived at Peregrine,
That was fun.
nearest the sun that
Quite
was closest to the
memorable.
Earth and Mars. It's so obvious
I like the
that
aftermath.
some reason why they simply
That was
deduct
even more
3,600 from
fun.
4,000 as a round date for a news last visit,
And
resulting
Thanks,
in
Glenn.
400 BCE, or deduct 3,600 from 3760 when the poor
I've been smoking that pot all day. Good
as the
stuff.
Maccabees did, and the next arrival of Nibiru is way in the distant future. In fact, as the reader now knows, Nibiru arrived earlier. So BCE, when considering that digression, one must keep that the perfect SAR 3600 has always been a mathematical orbital period. Because celestial orbits of planets, comets, asteroids digress from orbit to orbit due to the gravitational tug of other planets near which they pass. To use the well-tracked Halley's Comet as an example, its given period for 75 years actually fluctuates from 74 to 76. When it last appeared in 1986, it was 76 years.
Started to act right today.
10.
I think I figured it out. Working good today.
You could actually see it with binoculars. I remember getting to see it. I remember people saying, "Well, remember this because it won't be around for another, You remember when you saw Halley's Comet?
Wheat's real cheap.
So yeah, I saw Halley's Comet. It'll come again when I'm 86.
I got
I
got 2 pounds for $80.
But I guess with the light extension technologies we got now, I just might see it. You never know, right?
They just giving that shit away anymore.
Oh man, I doubt I'll be able to afford any of that. Extend Halley's digression in the Nibiru 3600, and you get a plus minus variant of about 50 years each way. There is one other reason for wondering why Nibiru had digressed so much from its wanted star: the unusual occurrence of the deluge circa 10,900 BCE. During its 100 before the deluge, Nibiru orbited without causing such a catastrophe.
All right. Well,
Then something unusual happened that brought Nibiru closer
I
to
am gonna
Earth.
go
Combined
cook dinner.
with the slippage conditions of the
I gotta go
ice
get
sheet
dinner
covering
first.
Antarctica, the
Grocery store.
deluge occurred.
We'll do this again tomorrow if the
What was
internet
that
allows. This is
unusual?
trial number 4
Well,
today.
that's synchronous.
I'll keep doing it till they let me stream it. Damn it!
Something
Y'all have a
happened
good night. Stay
that was
calm.
unusual because whatever
We'll be
it was
busting out
caused
more
our
Tomorrow at Reads for
atmosphere
Us.
to shrink so that there could no longer be anything large.
We might go live from the park. I don't know.
Ancient